Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's guerrilla cricket, yay! And it's day 3 of the second test versus Sri Lanka at Lords, and England are well and truly on top. They're 25 for 1 in their second innings, having refused to offer the follow-on to Sri Lanka, and got a huge 427 in the first innings. Sri Lanka all out for 190 odd. The lead is 256 runs, effectively 256 for 1, with 3 days of the test left to go. There is a result, and it may well end today, but more than likely it will end tomorrow. I think probably England want 450, 500 by tea of a lead. They may not get there. They might smash it out the ground and only get 230 overs and be all out, but I still think that would be more than enough. But to ponder these questions, I'm joined by 2 Antipodeans, one from the west who's in a weather cave, the other lovely person from Melbourne. I'm joined, of course, by Messy Jez from Perth and Cat Jones from Melbourne.
I like the implication that only one of us is a lovely person.
Well, sorry about that.
We're going to fight for it, aren't we, Messy?
Well, you know.
Absolutely. He can't bring himself to admit there's more than one lovely Australian. Let's face it, I get that.
No.
They're a rare breed, you lovely Australians, it must be said. How are we both?
Very well,
Excellent.
thank you. It's Father's Day tomorrow, and my kids have taken me to lunch today, so I'm feeling very happy and pleased with the world.
Oh, good.
What did you have for lunch, Messy?
Steak and ale pie, of course.
Nice.
And a couple of pints.
Nice. That's always good. That's always good.
An interesting story in the context. The bloke standing next to me said to the barkeep, he said, "Have you got any 150 lashes?" Which is a big brand in Australia. And the bloke said, "Nah." And the guy said, "Why not?" He said, "It's crap. I only brew decent beer here." I love that.
Oh, wow.
Nice. Now, how close is your nearest pub? 250 miles?
Oh, come on. It's 10 minutes drive away.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, what do we, I mean, this game is going to end with an English victory, isn't it?
Sadly. Come on, Sri Lanka. Do something about it.
Yes.
Unfortunately, it does seem like that's going to happen.
Yeah, they batted quite poorly yesterday. The only glimmering light is, what's his name? Kamundu Mendes.
He's
Mendes.
extraordinary.
Who has batted really well throughout the series, but little life from anyone else in the side. I think the wicket. Everyone said the wicket would be flat, and Tony was saying that the scores at 500 and 600 at Lords. But this pitch has offered something to the bowlers when the ball is new. Brody keeps saying you got to bang it in hard to get the seam to do anything. But when the ball is new, there is definitely life there. The bounce is a little bit low, and of course it's wearing. It's only going to get slower, probably, maybe a little bit lower, but surely pitch will scuff up and offer a little bit more life to the bowlers. There is turn there for the spinners. Lovely ball from Bashir yesterday to get through the gate of whoever he was he got out. I can't remember. And yeah, England should be looking to bang on 200 before lunch.
200 after lunch.
Yeah, exactly. Lead of 660 by tea. Stick them in. Bowl them all out.
I mean,
in the
will
last
it be?
session.
It can't possibly be over today because we're pretty sure England are going to bat too long for it to be over today. But you know, they probably have more than they have enough now, right? Enough of a lead now.
Well, yeah, I mean, you wouldn't want to offer him it though, would you? You'd give him a glimmer of a chance. But yeah, I think anything over 350 will probably do it, which is only 80 runs away, 90 runs away. But they will go on well beyond that, and plenty of time to do so. I don't think
Well,
they'll.
given that we're only 40% of the way through the allotted time for this match, they're 256 runs ahead. The weather forecast is good. They should aim to bat all day, but they won't.
But they won't. I think that's, you'll demoralise them enough when you're 458. Another 200 runs, which even on day one when they weren't really basballing, they were still scoring virtually 100 a session. So yeah, I mean around about tea time. And of course, if they get to 350 ahead without losing another wicket, then surely they'll start to take chances and try and push the score on an even faster rate. It's often what happens. The Sri Lankans will become demoralised, and then they'll have to come out and bat. And I guarantee you there'll be some resistance somewhere. But my bet would be once that resistance goes, like in a lot of these failed chases of massive scores, you'll get a glimmer of hope with an 80 partnership, and then once that's busted, everything falls apart like a matchstick, whatever. Can't think of a decent metaphor, but Ben Duckett. I'll play some jingles. Ben Duckett is out to bat with.
He arrived with a smile, and he's going places. He's looking good now. He's in with the aces.
He's going to face the first ball from the bowler around the wicket. He just works it up to mid-on, and there is no run.
For England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
And that bowler is.
Test debut, aged only 19. Tons of pace when he burst on the scene, like he was clocking around 93.
It's Lahira Kamara. He bowled quite well to start with in the first innings and then got quite expensive. Duckett plops that one out to cover and they still get through for a single. It's straight at the man. That could be the story of the day. The other guy at the other end, he scored a total whopping 13 runs and he's into his fourth innings in this series. And he is the captain. It is.
We gotta poke, take a good hard look, it's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope, it's Ollie Pope, take a hard look at Ollie Pope.
blatantly clear how captaincy has affected him. He got 57, 121 and 51 and 10 against the West Indies, and he's got 6, 6 and 1 as a captain. You can be unfortunate.
I think it's a little early to conclude that's necessarily causality.
Yeah.
We can't write him off yet.
No, of course not. Of course, the English press have jumped on it as a story. It's defended up to mid-on. There's no run.
They should be jumping on him for terrible reviews at this point, rather than his scoring.
Yeah.
Well,
although we love the terrible reviews. Let's face it.
That one yesterday was a joke. He got done by his slips.
That's one of the problems of having 4 slips. When they all go up, it's quite compelling. You can't really argue against 4 slips.
But the bowler should have said no, he was nowhere near it. The bowler has the best view.
Even the keeper didn't want to argue against the 4 slips.
Well, yeah, the keeper didn't go up. That was a weird thing. Lahiro's over the wicket to Ollie Pope. He gets an inside edge onto his pads, and there's no run. I see our very own Gary is saying that Pope's not been in form all season. I don't know what his first-class stats are this season. Probably hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket because he's been in the England side, because that's generally what happens. But has looked a bit skittish. I'm not sure that's true. He's looked skittish for the last 2 or 3 years, especially when he starts. He's not a great starter, I don't think, Pope. He always looks a little bit nervous.
Was Pope the natural successor? Was he the only one who could be captain? Who else was putting their hand up for captain?
Well, you could have gone back to Root, I suppose, but now that's cut him in half. Ooh. And there's an appeal for caught behind.
Appeal.
Blind Joel says no.
And that one was definitely close. It wasn't fresh air between the bat and the ball.
No, it's one of those ones that you, as a bowler and a fielding side, you often think, he must have got something on that. He's caught. But no one actually knows.
It's because it went straight through him rather than outside edge. They haven't reviewed it.
So having done a massive appeal and convinced that it's definitely out and not been given out, they've decided, maybe it wasn't.
Well, it's very similar to the first wicket they took yesterday that we all thought was not out.
Yeah. It definitely was. Let's have a look here on the close-up on the replay. Oh, it could have been,
it looks like he's edged it onto his pads.
It does.
I reckon that's out.
I reckon so, mate. It could be an optical illusion. From this angle, from that angle, it looks like he missed it completely.
It does, yeah. We'll get the snicko in a minute, won't we?
I hope so.
I mean, the bowler was so convinced that he ran off and did a celebra appeal. He wasn't even really appealing to the umpire.
Let's have a look. Ultra Edge says no.
Nothing.
Oh, no, it's pad.
That's the pan.
Pad. Ultra Edge says nothing, so
yeah.
Good decision from the captain.
Indeed. The hero in. Down the track comes Ollie Pope. Drills it up to mid-on, but straight at the man, and there ain't no run, and that's the end of the first over today. 26 for 1, just a single scored off it.
I was just looking at Pope's figures for this year, and he did really well in the Test series, first Test series, and then he's got 12, 4, 10, 0, and 9 during 100. So I suggest he shouldn't play the 100. It's not a good idea.
Yeah.
We've got lots of people with us on YouTube. Muttley says, Wolf, morning primates, love and sausages, too tired and sleepy to do any food porn today. Jonathan Shawland from the land of the long white cloud says, good evening all. Ben McCormack says, morning all. Kieran Roseblade, morning all. Naman Suthar says, hey lads, afternoon. Richard Turner Music says, good morning. Sorry I got carried away on Blue Sky last night. Cider may have been involved. Yes, I recall you fantasising about having an imaginary son, Josh Turner, who was a very fast bowler. And Mayank says, good morning all.
Morning, Mayank. Morning to you all. Duckett will face up. Ratnayakar is going to bowl the second over, and he has a jingle. It goes a bit like this.
Hello, Mr. Milan, Ratnayakar will teach us the world of cricket from Sri Lanka. Not a superpower, but maybe one day they will be.
And he's going to come into bowl to Duckett. He works that into the leg side, out to mid wicket, and there is no run. Duckett in a Duckett way has batted pretty well this series, but of course the way he bats, he often gets himself out when he probably should go on and get big scores. Gave it away in the first innings with a preposterous reverse slog sweep straight down Deep Point's throat.
But that's Duckett, isn't it?
Yeah, it is Duckett. You know, if he gets 40 every time, I guess you can't really complain. But it does get a bit annoying. Second ball is cut hard, but straight at cover, and there is no run.
They're already looking to score, I think, aren't they? Definitely getting bat on ball. There's not too much of the leaving the ball on
Well,
the way through.
yeah, Duckett never leaves much. He leaves about 2% of deliveries, I think, or something stupid like that. Likes to feel bat on ball. It's going to be interesting to see how he goes in the Ashes in 2025. Well, Dan Lawrence was not happy about getting given out yesterday. He was convinced he didn't hit it. It was difficult to see, to be fair, on the snicker. There was a sharp line, but I just noticed actually the one that flicked Pope's pads just now put up a little sharp spike that looked like bat, but it was clearly the pad.
There was a bit of pad in the one yesterday too.
Yeah, there was. It was difficult to distinguish between the two. That one is cut, and this time he misses the field. I'm not sure it's got enough to get out to the boundary, but he will get back for an easy 2, Duckett. And that being the case, and it not being massively obvious, the umpire had given him not out, which is why I think it should have remained on the field if it was inconclusive.
Benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and all that.
Yeah, but really, I mean, how can you shake your head? I never hit it. They never know when they hit it, really.
Well, yeah, that is true.
I think
Not
that's
necessarily.
Yeah, very true. Well, he's gone out his little notebook and he's having a cup of coffee. Matt Naika is around the wicket to Duckett, who guides that but straight at gully into the ground, and there is no run. He's 18 off 30. Pope is 2 off 10. England are 28 for 1. A lead of 259.
So by all reports of the ground, it's colder than yesterday, a little bit blustery. One of those days where it's not quite as comfortable to be sitting in the stand. You need a blankie around your
Well,
shoulders.
yeah, but I suppose that there's sort of hot, warm, humid weather coming up from Europe, so it's supposed to warm up as the day goes on. I'm not sure it's going to get sunny, but it is going to get warmer.
Currently 18.4.
Yeah, around the wicket. By the end of the day, it should be about 24, they reckon. Defended by Duckett. There is no run.
So compared with what we saw in Old Trafford, where people were wearing puffer jackets on top of puffer jackets, it's quite mild.
Yeah.
It was very cold in Manchester. It was about 14 or 15 degrees, and consider it's bloody August. Jesus.
So I'm keen to see Fernando bowl because, he was the pick of the bowlers.
Yeah,
Pick of the pick.
looks to bowl it a little bit fuller, didn't he, and try and get something. That's defended by Duckett. Square again. Cover will come across. There's a gap at point. Gets himself a single and steals the strike. He will retain it, 29 for 1. Over to you, Messi.
I hope I'm coming through okay. I'm getting really chunky feed out of Zoom today.
You're coming
including
through
your sound,
orally. You're
so
coming
I
through
hope I'm
fine.
coming through all right. It's worth mentioning too that there's £121 to be won in the GPL,
Yes.
which is the Gorilla Prediction League. Mog says, ladies, gentlemen, etc., etc. Morning, Mog. Well, evening in your case.
Good evening, Mog.
You can probably just shout across the suburbs to get hold of Cat. YY Pom, whose blue sky name is Turku Kaveri. I don't know who Turku Kaveri is. Says, morning all, sat at Heathrow bored, waiting for a later flight to Helsinki to take up a new job in Finland. My God, you get around, David. You used to be in Australia, then you went to South Africa, now you're off to Finland.
Oh, you can do some
And
snowboarding in the winter.
Well, you've got a flat in Yorkshire.
Well, yeah, defended,
Wow.
back to the bowler, and there's no run. Finland, it'll be dark. Ooh, winter. Bloody cold. I guess, where's he going? Helsinki. I suppose that's kind of southern Finland, though, not maybe as bad as north.
Well, yeah.
The only time I went
It's
to
not a
Finland...
great time of year to be going there.
No, I went to Finland in March, snowboarding. it was in the Arctic Circle, and at night it was -30. And that's clipped into the leg side down to long leg. They'll get for 1. You can come back for 2. They are indeed. Good running. It's all the Northern Lights though, which is good. But weirdly, -30 when it's a really dry cold, because it's so dry when it gets that. Doesn't feel like -5 in England when it's really wet and horrible.
And the wind is whistling through every layer
exactly.
of clothing. Yeah.
But we did the classic.
We've had a lot of southern lights in Australia. I haven't seen them myself, but there's been more lights than usual of that kind.
Yeah. It's the end of times, Cat, that's what it's signaling.
Yeah.
Drink some more of that wine, you'll be fine.
Yep.
Yes, the average.
Uh,
January temperature in Helsinki is -7.
Oh dear, right, that's cut by Duckett out towards the boundary. Lahiri fields it rather poorly. They might get back for 3, they do. No, it wasn't Lahiri out there, was it? I think it was Chandimal.
I think it was a bit of a comedy of errors. He misfields, and then luckily the ball ran parallel to the boundary instead of trickling over it.
Yeah. Oh, it might be Karunaratne out there. I don't think that's Chandimal, is it? Yeah, he didn't even get his hands on it, did it? It came off his ample stomach and ran along the, as you say, parallel to the boundary route. Pope is going to face up. Just needs 4 more runs to equal his highest score of the series. He faces up to Lahiri. Oh, comes down the track. Maybe a bit of inside edge onto pad, and there's no run.
I think it's hit his leg more than any other bit of him, including his kit.
Yeah.
So he's doing pretty well. It's leg before everything at the moment. Luckily not leg before wicket.
Yeah, clearly, yeah. It might have been even in the mid-wrist areas. He takes a little down. I think he should try and bat himself out of this funk. I don't think there's any point in... I mean, for the good of the team, I don't think it really matters whether he gets 2 or 50, to be honest. For his personal sanity, I imagine a score would help. But Pope faces up. Kamara is in. Kamara, sorry. And it's defended back to him. There is no run.
Certainly Duckett is looking a lot more comfortable than Pope at the moment. So we'll see what happens. But certainly he's only got 2 at the moment. Two runs so far on the board.
Yeah, when he got out in the first innings, he didn't really go far enough across. It was a shot he could have played, but his feet were rather planted and he was pulling the bat round rather than getting inside it. Trying to get on top of it. Ended up spooning it up. The ball was there for that shot. He just got it wrong.
And it's Kamara who has the 1 wicket so far for the innings.
Indeed, and he's bowling the last ball of this over the wicket now. And that's a nice shot. Is there a fielder? There is. He does get across to field it. That's good fielding. And they will get back for 2 though. And that ends the 10th over. 36 for 1. Messi.
Well, Mog, who's still smarting from the comments that Cat made about his jingle yesterday, the Babushka one, says, hello, Cat. Which jingles are you going to excoriate today?
As many as I can hear. Unfortunately, I can't hear very many of them.
Naman Suthar says, did Joe Root overcome the legacy of Sir Alistair Cook? Well, I'm not sure it was a legacy. It was a shared. He's equal with him on centuries. And although they're equal, I do sort of add value to openers' centuries above number 3 or 4 centuries, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, he is...
although I love watching Joe Root, where I never loved watching Alistair Cook much, I'd still say that they're probably more valuable overall.
Well, yeah, I mean, Cook, as that one is into Duckett's pads, but he can't be mid-wicket and there's no run. Alistair Cook is the highest opener with the most runs, isn't he, on that list? And he is, 5th of all time? It's not bad going. That is a class act.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right. I mean, his average was 45, I think, Cook's, and Roots is over 50 just. And Root's played 40 less matches, I think, than Alistair Cook, and he's only about 170 or 160 runs behind him now in all-time runs. Flashed at by Duckett, didn't move his feet, could have quite easily got an edge, but didn't. It's through to the keeper and ain't no run.
Surely the centuries of the guy who's still playing are way more valuable than the guy who's no longer playing. I mean, honestly, the Alistair Cook centuries can't do much in this match.
Well, no, but the ones that they made.
You suggested that Tendulkar's centuries
You're
were
being
shit.
contrarian, Cat.
Tendulkar's centuries are worth absolutely nothing using this mentality. The only centuries worth anything are the ones by Mendes and Root. And possibly Pope.
Well, Ollie out. Not Ollie
Atkinson.
Out. No, Ollie Atkinson's. Yeah, he got a century. That was worth something. Well, Duckett is out via a bit of ping pong from Gully to third slip. He slashed at one wide of his off stump. It went airily to Gully, who was it Angelo Matthews at Gully who palmed it beautifully straight into the path of a running round third slip, second slip. He drove it on
It
the
was
out.
done so beautifully. It was almost looked deliberate. It was really terrific. And Matthews was the one who cleaned up. I'm not sure who it was who did the parry.
Can't see. But yeah, there are only two slips, so there might be only one slip. So Duckett has to go yet again. Gets a start, doesn't carry on. Mind you, especially with start again this morning, hadn't been out there that long. We all have ups and downs, and we have to say goodbye to Duckett.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And just as I said before, that, of course, the centuries by Root are a lot more valuable, particularly because he's now going to come out into the middle.
Well, yeah, I mean, he could overtake. I think he's got Sangakkara and Alistair Cook are next to in his sights on that list, aren't they? And then he would move into fourth place, and both of them are within 300 or 400 runs. The next one is within less than 200. He could quite easily overtake someone again this summer. We should give him a jingle to bring him out.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Spectacular jingle. The best jingle I've ever heard.
There you go, Mog. Feeling good about yourself now? Yeah, 12,274 runs. Joe Root has got 145 matches, average of 50.75. Pretty good going. Has batted very well this summer. Another great year for Joe Root. And he will face up to Ratnayaka, who
Looks like we've got a slip and two gullies, have we? Is that what we got?
probably it's Joe Root, isn't it? He likes to just dab it down through that space. If you can cut that shot off, he has to do something else. First ball shakes away a little bit, plays inside the line, it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. 36 for 2, England. Yeah, it was just the one slip. Who was it who palmed it off? I still can't see who it was who palmed it off.
No, he's getting no credit either, of course,
No.
because...
The camera moves instead of being able to allow me to actually
I
read
cannot
it.
read that while the camera's moving. Good effort. Jolly good
It
effort.
was a very good effort. Went quite quick. Ratnayaka is in, and Root just shimmies down the track, works it into the leg side. Wow, they're going to come back for 2. That is good running.
Very good running.
England clearly looking to get on with it. Lee moves to 269. 1 ball left in the 11th over.
So most people who are listening and watching, I guess you're in all sorts of time zones, but some of you will have just had your breakfast. So send in a little message so that Messi can read out what you've had for breakfast.
Well, we've had, have you done Twitter? We have William Francis, who's in the Cagliari Botanic Gardens, where it's pleasant 31 degrees. I presume that's Italy. That's guided by Root into that area where the 2 gullies are, and he can't beat one of them. And there is no run. Ends the 11th over, 38 for 2.
Yes, Warren says morning all on Twitter. And both sides of the Tweed, which is Dr. W.E. Bulmer, says Saturday afternoon all set. Sunshine in a blue sky, beer in the fridge, an interesting book to dip in and out of as the mood strikes me, and Guerrilla Cricket's England versus Sri Lanka commentary providing the soundtrack. I am in some ways a remarkably easy man to please.
Well, that's
Well,
nice.
that sounds an excellent Saturday setup for you. Mog says it's probably a good thing you can't hear most of his jingles, Kat, although he does say it's too late to suck up now.
Oh no, I've already burnt my bridges.
Your mother
here.
used to call you Catherine?
Lahiru is in to Pope, who defends out to cover, and there is no run. Probably when she was admonishing you, yes? Catherine?
Yeah, I do still get Catherine some of the time. I'm fine with it. Catherine's fine.
Oh, we have a
See,
super
actually,
chat
the one
from
that I
Brian
don't
in
like, if you
Brisbane.
really want to know what I don't like Kath very much.
Oh.
No.
As in C-A-T-H. That's one that I go, ugh, no thanks.
Yes. Yeah, I get that.
So Mog, you can call me Kath as payback.
Pope facing up. Lahiru is in. He gets behind that, defends it, ups a bit off. And there
We
is
have
no
a
run.
super chat, Bear.
Oh, I can play a jingle for that one, can't I? One of these.
We got
YouTube Prime Super Chat. No shipping unlike the bucket hat.
It's from Brian in Brisbane, who sent us $5 It says, morning all, I'm out messing around in our fanny, that's the motorhome, as we prepare for some time away. I reckon the match will be over by lunch tomorrow. Thank you so much, Brian. You are one of the most generous people ever.
Indeed. I have beers in the fridge to prove it. That's defended out into the covers, and there is no run.
So where are most of the socials coming from, Messi? Are they still on Twitter or are they mostly Blue Sky now?
Twitter and Blue Sky are about equal at the moment.
And YouTube, obviously.
Yes, YouTube is the most commonplace now, but Twitter's sort of fading away, I'm pleased to say, and Blue Sky is slowly building up. Although, as I say, that Dave Woods come on, I'll read that in a minute.
Lahiru is in, cut nicely. Oh, I don't know if that was in the air. I don't think it was. I think it was into the ground. It's gone through for the single anyway. It's hit the stumps, and they're going to come back for two. Pope is now his equal highest score of the series, 6.
I reckon that was in the air. I don't know. We'll see the replay in a moment, but
Do
it was
you?
low to the ground. Yeah.
I thought he hit it to the ground, and it was on the bounce. I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
He certainly
very
intended to. Dave Wood says, come on, Cat. Mog is in my top 3 of cricket jingle composers of all time. If the Bear hadn't done Dane Pete, he would make the top 2. Well, yeah, those criteria make
Who
one
is
wonder.
in the top 2 then?
Well, it looks like my solitary jingle, one of my solitary jingles, has made it into his top 2. That's great. That's good to know.
Yeah, I'm a bit sus of Dave now.
Lahiru comes in, 5th ball of the 12th over, bowling to Pope, who is now on his highest score of the series as he works it down a long leg, gets a single.
Yeah, that was a dreadful ball from Kamara, straying onto the leg, and all Pope had to do was really just guide it around the corner. I think Kamara's coming off. Next over, it'll be someone else.
It's only his 3rd over this morning. If I only gets another 2 or 3, and then they'll probably go to a seater. And then I wonder if they'll just stick on Jayasuriya at one end and bowl him for the rest of the session and rotate the others at the other end. Be interesting to see. Lahiru is in. Oh, Joe Root has edged that, and they've only got one slip, and it has gone perfectly where 2nd or 3rd slip may have been.
Oh.
And instead it's gone right between them all. It was a genuine edge and a genuine misdrive, but he's got 4 runs.
2 + 2 is our member.
Right into the gap. Woohoo.
Yeah, always good to be in a gap.
Yeah, Sri Lanka need a little bit more luck there, or another gully and another slip. That would do it too.
Yes, it certainly would. Martley says, Mog can make a cover jingle of the Muppet Show Cat Came Back as payback.
That would be remarkable payback because, you know, out of all the things in the world, Muppets are my least favourite things.
Oh, there you go. Although I think quite accurately, the Bear and Tony Bishop were compared to Stadler and Waldorf yesterday. And it's pretty spot on.
Pope, as we have a new overstarting Ratnaika. Pope lets that one through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Confidently left there by Pope, who looks like a batter now.
It suddenly does, doesn't he? He's going to get out now, Cat. Obviously.
I think he feels like, at least I didn't enter him through slip, so he probably feels like the dominant partner.
Rarely gets beaten. You've got to take your chances when you do, but if you don't have the fields in the right place, then it's a bit tough luck, isn't it? Now they've got a second slip in. Horse and Bolted comes to mind. Ratnaika is in. That one maybe keeps a little low, goes straight on, but Pope defends it up to mid-on. There's no run. He's got to remember he's a decent batsman, Pope.
These two might bat all day. We'll be commentating and it'll just be the same old. And Root drives another one.
Well, I wouldn't mind that. I'm taking bat till tea at a decent lick. Both get a couple of tons each. Or ton each, not a couple of tons each. That would be ridiculous by tea. But
was that an attempt by you to jinx it?
I hope
Kat?
not. Well, by Cat, yeah, not me.
Here we go.
Ratnaika, down the track comes Pope. Rush of blood to the head, but manages not to york himself as he jams his bat down on it. And there's no run.
Only just. I don't know if it would have gone on to hit anything important, but
I think it would have gone on to hit the stumps if he'd have missed it.
Yes, just really dug that out.
I love it when batter plays that sort of shot right off the bottom of the bat, and then they turn the bat over to look at the bottom as if to say, "You betrayed me there."
Yeah, rather than "you saved me there." Well, he looks to be getting on with it. Well, wants to get on with it. He has faced 21 balls with just his 7 runs as Pope. This one goes a bit off the seam as well, and Pope just jabs it out to the covers, and there's no run. That's what I mean. I think there is definitely stuff in this wicket for the bowlers. There's enough in it to encourage them, especially with the new ball. It's only after about 50, 60 overs, and even then, Sri Lanka were getting stuff to happen in the first dig. Lead.
Lots of polishing of the ball going on.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen any kind of swing really. But like you said, a bit of seam.
Yeah, which I think they'll prefer, to be honest. Seam is very much atmospheric dependent, whereas seam isn't. Defended by Pope, once again out to cover. And there is no run. One ball left in the 13th. Maybe England being very
Naman
circumspect.
Suthar is wondering why New Zealand don't play 4 or 5 test matches in a series. Like when was the last time Kane Williamson played a 5-match series? Goodness knows. It's all about money, Naman.
Yeah, very much. When it comes to New Zealand cricket, I read an article about this a few years ago, and the reason they do it in the way they do it is it's the only viable way for it to be profitable. That's defended into the leg side and there's no run. They make money out of white ball cricket, really. They don't really make money out of tests. They try to have tests, but they heavily load it with white ball stuff so that they can make it economically viable.
Are we due a change?
We are due a change. Kat, you're staying where you're taking over from me. I'm moving to where Messi Jez is. And Steve Jones is coming in via the interweb, so I shall let him in.
That's probably a good idea. Stephen Kelk says, greetings in passing from the vicarage. Ben McCormick says, the collapse is on. Still thinking England have enough runs on the board, mind. And Ashley Partridge says, good morning, everyone. England can win today. I think you're right there, Ashley. Welcome. And I will bugger off for a while. Morning, Steve.
Morning, Steve.
See you later, Messi. See you I think you're on next after this session.
I'm pretty much on all day as far as I can figure out. You're on mute, Steve.
Steve is coming in. We have 2 slips in now as Kamara bowls to Root and he leaves it alone. Where are you commentating from, Steve?
Steve, you're still on mute. You've got to turn the mute off. Bottom right hand corner, left hand corner. No, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Perfect, we can, yes.
Hi, Kat. How are you doing?
G'day there, Steve. Hello. So we've got Root on strike. Both Root and Pope have been batting a reasonable distance outside their crease, 20 centimetres or so, perhaps. Kamara comes in over the wicket and it's just pushed forward a point. They take a very lazy single. So where are you commentating from today, Steve?
I am in Spain today, down on the Mediterranean coast.
Oh, very nice.
Oh, how delightful.
If I look out the window to my right, I can see the Mediterranean, and if I look really, really carefully, I might even see Africa, but I can't. So.
Okay.
You'd need to put on a different pair of glasses. If you can put on the pair of glasses where you can see Africa, you're not going to be able to see the telly.
Yeah.
No, something like that. I'm just going to switch over my
So we've got Kamara bowling to Pope.
flow
He's
and
trying.
jiggery. So if I disappear, I will be back.
Okay.
You'll be back. We will take your word on that. Pope tries to give a bit of a hook to Kamara. Instead, he just again plays it into his body for about the 10th time today. It was a short ball. It was there for the. It was there for the pull or the hook, and instead, I think it's got it. Did it get him on the elbow?
Just below the elbow, but it's still painful.
Ouch. Oh, he's
Am I
got a
still with
funny
you?
bone going. You can tell, can't you? He's got the funny bone going by the way he's moving his fingers.
Yeah. Just until everything goes numb. He seems to be all right.
I think he might play better if everything's gone numb.
Those hurt, don't they?
Yeah. It's not quite got him on the elbow point, has it? It's got him just below it.
Ouch. What's the worst place you've ever been hit by a cricket ball, Steve?
Have a guess, Kat.
Yeah, I think every man's worst place is the same place.
The boring place. This next
It's
one
not when
again.
it does it. It's not boring when it hits you, Kat, I can promise.
So Pope is advancing down the pitch again to another short ball. Totally mistiming it, but at least he's having some fun with his footwork. He's getting some exercise in, some extra steps by doing this advancing down the pitch. You can't make contact, but it does something.
Wow. Ruti's trying to intimate that was a wide to the umpire. It was very, very short.
Yes, good idea, Root. You've got a long career ahead of you, Root, once you retire as an umpire. I can imagine Root as an umpire.
Oh, no way would I become an umpire after being a professional cricketer.
Another short ball. Good work, Kamara. This time he is on the pull and he gets it into the deep and a single is taken. Root is on 7, Pope on 8. The score is 47 for 2 after almost 14 overs bowled. One ball yet to come.
It's a very sedate batting performance by England, not their normal galloping 4.5 and over, is it?
No.
That's
think this is
right.
the
What
plan?
is the run rate here?
No, it's only marginally over 3.
Yeah.
Yes,
Not even
fantastic.
3.5,
So they've just
I don't think.
they've got Bazball in their pocket. They're just keeping their powder dry for the minute, right, Steve? They might pull out the Bazball any minute. And this one's swinging down leg side. Root can't make contact. I feel like, Steve, later in the day when they've got wickets in hand and they're having a bash, that's when the Bazball will be pulled out of their pocket, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, they will presumably, try and get to 350 runs ahead or something along those lines quite sedately, and then once they feel it's in the bag, they'll just... And they
what do we think is going to be a target score they're aiming for? 350, 400?
I think they'll be aiming for 450, maybe even 500 by tea. It's very grey and very dark in London.
Purplish looking sky.
Yeah, lights are on.
Hope
It's been nice weather there, isn't it, the last 2 days?
Yeah, it's been reasonably warm. I think it's going to clear up later. It's just started off good bowling conditions, to be fair.
So Rathnika's bowling outside off stump. It's driven down to mid-off. And his figures are pretty good today. 1 for 7 from 4 overs. Keeping
I
it very
thought that
tight.
ball that cut Popey in half in that first or second over, I thought, this is a sign of things to come today, but it doesn't seem to have carried on doing that, has it?
Was that Rathnaika? I think it was.
I think it was Rathnaika.
I thought it was
Holden.
Lahiri, wasn't it? I can't remember.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Maybe.
yeah, it might have been.
So Fernando hasn't had a bowl yet. Again, we have 2 slips, and again Rathnaika's off target. It's on the pads, turned around the corner. It's gone all the way through square, all the way out to the boundary. That's Pope's first boundary, I presume.
Yep.
I think round of applause for that.
He gets a jingle instead. And he's moved into double figures for the first time in this series.
Nice shot.
Well, very
Nice
nice.
harbour bridge there from the square leg umpire as well. Beautiful placement.
Yeah. Oh, most professional batters don't mind it there, do they?
The lead is 282. So we have Pope on strike, full of confidence after that boundary. He's on 12. This is a baller delivery, wrapping him on the pads. Big appeal from the bowler. And the umpire just immediately shakes the head, says, no.
Really?
On what grounds there, Steve?
I think this is worth a review, don't you?
Well, I'd have said so, unless you got an inside edge. I thought that was...
Come on, review. Here comes the signal. The cameraman's gone off the yes, the signal's in.
Only just. 1 second left.
Yeah.
I mean, the question is, did he get an inside edge? Because if not, that looked pretty plumb to me. I don't know what he was thinking of.
Yeah. Don't know why he would have turned it down, but it was a confident turn down on height, do you think?
I didn't think it was that short. I thought it was quite a full delivery.
Yeah.
It was really
He's got to
quite
go
full.
back up the slope.
Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, maybe
No,
height.
Maybe height, actually. I thought it hit the front pad, but it didn't. It missed the
It
front
certainly
pad.
hasn't got an edge on it. There's enough
Slightly no back.
fresh air there, and it's just grazed the front pad and hit the back of his leg, his thigh pad. And if Pope's concerned, they're concerned here, I think.
Well, I think he'll probably get away with an umpire's call on height.
On
then
height,
when he,
yeah.
I mean, even if it is hitting that, it's hitting.
It's in line, it's outside off, and it's missing
It was
the
missing.
wickets. Bouncing over leg stump.
Let us take our
So we
hats
were-
off to Mr. Rifle.
Yeah.
Very good decision there. Great decision.
Let me see if
And
one
we would have given it out. We
Wow.
would have fired him, wouldn't we?
I thought it hit him about shin high. That's why I couldn't understand why he hadn't given it out unless he got an inside edge.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It did. Well, it kind of did hit him on the shin first, and then it sort of kept travelling, and it was higher.
Did it go for 4?
Oh no, that's
good
interesting.
question.
Did they?
I think
I think the keeper
get
caught.
it in the end.
No, I think it just
No, it's
dissected
gone for
keeper
four
and
bites.
first slip. Actually, it was miles over the stumps in the end, wasn't it? Right.
Yeah, and missed by a long way. Although Pope was concerned. I
He
think
was.
I think he was concerned.
he certainly didn't want to get out for 12. or
Yeah,
whatever he's-
it did
yeah.
go for 4 leg buys, you know.
Went for 4
Yeah,
leg
4 leg
buys.
buys, yeah.
Oh, and this one again
Oh.
is down leg side, and the keeper can't quite get the line of these wild deliveries here from Rathnaika, who I would have, if I was captain, would not have been bowling this over, even though he almost got a wicket.
Yeah, they've only got 3 seam bowlers, haven't they? And the rest is Jaya Saria, basically.
Actually, he had got quite a way down the track, hadn't he? He's stepped
Yeah.
forward.
He's batting outside his crease and he
Yeah.
was forward.
Definitely worth a shout.
Definitely, yep. Proper bowling, fielding actions there.
And good appeal from the keeper, distracting everyone from the fact that he didn't quite get to the ball there. This next one, though, Pope's offering a very straight bat and defending this back down the pitch. And Rathnaika getting up to around 130, 135 sometimes kilometres an hour, whatever that is in miles, 80 something.
Yeah, it's only 80s, early 80s, yeah. Leeds creeping up towards 300. And Central England
286 the lead.
Yeah.
I think creeping's the right word there.
Yeah, it's very much creeping to over 32. I mean, Reed's
Albeit it
going,
was 8 off that over.
yeah. Well, there's still 1 ball to go.
Yes, what can they do? What can he do with this one ball? There's one slip in place. Again, it's
blimey.
down leg side. It's terrible bowling here from Rathnaika. Let's get someone else in for a minute. Give him a rest. Although, yeah, he has been pretty tight. Let's go to the social, Senbear.
Right. Well, Armchair Cricket Podcast says, whilst this test simmers nicely for England, Bangladesh have fought back in the middle session. I think Pakistan are 186 for 5 after tea. Is that day one? Babar Azam again, another middling score. And Dave Wood says his number one jingler is still Prikey, who hasn't made a jingle for us in about 11 years. But he has made some classics, as it were. Over on the old YouTubes, the tubes, England can win today's Asasi partridge. They could do. I don't think they'll declare, unless they bowl them out in the final session of the day. I think they'll declare around about tea. Michael Bedford says Pope needs to get some of the old papal infallibility into his batting. That would be good. Some divine intervention.
I'm not sure how religious he is, but presumably he is if his name's Pope.
Cricket.
A bit of spin coming on.
Already.
Here we go, Jaisaria. Replacing the wrong bowler, but whatever.
Whatever. we'll give him a jingle.
You tell
anyway.
him, Cat.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe they could have put, you know.
All against Spain, wicked sad he takes. Ignoring his skip faults, he's not that fat, you know.
He thinks that jingle's funny as well. He must like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he likes it.
Mine
We all
anyway.
like that jingle. So maybe Kamara's changing ends. Maybe he'll come on after this. His left arm around the wicket, and Rudy's watchful, and he turns it round to short mid-wicket. No run.
When will he go for the reverse sweep, do you think?
This ball, for sure.
You might not be too far wrong, Cap.
If he bowls it in the same place. Anyway, Jaisaria again around the wicket. Now this is outside off, couldn't possibly be reversed, and he pushes it to point for no run. So Root was 7 from 6, and then he's 7 from 7. Now he's 7 from 9. His strike rate is
Slacking off.
Yeah. Whereas Pope 12 from 33. Proper Test cricket. This one's flighted, taken on the full, squirted
shot.
through cover point. Beautiful shot. The sweeper comes in from the fence and they take a single. The score, 56 for 2. We've had 15 overs. Jaisaria is bowling the 16th. This is his first over of the innings.
He's had a lot of overs to bowl in these two tests.
This one a little bit flatter, certainly mixing it up. Pope swats it backward a point. It's fielded and there's no run. Pope's got just the most beautiful cherry right in the middle of his bat. Do you think he put that there before he even used the bat?
Just to help him locate the
Yeah,
middle
just
of the
To
bat.
remind him
rubbed
where
the
he should be,
ball.
what bit he should be
Yeah.
using, I think.
Yeah. Another flighted delivery taken on the full and driven to a wide mid-off. They scramble a single, and that is Pope off strike again.
I wonder if Jaisaria's body's a bit knackered. He's bowled probably about 100 overs in 2 tests so far.
Yep. The slip is watchful. Again, a flatted delivery on leg stump. And it's turned just a square, a scrambling single. They dive, and now Pope is covered in mud. And I think he's called for a new T-shirt.
No, he'll probably change that at lunch. That was a crazy run. I mean, it was hit with no power
Wow.
straight at the fielder. And they still managed to get
I
through.
think Root and Pope immediately going into the centre to have a little chat, as that's the end of Jaisaria's over. 58 for 2 after 16.
Oh, it's me. Social was quite quiet this morning, to be fair. Jay Grover says morning all. Cat's feed is proper lynching. I don't know what he means by that.
You're going to have to explain that now with an additional tweet or Blue Sky. What do you call them on Blue Sky?
Where are we? Someone
Post?
named them Blueies.
Bleats?
Blueies.
Bleats.
Blueies.
Blueies.
Which sounds very Australian to me. Bluey. Isn't there a TV show about Bluey in Australia?
There is a cult kids TV show called Bluey. I actually have never watched it. But apparently it is quite clever and worth a look on YouTube.
Didn't it end or something?
Oh, I think it's still going. It couldn't possibly have ended. It was very popular.
Oh, okay.
Is very popular. Anyway, finally, Fernando's come back on, taken my advice, Steve, and they've taken off those dreadful bowlers, Rathnayaka, and Fernando's coming in to get a wicket. Here he comes. He's bowling to Root. Root's on 9. There's a gully in place, but this one is pushed again, sort of backward of point gully position, and I think Fernando's going to take the wicket. What do you reckon, Steve?
Sorry, darling, I'm just reading some of the socials here. Sorry, what did you ask?
I was going to go, is it going to be Fernando who gets a breakthrough here?
Well, he'll probably serve up something better than Rathnayaka was delivering.
Yeah, Rathnayaka, he just needs a rest. We have a
Go put his feet up.
Yeah, an attacking ring field here, although there's only one. There's two fielders here behind square on the offside. Root pushes a ball to one of them, and there's no run.
They've both got that guided ball to the Manic Gully backward point. Spot on this morning, haven't they, Pope and Root?
Root's favourite position, but the Sri Lankans are onto him, and they've mostly put a fielder in the right place.
Ah. I've now realised why.
Interesting wide gully, isn't it? It's quite wide there. This one's back of a length outside off, straight through to the keeper. Was that a slower delivery? Not really, but it's beaten Root. I don't think he knew quite where that was going, Steve.
It was a lovely looking shot. Shame he didn't hit it, Brim. Look at that, everything was perfect. Straight back, full extension of the arms.
Just a little late on it, but it would have gone beautifully through the covers if he'd made contact.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sure he'll make contact for the next one. He's 9 from 14.
Or is he about a yard outside his crease at the moment?
Yeah. Fernando's got the measure of him. Again, another ball back of a length outside off. Pushed into the covers and no run. That was a bit quicker, 136 kilometres an hour. Feels like every second ball of Fernando is slower. Is that the way he works, Steve? I'm not sure.
I haven't seen him bowl enough to know, but seems to be his modus operandi in this over, didn't it?
This over anyway. Champagne corks popping in the Lord's stands there. This one's a bit shorter. Root using his footwork, advancing down the pitch, but really just pushing the ball into the ground onto the onside. No run.
Blimey, you're hearing is good cat.
Yeah, I can hear them popping.
Yeah, see, some old duffer got hit yesterday by a 6.
With the ball or with the cork?
With the ball. Well, probably a cork.
In the pavilion.
Yeah, it was a top edge 6 by Kamindu, I think, and it went over and hit some old boy who was just sitting behind the keeper.
Did he spill his champagne or not?
Probably. He had to be attended by medics.
Oh, really?
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Root is pushing a ball through point. It goes out just past the circle, and he gets a single, a slowly taken single, in tune with the rest of this innings so far. The slow warm-up in the morning.
Oh, right. So I've realised now that Turku Kaveri is Woi Woi Pom, who obviously names his handles wherever he moves in the world. He says, yeah, he's off, and Turku is in the southwest coast of Finland. So it's a lovely place. He's holding on to his flat in South Africa for those cold January, Feb, March months. And he has a house, not a flat, in York. He's exporting Mary the Mustang now. And is Mary the Mustang a horse? I presume it's a car. And if you have a Mustang, what year is it? Is it one of those ones with a stupid 5-litre engine? V8 that sounds like they should be really fun.
It might
to
be an
drive.
electric. You know, Mustang is now an electric car as well.
That is true.
Jayasuriya is coming in for his second over. He's bowling to Root. And there's one slip. This is flighted, taken on the full, spanked through square, all the way to the boundary. A beautiful boundary from Root.
2 + 2 is our man. 2 + 2 is our man.
He's having a problem landing the ball today, Jayasuriya, isn't it? That's about the 4th full toss.
Yeah. Yes, a lot of full tosses here. So I don't know. I don't think he would plan to do that quite that many, particularly to root. This one hits the ground and it's flatter. He's overcompensated. It's on the pads, and again another one turned through backward square for a single.
We have one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
From the GC Naked Fun, who says, wondering how many people fit inside Brian from Brisbane's Fanny.
And here we go with a bit of a sweep here from Pope. Awkwardly managed, but it is heading down fine, and the fielder has plenty of time to come around and scoop that up because it is going slowly into the outfield. They ran 2 there.
3, I think.
3.
They ran 3.
That's right.
They
It's
ran
back on
3.
strike.
Yeah.
It was Pope
Ran
who played the
3.
shot. Nice little paddle
Attempted
shot.
scoop, not very good. Little paddle. 3 is they'll be puffing after that. They haven't done that much running today yet, have they, Steve?
Not enough. But, he's got a dirty shirt to show for it, though, Popey.
This ball just defended into the off by Root.
Do you think they're trying and hit Jaisaru out the attack, put a lot of pressure on the seamers, get them knackered, and then they can score off everybody? Don't know, just a thought.
Well, it's a plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
Another sweep, this one in front of square, straight to the fielder.
Oh.
And they'll get a single here. And that is the end. No, not quite. 1 ball to come. 68 for 2. We're in the 18th over.
And
Hope's
lead
on
on
16.
299 as well.
Ooh,
exciting.
yes. Fantastic. Did anyone tell us what they had for breakfast? Come on, tell us what you had for
No
lunch
one
or
gave us their
dinner.
breakfast.
No,
I
they haven't
had-
had it yet. Coffee, probably.
Yeah, coffee.
This
I had
ball
yogurt.
sent through the... Another ball sent through the covers by Pope. A slow, lazy shot. Just another run. And that's the end. Jaisaru's second over for the innings. 69 for 2.
Coffee and toast is what I had for breakfast. Anything else? What have we got? Muttley says, Kat kept herself well, composed then. I was expecting her to choke on her drink. Yeah. My breakfast is on order from the bakery, says Muttley. And an apple.
That sounds promising. If you have to order it, it must be, a really
big
special
and good, yeah. Pirate Bradshaw says apple Danish pastry and coffee in Gorilla Mug. Nice. Which, of course, you get a Gorilla Mug if you become a patron at a certain level. And everyone should become patrons because we're having to move out of this flat. When I get an offer on it, it is up for sale, and I'm hoping to get one and be out of here by Christmas. In which case we will be looking for a new home, and a new home means a commercial space, and a commercial space means tying into a 2-year contract, and that also means more expense than we have here. Because it's been quite cheap being here with mortgage rates as they were, but now interest rates have gone up anyway. My daughter's going off to university, and I need money. And so I'm having to sell the flat. So we're having to move. What the hell?
So Fernando bustling in, and this ball has been sent into the
Goodbye.
outfield by Pope out
For
of the offside.
fuck's sake.
It was a wonderful plan. It was short and it was sailing into the outfield. It's been caught. That's the end of Pope.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, he's going to get this.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Another one bites the dust.
Wandering off, he's saying, fuck
I think
me.
that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust. I mean, that could have gone anywhere. It was pretty safe anywhere but straight to the fielder, which is where it was.
I reckon wherever he hit it, it was going to be caught. Just by the way he opened up the face and said, I'm going to put this in the sky.
Instead of stepping to off, if you just stepped inside the line, you could have just pulled that away down to fine leg, I would have thought.
At least he won't have to change his shirt because he's gone now. We'll have to change it if they come out to field later in the day. But he doesn't deserve a new shirt. He's only made 17. He's had a pretty scratchy kind of innings, but at least he's top scored for the season.
I wouldn't mind it here if England got bowled out for about a lead of 380, 400, which is only 80 odd runs away. A little
that'd be
collapse
good.
of route. It would give the rest of the day a possibility. The game will be over today. What I'm going to get in there, Turku Kaveri, which is War Boy Pom, also known as Josie Oak, tells it's a 2020 Mustang GT, proper Mustang with a 5-litre engine. That's what I like to hear.
Oh,
It's not an electric by the sound.
it's a
Throbbing, yes. Exporting to the UK as an expat, returning to the UK, so no import duty. That's quite handy. Is it a left hooker or a right hooker? Do they drive on the right hand side or left hand side of the road in South Africa?
same as us, isn't it? I think.
Oh well, yeah. There's a lot of African countries do. Yeah, certainly Kenya does.
A bit like the Aussies.
Yeah, colonies, ex-colonies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, left-hand side, perfect.
Unlike here in Spain, where it's all the wrong way round.
Are you driving there in Spain? Do you have to negotiate the right-hand side of the road?
We are, but on the basis that my wife and my daughter both drive and they've been here a lot longer than I'm actually not insured on the hire car, so I'm being Ubered by my daughter all over the place to all the restaurants, the bars. Fantastic.
And it means there's
nothing better.
Nothing to stop you from drinking as much as you like then either.
Absolutely right.
That is good news.
And actually they suggested it. This is why pay 150 quid to insure me on the car? We're quite happy to drive you. I was quite happy to say and spend it on red wine. So
absolutely. Well,
a good deal.
The next batter in is this guy.
So we have been seeing a lot of replays of that insanely awkward shot from Pope. Anyway, the lead is 300. There's a positive there for England. There's a lot of positives here for England, really. They're well and truly in command of this match, even though their captain has just gone out. Well, that just brings the good batters closer. And it's going to be Brooke for the minute, and then I think we have there's only a couple, and then we get Gus Atkinson again, which is what I'm looking forward to.
The centurion maker.
Yep. Fernando's coming in. Fernando 1 for 13, got the breakthrough, as I knew he would. He's bowling to Brooke, it's short, and he's immediately pulling it through mid-wicket and getting off the mark. No? Did he run?
I think he did. Yeah, just the one.
They did run. It's just a bit slow getting clocked in.
I don't want to put the old commentator's curse on these two, but Rooty and Brooke actually partner each other quite well. Certainly this summer, anyway.
They could be batting for the rest of the day, or at least until the declaration comes.
I think we said that about Pope and Root, didn't we?
Yeah, but we didn't believe it for Pope. We kind of believe it for these two. Root is stepping across his stumps and again pulling a ball through square, but fielder there and there's no run.
They've got quite a funky field here, haven't they? They've got a shortish square leg, a square leg just behind square is virtually only about 2 yards to the right of the guy there, but deeper. And long leg, presumably there's someone out deep mid wicket as well. Clearly, short stuff is the order of the day.
It's taken a wicket there, so
yeah.
Yeah, Fernando could be bowling short again. He is, but the ball doesn't really get up almost past hip height. Then again, it's pulled out through square. Another single taken by Root.
Well, I can't imagine Brooke backing out and trying to pull it into the stands.
No.
He's been caught several times down a long leg, deep square leg in the last few tests.
Yeah, right hand around the wicket. I think you know what's going to come, don't you?
You certainly do.
Good plans here from Fernando. He's got his first wicket. He's in his 5th over. He's got figures of 1 for 15. His right arm around, and Brooks backing away, but it's still going well down the leg side.
Maybe just try and nudge it up over the keeper.
He looked at the umpire, tried to suggest it was a wide for height.
Yes.
Nothing given.
He could have been tempted there and he could have edged it easily. So I think I like this from Fernando.
Trying to slow the game down.
He's not getting much out of the pitch, though. It's not really bouncing that
He's not that quick either, is he?
No, he's not.
No. Another ball short, another ball pulled backward a square. And another single out towards the sweeper on the boundary.
It looked like they've got about 6 fielders in that half.
Yeah, it goes out to the guy in the deep, and there's like 3 fielders in shot.
We have some more breakfast frivolity. Michael Bedford is having the remains of last night's takeaway. Oof, what is that? Jay Grove is having beer. Go on, Jay. And Muttley says, on the plus side, that means at least 2 years of GC radio. That's true. If we do get a plus, if we do get a new place, we will be tied in for the next 2 years. George McPherson says, yet again, the top orders show their inconsistency. Very poor from them all. Yeah, a little bit. Mayak says, let's be honest, the right side of the road is the correct side to drive. The UK does it totally wrong. That's wrong, man. You're wrong.
Very, very wrong.
We do a change. We are due a change. We are doing a change. Steve, you're taking over on the old ball by ball. Yep. Messers, you're back on the
See
socials.
you later, guys.
See you in a little bit.
See you, Cat. Thanks.
See you later, Cat.
I'm back on the old summarising.
Should be on a drinks break now too.
I think they might have had it, but they're not having it.
I think it's too cool. Far too cool. Anyway, Jai Surya's first ball to Brook is just paddled away into the leg side. No chance of a run. That ball actually pitched in the right place, so well done. He's in again. He's ambled into the crease. Firm strike by Brook, who sends Joe Wood back as he was setting off for the single, but the ball went straight to the fielder at mid-on, so no chance of a run there.
Just looking at the social.
He feigned to throw and then didn't, and then did. If he'd have thrown it straight away, I think he might have got him.
Yeah, may well have done.
Yeah. Jai Surya, this is outside of stump. Brook marches down the track, punches this away through the covers, and that's gone all the way into the sponge stroke rope for one of these.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Lovely shot.
That was a really nice shot, wasn't it? Missed the fielders, picked the gap and hit it pretty hard. Didn't smash it, just really well timed.
Yeah, 2-3 strides down the track. That's going to mess with Jai Surya's length, isn't it? The left-hander ambles in again, and again he's met by Brook advancing down the track to him, pushes us away through mid-wicket, sliding stop in the mid, not in the deep. 1 run. Brook's quickly on to 7 off 7 balls. He's not hanging around.
These are the two you kind of think will find the gaps, work it around, and even if they're not hitting boundaries, moving along at a quick rate.
Root just punches this to a man who's coming from cover in a single stopping position. Curls his fingers around the ball. He just wanders past the umpire. And a lovely cover drive again from Mr. Root. The fielder in the deep just restricts them to the single. Moves England on to 78 for 3. We're watching here highlights of Ben Duckett being caught.
I'd say that's a low light, not a highlight.
Yeah, and Ollie Pope's step to leg and hoik. They caught out at deep cover point.
Well, at least you got into double figures today. Anything on socials, Messi, or have you frozen?
Sorry, I'm just looking at a map of which countries drive on the left, which is quite interesting. It's southern and southeast Africa and Asia.
Because the Japanese do as well, don't they?
Yes, they do indeed. Yeah. Michael Bedford said Sweden changed from left-hand to right-hand driving at midnight in 1967. Talk about organised.
Yeah, but I saw that, and there's a question that goes with that.
What day?
No. What the fuck did you all do with your left-hand drive cars when they switched over to right-hand drive all on midnight? Did you suddenly everyone's driving with their cars on the wrong side of the road, which is obviously really annoying, although it's not obviously impossible because I drive my left-hand hooker and my right-hand drive car in France all the time. But
Doesn't the story also go that was the first night ABBA had a TV special in Sweden? So of course everybody was in, and hence they started their rise to fame. Waits, and Fernando is in. He's pulled this away behind square on the leg, and diving fielder manages to prevent the batsman adding anything to the score. The lead is up to 309 still. Root's 18 off the 27 he's faced.
This is very frustrating for the batsman, isn't it? You basically got.
I have a question for you, Bear.
Yeah.
What would I want? What would I have to do if I wanted to win 121 quid?
You'd have to enter the GPL.
Oh.
Which means you
How
would
would that work?
Well, you'd have to go to our website and go to the competition tab, and then you would either sign up or log in.
This is again from Fernando around the wicket. The next side of Joe Root, he just sways away to the offside and lets that one go through to the wicket keeper.
You can see what Ollie Pope was actually trying to do, can't you? I mean, he was getting leg side of the ball because obviously all the fielders were there, so he was trying to find a gap on the offside. He just happened to pick out the fielder. But yeah, you would go to competitions, you would log in, and you would estimate how many runs are going to be scored in the entire day. And if you were correct on that estimation, you would win whatever is in the pot, which currently stands at 121 quid.
124 now.
124. And the more of you enter, the more it goes up.
The more it goes up. Fernando in again. Root has got hold of this one. He's pulled this fine this time when the man comes from a wideish, deep leg. Stops it rather clumsily, but he does manage to stop it. Restricts him just to the single. Root's moved on to 19. Harry Brook to face.
Well,
Seems to me that Sri Lanka's bowling's been pretty unimpressive most of the day.
It has. Again, England have given wickets away, really, haven't they?
Yeah.
Which I guess when you're essentially 310 for 3 is not not the end of the world, is it? I mean, they do want to score. This field is crazy. They've got long leg, deep mid wicket, sort of deep, sort of
3-6 field. Sorry.
Yeah.
This one is really wide of Brook down the leg side. He hasn't even got a chance of getting a bat on it. Just waves it through. Lets it go through to the Madishka, the wicket keeper.
I think he's given out as a wide, hasn't he? No, he hasn't, because Steele's leading 310.
No, I don't think they did.
Yeah, but they've got a deep long leg, they've got a deep square leg, they've got a sort of 2/3 cow almost, and then they've got a man behind square, sort of halfway square leg. They've got a square leg just in front of square and a mid wicket. It's a very odd field.
He charges in again. It's short and leg side pulled. The man at deep fine leg. Ambles through to add a single to the score. Is at the end of the over, the end of the 21st over. England 80 for 3. The lead is 311. Any messages, Messers?
Yeah, I don't know. Bear, did you see you've got an offer on the flat?
Yeah, I did. You can fuck off, Emirates. That's all I can say to that one.
Dave Wood's offering you £13, 7 beers, and a £20 Argos voucher for the flat.
Yeah.
Good on you, Dave.
Well, thanks for the
We
offer.
can only go up from there. Can't
Carefully declined.
and Waldo Palm says they drive on the left in South Africa, but it's no good having a left-hand drive in the UK. You can't get the tickets out or into the car park barrier machines. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass when you got that sort of shit going on. Farang says, greetings all. I hope you're on the better side of a frothy or a rum or both. We have 2 hands for a reason. Sri Lanka, well, not putting up the fight as they did in the first test. Pakistan are 6 for 210 odd. Babar failed again with 20 odd. Tigers on the verge of an historic away series win. Oh, that would be
Jaya
good.
Suriya's first ball of his next over is just pushed into the leg side by Harry Brook. It adds a single to his score.
That's quite interesting, isn't it? So is that? I didn't realise. Is that the second innings, Pakistan? Then?
No, it's first innings. They lost a day to rain. First day to rain.
This one's short, and Joe Root has rocked back onto his stumps and just flicked it away off his pads again behind square on the leg side. They've added a single to the score. Joe Root moves into the 20s of 30 balls. So cautious innings.
They're playing at Rawalpindi again. They're playing 2 tests at the same venue.
They often do in Pakistan.
Oh, okay.
I think it's it's costs as much as anything else, and crowds.
Next ball from Jaya Surya. Brook has marched down and almost yorked himself, manages to dig it out, punch it into the offside, no run. See again, this one's wider, and Brook has gone to pull this onto the leg side, top edged it, and it's been dropped in the deep.
Oh,
Not a very good bit of fielding at all. So I think Brook has just scored one run there, but that all round was not really very good cricket from batter or fielder.
I missed that. Let's have a look.
Yeah, watch it again. Very, very top edge. Big sweep from outside off stump. High, high, high. And the fielder never actually went into his hands. Actually, he should have taken that.
You should have very much taken that. Nasanko,
A life for Harry. He's added 2 to his score. He's gone to a repeat, but this one's much, much more successful. And that's gone straight to the ground for a max.
Oh, yeah.
that was quite gutsy, I reckon.
Certainly Harry Brook doesn't look like he wants to hang around, does he?
No, he doesn't. He's not going to die wandering today, is he?
Yeah, well, it's not as if his position's under threat or anything, so I think,
no.
Well, let's have some fun.
Gallops to 17 off 13. Surya coming in to complete his 4th over. And this is inside edged, I think. In 2, down towards fine leg. They add 1 to the score.
We have a super chat. Super chat.
Whew. Get on that jingle. Let's have this one.
Super chat. A super chat from a huge YouTube hero. They're awesome and smart and they're playing their part. Super chat, super chat, super chat.
And most appropriately, Disinterested Handjob, aka Mog, has sent us 10 Australian dollars. He says it's been minutes since I did one of these. Good on you, Mog.
Well, you got to hear your own jingle, Mog. There you go. What more can you? What more can you want?
Thank you very much, Mog.
Brown in Brisbane says, bloody shit EE signal in our fanny means I've missed loads of play. Gorilla Cricket Naked Fun Porn, but can we get 4 into our we can get 4 into our fanny, but usually just the 2 of us. Breakfast wise, I had to settle for toast due to idle wife. Oh, you're pushing
the luck there, mate. Yeah.
Anyway, Fernando has started his 7th over. He's continued this round the wicket attack, leg-side attack. Harry Brook has done what Popey tried to do, but much more successfully, and smacked it through covers for a 4.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Yeah, big yard-long stride to the leg and through the covers. Good shot.
It was a good shot. It was what Popey was trying, and he was more successful. Presumably it went in the air, but he just got it in front of the square instead of behind. He was about a yard and a half outside the leg stump. Yeah, I know. It's quite a crazy shot.
He's in again, and this time rocks over to the offside, tries to add his leg down to fine leg sort of area, misses it. It goes through to the keeper. Obviously got nowhere near the ball. It's a bit of a slower ball, that one, I think, wasn't it?
I don't think so. I don't think his pitch is particularly quick, and I don't think his seat is particularly quick either. He's sort of early 80s.
The fielder who dropped the ball is just practicing his catching. It's a bit late now.
Well, we all do that.
Always like wise after the event message.
Yeah. Whenever you duff your shot, you practice it again afterwards to see how it might have been.
Fernando in. This is actually at the body of Brook, and he's able just to sway across, pull it to the leg side. It's the nearer of the square legs that he kicks out. But they've jogged through for a single. The score's moved on to 96 for 3. Brook's moved on to 23 from his 17. The lead's 327. Quite blustery from that flag.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's not nice this weather in London today. Well, it certainly hasn't started out that nice.
Root prepares to face Fernando, passing by the game, just chops down on that, pulls it away again, finds that man just behind the square leg. This throw is not very good, and it's actually ended up giving England an overthrow. So 2 more for Root, moves on to 22.
Well, presumably they're trying to do this just to try and slow England down somehow. I mean, I don't know how they think they're really going to slow down England enough that this game would not be a result. Just trying to frustrate them, I guess. But they're still finding ways to get runs.
Well, Brooke certainly isn't.
Yeah. Motoring along.
Fernando, 2 more balls in this 7th over. Is still round the wicket, still short. Game pulled by Root, finds that man behind the square leg. Another run.
Well, interestingly,
99.
They decided running to that guy instead of just hitting it to him and saying no.
Yeah.
They've actually put pressure on him, aren't they? He's deep enough that if they just get it, so he has to move, there's enough time for them to get through for the quick single anyway. So
I think he's fumbled it twice anyway already. So.
yeah. Well, you put pressure on the man.
Yeah. What did Brooke do with this final ball of the 23rd over of England's second innings? Again, it's short. This was actually outside of stump, and he just guides it right down. Man from third round comes hurtling round, intercepts it, tumbles over the sponge, left ball behind. England add 3 to the score.
I'm not sure.
102 for 3. The lead's 3-3-3.
I'm not sure that.
Oh, another super chat.
Oh my God! Jingle crazy, jingle crazy. Hold on. Which one should go? This one.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Jay Grover sends us. Jay Grover, very generous, he sends us 10 quid. Says money for the eldest Cubs college fund, and thanking fuck she's not coming to Sheffield. I can walk the city centre without fear now.
You wouldn't have to fear my daughter anyway. Trust me.
Michael Bedford says,
thanks for the money, Jay.
Yeah. Michael Bedford says, why don't you raffle the flat? It's been done before. Yeah, that'll go real well. He also ripped off Brown in Brisbane, says, idle wife, every morning you greet me. Oh dear.
Yeah, several people have tried raffling flats. I mean, there is a maze, which I did enter and didn't win the £4.5 million house in Cornwall yesterday, which I was a bit gutted about, but hey ho, that's life. Some of them work, some of them don't, but you have to actually register it, don't you? You have to register as a business and do all the kind of crap that goes along with that.
Got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jaya Surya starts another over. Brooks just prodded it back to him, and Jaya Surya's hurled it back at the stumps. Brooks was nowhere near out of it, so.
England are fairly motoring along now. We come out with 27 this morning, 23.
Over 4 and over now.
Yeah.
Again, this is actually pitched well, and Brooke gives it a lot of respect. Just prods it back down. Track Jaya Surya fields off his own bowling. Another dot.
Oh.
This one's slightly shorter. Enables Brooke to get onto the back foot and just punch it away through. Covered man at the deep cover boundary, steps in, keeps it to just another single.
Oh, Boyo Pom sent us a photo of his Mustang, bright red Mustang, who's called Mary.
Wow. As they all should be, of course.
Oh, looks nice, man. Can I have a go?
This one is swept by Joe Root down to fine leg. A wideish fine leg. Another single to the score. Sorry, Bear.
Well, I was saying, if you're actually leaving it in England and you're going to be in Finland, I'll look after it while it's in Finland. Keep it running, Just drop it down to me in London. I'll have fun with it.
Oh, God. Yeah,
Doesn't mean you've got to wash and polish it, Bear.
Well, I can do that.
Jaya Surya in again. Brooke just defends it back into the offside.
I could put a Gorilla Cricket sticker on the side.
I think we'd rather you didn't actually.
Jaya Surya in again. Good length ball, and Brooke again just prods it back down the track. Jaya Surya picks it up. That is the end of the 24th over. Any messages, Messi?
Yeah, Richard Peel says, I've just ordered my breakfast on the way to my 20-over game. Pork roll, egg and cheese on a sesame bagel. Delicious. That sounds excellent. Pirate Bedshall says, the Bears version of Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Mog says, so when is Harry Brook taking over as captain? And Muttley says, his breakfast is baguette, sausage roll, drink, crisp, flapjack, and a sourdough seeded loaf for tomorrow's food porn. That sounds pretty good, Muttley. Geez, that's a lot of food for breakfast.
It's supposed to be the biggest meal of the day, isn't it, in real terms? And eat less as the day goes on.
I don't normally do breakfast.
Yeah, I'm pretty much the same.
Yogurt and a cup of tea for me this morning.
Coffee. Coffee is all I need.
Always tea for me. Anyway, Fernando is actually going over the wicket for the soap. It's a new line. Root, again, it's still short, but Root just misses out on getting bat on it, goes through to the keeper. Marcus de Scofford looking very cool on the balcony.
I don't think he's moved in 3 days, is it?
Yeah. Collingwood actually using the binoculars. I don't know what he was looking at, but hey. The lead has crept up to 3-3-5. It's galloped a bit since Brook came in. Fernando in again, over the wicket, again pulled. The man at wideish fine leg just jogs off to his left to field it. Again, another single added to the score.
Yeah, they've been scoring a run of ball since Brook came in.
In the main singles as well.
Yeah. Well, apart from the 2 4s and 6.
Apart from those, yeah. The ex-England manager, football manager in the ground. Fernando, he's reverted to round the wicket. This one is a really slow but barely gets up. Brooks looking at the wicketkeeper. The umpire's wondering what the hell that was about. But anyway, the ball about third bounce gets through to the wicketkeeper.
That guy he's speaking to looks quite familiar as well.
Yeah, Gareth Southgate. I don't know who he is actually.
Yeah, you can bet the people who've got the freebies are the ones on at least $500,000 a year.
Why aren't I on $500,000 a year?
Fernando in again. Brook again steps away to the leg side. Oh, goes past his chest. He's not able to get bat on it. Again, it's about 2 or 3 bounces through to the wicketkeeper. Another dot ball.
Another super chat from Brian in Brisbane.
Oh,
they're gonna have
Brian.
YouTube comments were not getting a mention. Too many lonely folks needing some attention. You post your super chat and then you pay the price. These things we read for cash. These things we read for cash.
Which we'll get
That's
after
a
this.
great jingle.
That
is.
in again. That must be quite close to a wide. It was so far down the leg side. Brook had no chance of laying bat on that. Don't think it was given. It's a dot ball.
So Brown said there's another $5 He says, I've no fear of my wife on this show. Whenever she sees me watching Gorilla Cricket, she comments, do that lot ever say anything serious? we try to avoid
nailed in one.
We're here to have fun. Let's face it.
Serious? Who's got serious? Go to TMS for that. Fernando coming in to complete his 8th over. He's reverted to over the wicket. Brook has had a swat at this. The wicketkeeper's gone up with an appeal. Rifle's looking at his colleague.
Not a very serious appeal.
To have a look at it. I don't think giving us a no ball. After all that.
It was a third ball over shoulder height or whatever for the over.
Oh, yeah.
I like Farong.
Jake?
Well, I was going to say I like Farong's comment on Blue Sky, insanity comment. Premier League starts soon. Arsenal versus Brighton. I didn't realise this Sterling's week. 100 grand's been paid by Arsenal, and the rest of it's been still paid by Chelsea.
Really?
It's crazy.
Oh dear.
100 grand. So he's getting 325 grand a week.
Well, that's what his wage was at Chelsea, but he's one of the most expensive players they got, the most well-numerated players they've got. So they want to
signed him when he was an
So I
England
mean, I guess
international,
that's saving him a few mil a year in wages, you know. But
Fernando
It's fucked.
replays this the no ball, and Harry Brook is just
Wow.
roping through mid-off beautifully for one of these.
I thought it was a free hit for a minute, but no, it wasn't.
That went like a tracer bullet.
That was glorious.
And it was a
Lovely
little.
shot. Bit uppish, but it was a very good shot.
By the way, Jay Grover clarifies, Bear, I don't fear your daughter. I fear my misplaced sense of responsibility.
It's okay, Jay. You don't have any responsibility towards my daughter. My daughter might fear you. I fear.
In an unusual move, Mog has gone all caps. He says, what the fuck makes a soccer player of all people worth that much fucking money? Very, very good question.
Very good question. That's essentially 1.2 mil a month.
Yeah.
And that's usually they get paid. That's in the bank, isn't it? They usually have deals where that's after tax as well.
Oh, that's
Certainly do in other countries. I don't know if it's the same here.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Actually, Harry Brook worked for that overhyped Noble, didn't he? Really chatting away to the umpires. Anyway, Jaya Sarir is back in, and Root has decided to join in the fun. Has lofted that over mid-on and all the way to the sponge.
Woohoo!
2 + 2 is a member. 2 + 2 is a member.
Well,
All
yeah.
this excitement. We haven't kept you updated on the scoring, and have now progressed to 114 for 3.
And a lead of 345. I mean, this is it. They've probably got enough in the bank now. And they've got 7 wickets in hand. They might as well just crack on.
It's a bit bottom of the bat, that one.
Yeah, it
Joe.
was. It wasn't a great shot.
Mm.
Root's not the most powerful man, doesn't he? He doesn't hit a lot of
No.
sixes.
Got quite good levers, I think, hasn't he? This one is outside of stump. Root just rocks onto the back foot. Doesn't time with it at all. The ball dribbles into the covers and it's fielded. Dot ball. You see it in again. And this is stroked nicely to the man at mid-off, but no chance of a run. A bit too quickly. 50-mile-an-hour ball.
I presume we get some fireworks from Jamie Smith then when he comes out next. I'd quite like to see that.
Just,
Oh, that's a shot.
We're getting them from Joe Root now. This one is just hoisted back over the bowler's head, all the way to the boundary.
Jarrah is getting some tap, and this is good from England, because if they do have to rely on the seamers and they can't just stick Jarrah on at one end without him leaking shed loads of runs, it's going to be good for England. Bad for Sri Lanka.
Pretty messy for Sri Lanka, I think.
Yeah, I think it is. It's certainly looking that way.
You think they might declare before lunch? To
No, I think they're going to get at least 450 if they can.
Yeah. And that's beautifully forward defended by Joe Root.
I think they'll aim for a half-hour session of bowling before tea.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
They might come out for an hour before tea. You never know. I mean, an hour's only, 14 overs. It's only an opening spell, isn't it, or something. And they've got 4 fairly useful
Jaya
seamers.
Sear drops this one short, and Root just punches the way into the deep cover. Fielder strolls round, and the batsman jogs through for 2 more runs. England up to 120 for 3. The league goes past 350, 351. Says anything?
So, yes, a few explanations to Mog. Muttley says it's because people are willing to pay for tickets and merch. M says they'll sell tickets and shirts. Jay Grover says I blame shitty Copper. M says Sterling will always be a snake in the grass. When he left Liverpool to Manchester City, filthy dollar grabber. Now he's played 4 teams in the Premier League and he's only 29. Is that a record?
No.
No.
And Muttley says I read somewhere that pro rata IPL top players get paid more than top footballers. But they only get paid that for the period they're in the IPL.
Yeah.
Footballers get paid year round.
Week in, week out. Week in, week out.
And
The
American
partnership's gone to
footballers-
51. Are we swapped?
We are due to have a
change.
change. Cat is back, or should be back.
Yeah.
Messi and me are off. Now, you're going to be jingleless because I've literally got this session and one other session off the entire day. So I will be hovering around. If a wicket comes, I might play a wicket jingle, but I don't think I'm just going to sit here and play 4 jingles.
Fair enough.
So, sorry, people out there.
No problem.
We are
Mr.
very
Falk,
short
how the devil are
staffed.
you?
Very good, thank you. Hello, how are you, Steve?
Yeah, nice to see you again. Long time.
Been a little while. Maybe the Ashes, actually. Can't remember. Hello, Kat, as well.
probably.
Yeah.
Hey there, Forthy.
Nice to
Hi,
see you.
Big Steve.
Yeah, if it
Hi there,
all
Kat.
breaks down, I'll just put my head out the window and shout across Burwood to you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. How far apart are you two?
About half a kilometre.
Oh, really?
Not far.
Not far
Yeah, we
at all.
probably should be in the same room commentating, but we're too lazy to organise that.
That's true. It's too cold. Hey, how you going, Steve? All good? I can see some. You're at home, obviously. Got some certificates on the wall.
I'm in Spain, down on the Mediterranean coast.
Okay, very good. Whereabouts in Spain?
It's a little place called Salabreña, quite small, very Spanish.
Is that a holiday home?
No, it's a friend's place which we're able to use regularly. The girls have been here for about 4.5 weeks. I've been here for about 2. So.
Oh, lovely.
So
Over to
next
Kat.
over, and it's a juicy half volley. And Brooke slices into this, a glorious lofted drive. And that's gone all the way for 4.
Ding, ding, I see Sang-Chi. Or something.
Are you doing your own jingles?
Yeah, we'll do our own jingles.
The producer's chair is empty, so we can't really jingle anything up at the minute.
Yeah, that's yeah, very good. What was I going to say? Can't remember.
That was
what I
almost shot of the day.
Yeah, it was-
Pope's shot to go out was probably the shot of the day.
It wasn't
Yes.
pretty, was it?
Mara
It's a
bustling
batting
in
practice.
again, and this ball is pushed into the covers for no run.
Really felt like catching practice. It was quite you get a throw down, you know. Okay, you guys, you go and stand over there about
Yeah.
50 yards. I'll
Yeah.
try and you see if you can catch this.
Well, Brooke tried it a bit later, and the guy dropped it. So.
Oh, yeah, that was a terrible drop. It could have
that
been
was
so
it.
much fun to have a few more wickets down.
Yeah. It ball went into his hands as well, so not good.
Popped in and popped out.
England do seem vulnerable to this strategy.
So Brooke facing up to Kamara, and he's advancing down the pitch and kind of backwards away from the ball, almost missed it by a length. But instead he's just spanking it into the covers, no run.
It almost feels like this is when baseball's at its worst because it's a slow pitch. You don't have to manufacture too much. England threw away the Lord's Test last year by trying to force the issue and tried to be too aggressive when they were 180 for 1. They didn't need to do anything at that point. They threw it away.
And Brooke's certainly getting on with it. I mean, he's 35 from 31, so he's doing okay. And so is Root. And this one's short, and it's down leg side, and it's just guided around the corner by Brooke. There's a wonderful save on the boundary. 2 hands diving and scooped up to the secondary fielder. And I think that was... who was that on the boundary there? Dimuth?
That is... Ooh, can't quite see.
Yeah, we
It's
can't
not
see them. All
showing,
these
is it?
bloody jerseys on, so we don't quite know who they are. Was it Mendes?
Let's say it was.
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
say
And he kept his feet in as well. So yeah, good stuff.
did a good job.
Scooped up to Dimuth, who managed to get it back in, and they've taken some runs in any case. It's still Brooke on strike. He's on 37 now. Facing up to Kamara over the wicket, and it's back of the length, defended back down the pitch.
He was
So
almost
sort
like...
of expressive forward defensive. You're not expecting it, are you? Really?
That's true. As he fielded that one, it was rather like a scrum half, gathering up the ball at the back of the scrum and throwing it back to the backs.
Yeah, that's true. It was a bit of a rugby move for sure.
He didn't pass it forward, did he?
That would be illegal, as we know.
Absolutely.
Away from the boundary, must be backwards.
Sometimes you wonder. I'll come back to it after this ball.
The Brook on strike. And another ball back of a length and defended. I really like Kamara's bowling here. He's quite good, and he's bowling at about 130 kilometres an hour. Doing okay. And that's the end of the over, 126 for 3.
Over to you, Steve.
In the spirit of a jingleless session, I don't have access to Twitter or Blue Post or whatever it's called, but I do have the YouTube feed. So
Yes,
will
I think
do
that's where
those.
most of the stuff goes through.
Absolutely, yeah. And at the moment, there's only one new message on there from M saying, I guess Craig Bellamy, anyway, this is not Gorilla Kick It, I'll shut up. Thank you.
Okay.
We couldn't agree more.
Indeed. I was going to
And
say,
that's
sometimes
up to date
I do
with that one.
I do sometimes wonder with ball codes, what would happen if there was no offside? But you need look no further than Aussie rules football to discover what the code looks like if there is no offside. And it's
much better, isn't it, Porthy? It's much better.
Wouldn't necessarily say better, can it?
I think
I don't even like AFL.
different is the word you're looking for, Kat.
A flatter ball here, Joe Soria coming around the wicket, and Root bats it away into the covers, no run.
For those unfamiliar with AFL, this is the exciting time of year when it's finals footy. So all the teams, the top teams play off against each other, and then there's a grand final in about a few weeks' time.
It's exciting because the cricket season's almost here.
Yes,
and
quite.
delicate little sweep down to fine, and they get a single. Root is 36 from 43, Brook 37 from 34. So this partnership getting up there.
When does the Aussie season start in Australia?
It starts around sort of March, April, the AFL season. Oh, so
cricket.
When's the start date?
Looking forward to it. Sometimes late September, mostly October. As Brooks dancing down the pitch and pushing a ball to cover. Roly-poly stop in short cover and no run.
So your guys will be back from their England tour on day tour by then, yeah?
Eventually. This next one's short, and it's absolutely spanked all the way to cow corner, where it is fielded on the full, and that will be a catch. And that is the end of Harry Brook for 37. Great catch out there in the deep.
I'll do the jingle. You silly little boy. There we go.
Oh dear, I do feel that England are making the same mistake as they made 12 months ago against Australia. They're trying to force an issue on a very slow pitch. There's no need for it. Harry Brook and Joe Root play perfectly orthodoxly, maybe go at a trifle slower rate than normal. Just absolutely no need.
Look, they've got a strike rate of 100. How fast do they want to go? That's perfectly fast enough.
I don't mind, all for aggressive, positive cricket and all those things, but Lords is the slowest pitch out of all of the Test pitches. You have to play more circumspectly because the ball doesn't come onto the bat. So don't try and force it. You don't need to.
Anyway, we've got another quiet batsman in Smith coming in lately.
I mean, presumably on this occasion, I doubt it'll matter too much. Doesn't feel like there's a great deal of jeopardy because the lead is so big.
No, it doesn't really matter.
Well, who knows? I mean, I think if Sri Lanka were to come back and win it, good luck to them.
Well, that would be fantastic. It's certainly making more of a game of it. So that is Jamie Smith coming out. He made in the first innings 21 from 57. He had 4 fours in that innings, strike rate of 37. So we'll see how he goes here. One of the slower scorers in that first innings, so he might be able to steady the ship.
I won't sing his jingle.
Well, we're not quite sure. We've got to get Mog needs to dial in and sing the jingle live because we don't have anyone in the producer's chair.
Actually, talking of Mog, he's just sent a message. Offside rules are probably what makes a whole load of games really fucking tedious.
Yeah.
And then Greg Grover says, Kat's hands are giving me the proper fear, and now she's become a dwarf. Fuck it, just going to have to ride this trip.
Yeah, my hands are coming in. Yeah.
I've had some beverage supplied, so cheers all.
Oh, that's nice. Cheers everybody, cheers.
Excellent. Anyway, we have the next ball. The next ball is driven all the way down to long on, and that is a single.
Yeah, I mean Harry Brook 37 off 36. innings lead of 250 or 270 or something. Doesn't matter too much. Australia, 4th test, everything in the balance. Please don't play that shot.
Yeah, he really tried to leather that out the ground, didn't he?
He did.
Last ball of Joser is over, just defended, and the field comes in, and that is the end of the over. Over to social media. I think that's you, Steve, is it?
And
yes,
we have. Yes, it is. Messrs is on saying the women's cricket season starts on September 19th in North Queensland with three T20s against New Zealand. And Mog is back on. Give me a moment to get the guitar plugged in, and I'll get to jingling.
Oh, that'll
Thank
be
you,
good.
Mog.
I suppose the thing is with Australia, it's rather a big country, and September the 19th up in Queensland is considerably warmer than September the 19th in Melbourne, where I would not fancy playing too much cricket, unless it can be unseasonably warm, but very variable September in Melbourne.
No. Smith on strike, pushing a ball to cover. Apologies, I didn't have my good microphone plugged in there. Now it is. Hopefully my audio is better.
A good microphone.
I didn't notice the difference, actually, Kat, but there you go.
There you go.
You've still got an Australian accent.
Doesn't change the accent, but wouldn't that be fabulous if it did?
No, keep it as it is.
It'd be fun if you had a microphone that would change your accent. I'm sure there is such a thing. Kamara's bowling over the wicket. The ball is defended into the covers again, and there's no run.
Do you ever wonder how you sound when you're trying a foreign accent to people in that country? Well, we know how French people sound when they're trying to speak English, but I don't know how English people sound when they're trying to speak French, because I'm not French, if you see what I mean.
Probably bad. I guess I'd say bad.
But
my daughter's a very good linguist, and actually one of her skills is that when she's speaking either Spanish or French or Italian, she sounds like she's Spanish, French or Italian when she's speaking.
Oh, that's clever.
That is impressive.
Another ball back of a length, pushed to the covers by Smith, who's on 1. And the score, which we haven't said for a while, is 128 for 4. The lead is 359 after 28 overs of this innings.
Probably already enough, you'd assume, so take it from here. Golden summer fruit, isn't it? He's looked absolutely imperious. I mean, he always looks good, but sometimes he looks great.
Yeah. Doesn't look like he's going to get out, does it? And he's kept that reverse sweep away, Cat.
Yeah, unfortunately, because that would have been fun. This next one taken off the hip. It's going down to fine leg. It's heading to the boundary. It will beat the fielder. And it's 4 runs scored there by Smith, who moves to 5.
Try. I forgot what 4 is in German. I said M's.
Can you count to 4 in Spanish for us, Steve?
No, but my daughter could if she was here.
Oh my goodness, Ned! You cannot possibly be in Spain and not be able to at least count to 4.
I can order beers, wines, the bill.
Give us a beer. Give us a beer, then. Order a beer. Order 4 beers.
Quattro.
Isn't that
You're probably
French?
right. You're probably right. And the Trois Quatre is the French. I can do the French.
This one is full, and it's driven lofted down the ground, straight down the ground where the chase is on, and it'll be pulled up inside the boundary. So Smith moves to 7, and the score moves to 134 for 4.
Even that shot wasn't completely risk-free. It was only 3 yards to the left of mid-on. I probably wouldn't have been playing that so early in the innings, but okay.
Yes, true. A little bit cocky there from Smith. I don't care. I just want Smith to be out, and then I guess Wokes to be out, and then Root and Atkinson can bat for a bit.
You'd like that?
Yeah. Kamara bowls again. This ball sent straight to short cover. Fielded smartly.
I don't know what you think, Steve and Kat. He looks too impatient to me. Anyway, I'll hand over to Steve.
Some more messages. Monthly says, what happened to the light up mic? I presume that's to you, Kat. Jay Grover, cease thou filthy euphemisms, Alec. And Mog back on dos cerveza, por favor. 2 beers, please.
Yes.
And Michael Bedford, je ne pas un pomme qui bat autour de bouche.
Eins, zwei, vier, fünf. I think it's fünf, isn't it?
Yeah.
Four.
Geiser is bowling to Root. Root is turning the ball forward a square and getting a single. The microphone I have today has a blue button on it. You might be able to see if you're on YouTube.
Right.
And the one, it used to be a torch though. It used to be a blue torch, and that was much better. It was like a
right.
lightsaber. This one is a lot more muted, so
Right.
it's lucky.
My
Anyway,
daughter's confirmed that 4 in Spanish is cuatro, spelled with a C, C-U-A-T-R-O.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Something like that, Ian.
Smith on the back foot, trying to hurry up and score some more runs through the covers, but it's fielded. He does look like he doesn't want to let anything go. He's like an under 10 who's batting and knows he only has a number of balls.
And we know how that tends to end up, I'm afraid.
Yes, indeed. Again, he's putting bat on ball, but this time gently. Gently to the short mid-wicket. Jayasuriya has 3 balls to come in this over. He gets through them really quickly.
He does.
As does a good spinner. Walking up to the pitch. That one would have taken out the off stump, but no, it is driven into deep cover. So presumably Smith has taken a single there, putting Root back on strike.
Yes, there's a sense of calm descends on proceedings, but only when Root is at the crease.
That's right. Root sticks out his bottom and waits for Jayasuriya. He's taking longer than usual to bowl this next one. His left arm around the wicket. And Root just turns it round the corner, and they take another single as it goes out into the deep on the onside.
Yes, that might have fooled someone coming early to the crease, because you wouldn't have wanted to miss it. He played way across the line, and he was right back in his crease, but his eye is in to such a degree that there was no problem.
Root on the back foot and sends a ball on the bounce into short cover. He comes in smartly. That is the end of Jayasuriya's 8th over. Oh no, he's still got 1 ball to come. No, it is the end of his over. And it's 137 for 4. Over to the socials to Steve.
Okay, Brian in Brisbane. Speaking of filthy lucre and money grabbers, Oasis tickets seem to be the go, and one of our daughters is currently on a queue to buy some. Not sure if she'll be successful at 277,004th in the queue. 14 million hits when I looked on earlier on this morning. I've now decided to make a fictitious narrative about the 2 people moving behind Steve. I look forward to reading it. And then Ben
There's going to be some fan fiction, some guerrilla cricket fan fiction. Root gets a very straight bat behind this next delivery and drops it into the covers. No run. This is Kamara bowling his 10th over.
I kind of get that people want to see, a big band that's been away, but Oasis, come on, guys. I mean, just bury them in the 90s, dear me.
There were better bands in the 90s too.
There were 1,000 better bands in the 90s.
I might have a little sneak in the week, see if there are any tickets available. I see that after this ball.
And Kamara bowls to Root. Root sends another ball on the bounce into the covers. No run.
I see they're playing Wembley Stadium on the 25th of July, and this 25th of July I was at the same stadium to witness Bruce Springsteen. Thoroughly enjoyed myself.
Gives good value for money, the boss, doesn't he? Three
came on at 7:15, finished at 10:30, not a break in between. Fantastic.
The energy of the man. My friend who didn't like Bruce Springsteen very much would always say that. Ooh, the energy of the man.
74 he is at the moment. Right?
Yes.
Root again tries to send a ball into the covers. This time it squirts off an edge and goes into the onside just for some variety, but does look safe. He's still on 38, and the score is 137 for 4.
Is there enough variety over 3¼ hours for Bruce?
Yeah, for me there is. I love it.
Yeah.
That would be my idea of torture.
Mock's just saying on socials, filthy the music snob appears! ! Also, I agree with him.
Another ball angling across route. He sends it into the onside. They get a single. He moves to 39. And the score now 138 for 4.
I have a feeling that listening to me talking about music can be a bit like listening to Gary talking about cricket, I suspect. Opinionate.
So good to see people on Blue Sky. I've just logged into Blue Sky myself. I'm cricketbatcat at bluesky.bsky.social. And it'd be good to connect with people there. Send me a message. Send Gorilla Cricket a message. This ball is uppish off a bit of an edge, but going
Don't think he
out
had much control
towards
of
the
that, did he?
boundary. And they take another run.
It all looks a bit frenetic from Smith so far, to be honest. Did not have much control. His back came down at all angles. It was the worst of duckets there.
But let's see if we can predict how he's going to go out. I think he's going to be caught. What do you think, Forthy?
I think, oh gosh, I think they will get a leading edge to somewhere between point and mid-off.
Oh, that's quite specific.
I go for Gully.
You're going for
Gully.
Gully. We're all going for court, though, are we?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so we've got a Gully. Steve's gone for the Gully.
I'll say cover.
Yeah. Point and cover-ish. Then I better go. He's going to be caught on the onside. I better just for a variety. But anyway, another
The message
over
is-
done. 140 for 4.
Mog says to Jay Grover /Vic, and Jay Grover to Mog /and shit. Brian in Brisbane, is Steve drinking a local red? Any comments about it, please? It is very much a local red. A little. Is it a Rioja, darling? Yeah, it is. It is a Rioja.
We want your bystanders to go into the background a bit more often, Steve, because this is keeping a lot of people entertained here. See if you can persuade them to walk past in different
that's
outfits.
my wife and daughter, and they're much prettier than me, so I get jealous.
This next ball from Jai Soria straying onto the pads. Turned into the onside. A single taken, an easy single taken. This puts the exciting Smith back on strike. And we have bets on, well, hypothetical bets about where he is going to be caught out.
Brian in Brisbane has
See
just
who's
updated
correct.
us that his a second daughter is also in the Oasis queue, and she's in 345th and 67th.
Oh, good chance there.
Very good chance, yes.
Smith winding up. He's so deep in his crease, I thought he was going to tread on his stumps. This ball goes out to mid-wicket. He has taken the biggest backswing ever, unnecessarily so, and sort of rushed through a shot out to... He looks pretty bad, doesn't he, Forthy, when he's going for this?
He's looking terrible so far, to be honest. This has looked as bad as Pope, if anything, but maybe he'll come through it.
Yeah,
But
he
he's got
does
more
look as
luck than
bad as
Pope,
Pope.
doesn't he, Smith, at the moment?
He has, yeah.
That's quite the benchmark. He's not going to be caught this time, though. This ball's all along the carpet. It's going down to backward square, where two fielders fight over it and they get a single.
My sister-in-law lives in Rodalquilar in southeastern Spain, so we go out there sometimes. A very nice little spot.
Yeah, we're sort of over towards the southeastern part. We fly into Malaga rather than go down to Marbella. You go the other way to go out east.
We fly into Almeria, which is just a little...
Yeah, a bit further out.
Lovely. Smith winds up and agriculturally over to cow corner. If there had been a fielder there, it would have been out. But no, he gets it to the boundary quite easily, and that's 4 runs. Good work, Smith.
Actually, that was fine, because he dropped it short, and there's no one at cow. That was relatively safe.
That was a safe shot.
It still looked very village to me.
It's all aggression and no finesse, but I think it was acceptable for that shot.
He muscled it into cow corner there.
Yeah.
This one could be 6. You never know. He wants to hit it, but no, delicate little... Oh, beautiful shot, actually. Backward a square. Exactly the right timing so that they get a single before the fielder retrieves that one.
It's funny, isn't it? Because he looks like a player who's a little short of form. He looks... and yet he's not.
No, he's not at all, no. Been one of the finds of the year for England.
Oh, yes. No sooner has he arrived than we're sticking him up to 3.
Yeah.
So Root's on strike now, so we'll see some balls going into the covers. So giving a bit of fielding practice to both sides of the pitch And that is the end of the over. Root will keep the strike. He's on 42. The score 149 for 4.
M says, does Bruce do stuff from Nebraska live? Question mark. Jay Grover. My band were better in the 90s. I did not have a band in the 90s. And M says, I like that stuff. The other gear is a bit sweaty for me. Ashley Partridge has come on with a series of messages. England have a massive lead. Let's have a bowl now. Cat is really good. How's everyone doing today? Michael Bedford says, Ben McCormick. And then the next bit is gobbledygook. Ben McCormick says, followed Cat. Is there any kind of superstitious hex I've just put on myself? Or if she follows me back?
Yes, there's definitely a curse on you when I follow you back. And because Blue Sky, I don't know, I don't have very many follows on Blue Sky. I follow everyone. So there's a guarantee. We have Root on strike, pushing the ball into a deep cover point area and taking a single straight away. So that means we get the exciting Smith for this last 5 minutes of the session.
This be the last over, do you think, before lunch?
Touch and go. 4 minutes to go.
Yes.
Is Sky a benevolent company? Have we got any problems with it? Is it to force for good? As far as we know. Unlike, a lot.
I have no idea.
Mara, that actually, England's just brought up the 150. We need to recognise that.
Yes.
And a lovely drive here from Smith, straight to a wide mid-off. Straight to the field.
Sorry, just to remind everybody, the GPL closes in 3 minutes.
Thanks, Bessie.
Wow, it's like a voice of God suddenly emerged.
It is, isn't it?
The
I'm
voice of God.
looking all around. I'm looking all around.
Where did that come from?
Where's it coming from? And we also have the lights on here at Lord's, so
Yeah.
it's got quite gloomy all of a sudden.
I'd show you outside here, but it's bright and sunny and lovely. So I won't.
That sounds wonderful. Short and pulled by Smith.
Oh, that's a
This
good
one
shot.
is going all the way out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. A beautiful shot, actually, for 4 runs. Good work, Smith.
Yeah, the crowd liked that one, didn't they?
That was...
Come on, Fourthy, you've got to count to 4 in Spanish.
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Or even in Japanese, but I cannot remember it, even though I've heard the jingle 20,000 times.
Nasi sanchi.
Ikbi sanchi.
Is that what it is? Right.
Or
My
something.
Japanese is non-existent.
Ishni sanchi. Anyway,
That's it, right.
Someone will tell us.
Have we got any listeners or watchers in Japan? I'm not sure.
I'm sure we do. They've all driven into the covers, and we are going to get another over, I think. We've got 2 balls to come, and Kamara's getting to the top of his mark pretty quickly. I think they want another over.
I think one of them, don't they? Yeah.
They're hassling a bit. I think they are. It's one of the paradoxes.
Hustle.
The more elegant and correct the shot, the less likely you are to score off it. That was probably Jamie Smith's most elegant looking shot, and of course it gets straight to a fielder.
Talking about rugby union, one of the all-time Aussie greats.
Which one is it?
Is that someone in the audience, is it, Steve?
Yeah, Mike. Mike. No, God. I'm getting old. I've got to stop doing it.
It looked like he was talking to Fat Gat.
Smith defends the ball down the pitch, and there's 1 ball to come, and they're wasting a bit of time, so this could well be the last ball before lunch.
Let me just catch up on the socials. Mog has mentioned my band was even better than Oasis in the 90s, and you lot know the sort of shit I do.
No, we do. It's great shit.
And actually, Partridge, Oasis tickets are 10k second hand.
Oh, for God's sake.
This next ball driven to the covers, and that was Smith on 20, Root on 43. The score 154 for 4. We're having a look at the umpire, who seems to be indicating we're going to continue here
Yes.
with another over. Or he's just daydreaming. What do you think, Fourthy?
Yeah, oh, no, got to move.
He's off to square leg. He's off.
Yeah, we've still got a minute to go.
There's half
Good
a minute
work.
to go.
10 seconds before 1 p.m. and
Do we get paid overtime if we go past 1?
yeah.
They start 3 minutes
Bear's
later.
shaking his head. Can you see him?
Yeah. They may have started a minute late. Who knows? Josser is going to be bowling this last over, and they'll probably get 2 or 3 wickets. What do you reckon, Fourthy?
Well, you can only get 1, because if they got 1, they'd come off. Them's the rules.
Roots on strike, one slip in place. Squirts a ball out into mid-wicket. No run.
It's got a nice cable, sleeveless cable knit. It's very 1950s. Very classical, Joe.
It's elegant and the colour matching is good. It's not cream and white, which is always a bad look. Pushes the ball to cover point and they take an ambled single.
Yep. And then what we're looking at there.
I suppose it's good they got another over in. Helps the over rates, right?
Oh, yes, that'll keep people who get all worked up about over rates happy. I don't care too much.
A lovely ball outside off, driven into the covers again, this time by Smith, and they turn over the strike once more. Root could get to his 50 now. He's on 44
Good.
and we have 3 balls left.
I think considering it would be his 53rd 50, he probably doesn't, he's not too nervous.
Not in a hurry for this one, I don't think. Particularly no, he's just going to defend another ball. The bowler comes around to field. And we're going to get through these last couple of balls fairly quickly, I would imagine. 156 for 4. And the lead is 387. This ball straying onto the pads again. Turned around the corner. They take a single. And don't think about another one. Root moves to 45. Smith will face the last ball before lunch.
Well, what do we think? Whose session has it been?
England's session. Surely.
Yeah, correct. Correct.
Have you got a difficult question for us, though?
Smith using his footwork, dancing down the pitch a little bit, sending another ball into the deep mid-wicket region. They run through for singles and runs and a couple of runs, and anyway, that's 159 for 4. Going into lunch, England lead by 390 with Root on 45, Smith on 20.
Could I just finish off the socials?
Yeah, please
Go
do.
for it, yes.
M says, if you ask a Japanese person to say gorilla, you can have a laugh. My mate takes 5 seconds to say squirrel. Chris the Quiet. Are gorilla cricket covering the Scotland-Australia T20s next week? Question mark. And Messrs. Yes, they do start 3 minutes later with lunch starts at 1:03. There you go.
Oh, okay. You live and learn. Well, that was probably England's session, as I think we can all agree. They lost Duckett. They also lost Pope to a pretty goddamn awful shot. Brook to a shot he didn't need to play. It's been skittish at times from England, but anchored by the elegance of Root, who strides off. And England are so far ahead, they've probably already won this match. But we await an exciting afternoon session.
Indeed.
We'll catch up with you a bit later on. We'll see you after the break.
Indeed. I'll just give you this one final thought while you're on there, 40, of Dave Emrys about Oasis. He says, Oasis, shit lyrics, stolen guitarist, sing with a fucked voice and are liable to fall apart before the gigs start. Well worth spending 200 quid and 4 hours in a queue. That about sums it up, I reckon.
I was completely with him until the last sentence.
Right, guys, been great fun. Good to catch up with you. And
Yes,
as well.
good to catch up with everyone. See you later.
Enjoy yourself this afternoon. I'm going by the pool. Bye.
We're going to have grubby. Bye.
So I'm pleased to say that one of our very special gorillas is with us today. He has a moniker. He may actually tell us the origins of the moniker, but his name is actually Paul Howarth. But I very rarely hear him referred to as that. He's just known as Grubby. Welcome, Grubby.
Thanks, Messrs. Delight to be here, and just for good order, and now that I know this is going to be seen as well as heard, I have changed my name on the screen. There it is.
Oh, brilliant. Interestingly, the screen names don't seem to come up on the recordings. There you go.
Oh, well, that was 3 minutes. That was 3 seconds of my time wasted.
So, Paul, we're just giving people, the patrons, a chance to get to know the gorillas a bit better. So what I'd invite you to do is cast your mind back to those days of youth and splendour, to when you first became engaged with sport and cricket in particular, and what was going on for you then?
Well, I grew up in Devon, South Devon, a little market town called Newton Abbot, as some people will know. I went to a Catholic primary school. We're not Catholics, but in those days you could get into a Catholic primary school without being on first name terms with the Pope. And so that's where I went. Many happy memories of running wild in playgrounds and fields and village greens and that sort of thing. And always loved the outdoor life. Like many kids did back in the 70s, you just spent your whole time out on bikes, playing with bats and balls, chasing each other around. And very quickly developed a love of sport. So early memories, my football team, Ipswich Town, won the FA Cup in 1978. It was just before my 6th birthday. I'd actually been at a mate's 6th birthday party. And unfortunately, I was just a wee bit too young to appreciate the full significance of what had happened. So I'd been at my mate's party. The old man had been on the sofa at home, consuming vast quantities of special brew and a good couple of cartons of Benson and Hedges. And when I got home and we'd secured this glorious 1-0 victory against Arsenal, should have been about 5, by the way, we murdered them 1-0. He turned to me and said, "Isn't it exciting?" And I said, "Why? Might they send us the cup?" That was a sort of early sporting memory. And I suppose if we cut forward a couple of years to 1981, a very famous year in cricket history, of course. And by then I'd become interested in cricket. I had, it might have even been that summer, and I've spoken about this on a different podcast we did a year or two ago. I used to play with some bigger boys from the neighbourhood on a green that I can only describe as incredibly sloping. I'm talking about a sort of 30-degree angle from top to bottom. So you'd bat at the kind of the bottom end, and you'd be, if you're hitting straight, you'd be in the V, you'd be hitting well uphill. So I was fielding at mid-on, and one of these bigger, I was 8 years old, and one of these bigger kids, probably, as much as 12, was batting. And he clubbed it high over my head. And I turned. My old man had just come to pick me up from the green as well to get me some tea. And went over my head. I followed it as it arced over me, ran backwards, dived full length, and pouched the catch one-handed in my left hand. And all these bigger kids were like, "Oh my God, what have we just seen there?" And the old man saw it as well. And so from that moment, a combination of realising what a terrific game cricket was, and the kind of the ill-gotten gains of personal glory, which still attracts me like a magpie to this day, really sort of had me hooked. And it was that so I'd have been 8, I'd have been 9 later that summer, probably, and it was that very summer when Ian Botham's heroics happened. Yeah. And again, I remember lots of these memories involve my old man, because he's a big sports fan as well. He got home from work. I think I remember watching start of Botham's innings at Headingley that ended up being the 149, and then going out to play, because that's what he did. That's more important. And by the time the old man got home, and I said, I heard he had the radio on in the cricket, and I said to him, "Oh, what's happening in the cricket?" He said, "Oh, Botham's still batting." Just, an hour and a half later or something. And as an 9-year-old, I just went, "Bloody hell," like that. Like Ron Weasley, when he's really young, bloody hell, like that, which of course you're not supposed to say, but the old man let me get away with it because it was such an incredible feat. So that summer, and I remember watching certainly the highlights of those games. Allowed to stay up late, particularly at the weekends, the 149, and then the even better innings, the 118 at Old Trafford, which many people regard as technically his best innings. And whether he was smashing the Australian bowlers through the covers in what seemed like a lost cause at Headingley. I do remember some lovely commentary from Richie Benno saying, "And you can't bowl wide to Botham," and he was getting quite angry about this dear old Richie, because they were dropping it short time and again and wide. Or whether he was hooking Dennis Lilly off his eyebrows. And I know Dennis wasn't quite as quick then as he had been previously earlier in his career, but it was utterly thrilling. And the fact of that 81 victory at Headingley in particular, which we didn't really see the like again until, well, we've seen some cracking games over the years, but there's sort of few and far between when there's that much of a turnaround. One thinks of in India at home to Australia in 2001. Sorry, it's always Australia who seem to be the victims here. It's not doing that on purpose. or whether it was back at Headingley in 2019 and Ben Stokes. But
I think Australia have had their revenge sufficiently.
Just a little bit. So that 81, that storied and famous 81 summer was certainly something that kind of cemented my love of the game, and I've been hooked, it's fair to say, ever since, and used to enjoy the BBC coverage. You didn't go to too many live games back then. I do remember going to Somerset, which of course was the adjacent county to Devon, and therefore by proxy was my kind of first class county. And it was a scorching hot day. And I remember having a chat with the Glamorgan, we played Glamorgan, with the Glamorgan bowler, Greg Thomas, who played a couple of times for England as well, actually. And his first name wasn't actually Greg, it was John, which explains why he used Greg. He was on the boundary, he'd been bowling, and we were going, right, how's it going? He said, yeah, hot dinner for you, is it? And I have this vivid memory of having this conversation on the boundary. Now, I'm not sure whether this was the game where the supposed interaction between Greg Thomas and Viv Richards happened, where Thomas beat Richards beat the bat a couple of times and said, it's red, it's round. Yeah, and that's the description. And then the next ball, sure enough, he hooks him for 6 and says, you know what it looks like, now go and fetch it. I don't know if it was there. I like to think that it was.
I hadn't even heard that, but that's a wonderful story.
So yeah, and then I started playing a bit, not just on the village green. My mum and dad took me to there was a sports club in Newton Abbot. We lived in a village outside called Highweek, so about a mile or two away would be Newton Abbot, the throbbing hub that was Newton Abbot. Market day on Wednesday, half day closing.
I've actually been stuck in traffic in Newton Abbot on market day.
Oh, it's a shocker for traffic. It's a shocker for traffic, Newton, and it's not any better these days either. They keep changing the one-way system, but whichever way round they put it, it's a shocker. But no, I used to go at various stages of my childhood to this sports club which housed a squash and tennis club, but also was home to Newton Spurs Football Club, and was also home to, I don't even know what the team was called, but it was Newton Abbot Cricket Club of some description, and I think it was only juniors at that point. And so I started going there, and it's fair to say it was quite it was sort of lads and dads. It was quite a rudimentary setup, not particularly professional. There was this one big fellow who used to shout things like "half hours batting left," and that was your signal for that was how long was left. And sure enough, a couple of games were arranged between our team and what turned out to be, frankly, some much better teams. And we played against a team from Teignmouth, which you may know because I know you know South Devon a little bit, Messrs, on the coast. And we played Teignmouth, and this lad called Spencer was bowling for them really quickly. And I had my Duncan Fernley bat, which, looking back, was probably like a child's piece of wood. It wasn't really a proper bat, if you know what I mean. But and the first ball I received from him, I managed to defend it. Just thudded into the bat and rang right through my hands, wrists, arms, everything. And I thought, oh, a bit of a different game this. You know when you've been playing something, you think, we're all right. And then you go to that next level and you go, oh, I see, it's like this. Fuck. And anyway, long story short, off the back of that, their coach said to me, would you like to come and play with us? And I thought, well, that sounded like quite a good thing to go and do. So I played with the club in Teignmouth was called Winterbourne, and they were housed, they weren't part of the school, but they were housed within a school in Teignmouth. Same school that Muse went to, the rock and roll governors Muse went to that school a couple of years later, just for a bit of popular culture flavour. And so I played at Winterbourne for a few years in the sort of the various age group sides there.
What was your forte?
A half decent team. I was a batter and I became a wicketkeeper as well. But we had some really we played under this captain called Justin Day, and his younger brother Jamie was in the side as well. Jamie went on to be a goalkeeper for Exeter City at some point as well. But at the time, Jamie was a very rapid bowler. And Justin was just an excellent, probably the best captain I ever played under at any stage of my cricket career. And it was when I was about, between the age of 14 and 16 or 17 or something like that. He was old, wise beyond his years. I remember him, I remember my old man scrounging a cigarette off him when this kid was like 14 at this tournament we were at one time. He was wise beyond his years, really good cricket brain. And we had these players. We had a kid who could swing it around corners. We had this lad Jamie who was really quick. Justin was a really good all-rounder. I think he bowled a bit of off-spin, but was a very, very competent batter as well. Quite a decent keeper, not me. Who you just had all these characters who had trained. I remember actually going back for our first game of a new season, and I got out cheaply, and Justin, my captain's asking me about what went wrong or what happened, and I said I've had no nets, no practice. And he looked around at everyone and goes, how's he had no nets? Why are we letting this happen, kind of thing? Which again just sort of underlined the kind of the expectation, the level we were playing at that point. But anyway, I thoroughly enjoyed my time there, and then that led into when I went off to university. Played for the college team a couple of times. I didn't get in the first team regularly in my first year, but as I went through, I had 4 years at university. By the time I got to the fourth year, I was captain, and we managed to win the Cambridge College League title that year with the help of some good young talent. So, yeah, a potted history of my childhood and teenage playing.
So
time,
it sounds to me like, unlike a lot of other gorillas, you were actually quite competitive in your capacity.
At the moment, yeah, from sort of humble beginnings in Newton Abbot, when I went over to this team in Teignmouth, it definitely felt like that. Yeah, and we played in a pretty serious league, and you know, I managed to pull a couple of my hang on a minute, so I've got some admin pane flashing up on my screen. Computers do too, isn't it? Do this. I don't want to do it. Yeah, I managed to get a couple of my mates, Neil and Duncan, from school to join the team I played at as well. And I remember one time we were in a right lot of trouble against this one South Africa who we were playing. But I managed to chip in with 20. My mate Neil chipped in with 20, and Duncan got a 40 or something. And I remember our
frozen on me.
Yeah, so we Coombs Head boys had all got a few runs, and our coach, who was a chap called Tim Rice, believe it or not, not that one, but a different one, just said, "Oh, Coombs Head saved Winterbourne that day." That was quite a famous day. Anyway, so yeah, I suppose to your point, I was it was relatively competitive. The cricket I played both there and at university. But you know, always enormous fun. Usually played in a good spirit, not always, but usually. I do remember one kid actually in South Devon, an opposition team that we played, when two of our batsmen were at the crease, and as they turned to consider a second or a third run, he stood on the wicket and shouted "Yes!" like that, deliberately to put people off. And I thought that was a piece of shithousery that stayed with me for a long time. Didn't like him.
Good. I'm glad to hear. It's interesting talking to other gorillas that I think the social aspect of cricket has been as important to many as the actual playing side, and that may relate to the lack of talent on some of our parts. Because the Bear is probably the most competitive I've spoken to.
Yeah,
he liked to win. He really did like to win.
Yeah, oh, definitely. I mean, well, I've always been a bit like that. I've always when I've played anything really, from cricket to football to squash to Monopoly to anything. I remember an incident when I had a snooker table as a kid, and here comes my dad again into a story. I was 11 years old, and I was playing, had a mate of mine round, and we were playing a few games, and then my dad joined in. We had a little round robin tournament. My dad beat me in the final bit, and I cried. And he basically has said to me on more than one occasion when I was growing up, well, there's no point letting you win, you know. So I've taken that into my own fatherhood, and regularly make my kids cry when I beat them at things.
How old are they?
My boys are Freddie's about to be 12 in a couple of weeks' time, and Bertie is 9.
I anticipate revenge will be sweet for them over the
Absolutely,
next few years.
Yeah. Oh, Bertie had me right over at Monopoly the other day. I had him on toast, and he turned it round. So yeah, I was gutted.
As long as you don't still cry when you lose. It's interesting talking about your father. It was obviously a big influence from the sporting point of view. What was the first Test match you ever went to actually watch?
Oh God,
Was
that's
Dad
a good
with
question. I remember him going up with his mate to an Old Trafford Test in about 1986. I can't remember who would have been playing then. Possibly it was one where Gattin got like a big 100, like a 160 or something. And he went up with his mate. His mate was a big Man City fan. Dad became an Ipswich fan, although had been a Manchester United fan as a child. And so they went up together in my dad's mate's flash Sierra Cosworth, which apparently would reach speeds of 140 miles an hour if you so wished. Anyway, it was the 80s. What can you do?
Yeah.
And I said, can I come then? And he just went, no. So, I'd have been 14 years old. Thanks very much. I can't remember my first Test match, Messrs. That's really bad, isn't it? I do remember when I became a sort of independent being and going so early in my university career, so I'm talking early 90s.
Yeah.
I remember, it wouldn't have been the first Test match I've been to, I don't think, but I'm trying to think what year it would have been as well. Must be a bit later, but we were playing West Indies at Edgbaston, and England had picked Richard Illingworth, who's now an umpire, as you know, and he, I don't know, it's fair to say he was at international level at least a spinner of, limited ability.
Yes.
But the pitch had been prepared specifically for him, and it had been prepared in the following way: they had basically shaved bare either end of this pitch, ostensibly to help, drier, more grip, whatever it would be. But of course, what it did, it just provided on an evil length. It provided a kind of a ridge between the grassless bit and the slightly grassed bit. The likes of Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh could just hit, and we knew we were in trouble because the first ball of the Test match, bowled by, I think it was Ambrose, just flew over Junior Murray's head. And went for 4 byes, 1 bounce, and we thought we're in trouble here. And sure enough, England were bowled out for 147. I remember the headlines the next day: England snookered on 147, and West Indies were like 130 for 1 at the end of the day. So yeah, that was a memorable early Test match that I went to. Would have been, God, what year did West Indies tour in the early 90s? Oh, would have been 91, wouldn't it? It would have been 91 when. Or maybe it was the one after that. The 91 Test match, actually, sorry, the 91 series where we played West Indies, the famous Graham Gooch heading the innings, 150 odd. Some people consider to be the best Test match innings of all time. He scored 154, I think, out of England's 220 something against that very famous attack. But at that point, I'd just returned from France, where I'd been an au pair for 3 months. It was my gap year between A levels and going up to university, and because I was going to go and study French, I decided it would be a good idea to go and learn it like a native. And I remember I just got back, and I think Derek Pringle picked up a lot of wickets in that match to win us the game. So there you go. There's me conflating 2 different matches at least, and if not 2 different series.
You got to see a win. I mean, I suspect the experience of being thumped by the West Indies probably wasn't a bad piece of training in terms of future disasters.
Yeah, well, certainly. I mean, through the 80s, I'd suffered like every other England cricket fan. The series of 84 and 86, the home series, and then I suppose I paid more attention to the home series in those days, purely because coverage of away series was less, less end to end.
Well, I was going to ask you. I mean, I've spoken to a number of grillers now, and one of the things that seems to be pretty common is the fact that you might have gone out playing as a kid, but when you came in, the TV was on with the cricket, and it was just part of the house. It seems to have a huge impact on the way it becomes accepted into the family.
Yeah, and one thinks back to those long summer holidays of youth where we'd have you'd have kids sort of TV programming in the morning, which would typically culminate in an episode of Why Don't You? I don't know if you remember that from it is probably after you left.
My time.
Yeah. I mean, it did run for a good long time. Why Don't You? Many listeners will remember it, I'm sure, if you lived in the UK back then. And you'd have a London gang, a Bristol gang, a Glasgow gang, a Cardiff gang, a Belfast gang, and in the Belfast gang it always used to bang on about, now we're going to watch a film, which always used to make me laugh. Anyway, and when the cricket was on, after Why Don't You, would come the Test match, and you'd have Peter West introducing it, you'd have Richie Benaud, you'd have Jim Laker. I mean, like many fans, I remember Richie Benaud incredibly fondly, and he sort of came to be the voice of cricket. But I think if I think back to my really early days as a viewer, probably Jim Laker's voice is the one that I associate most with becoming a cricket fan, and it being synonymous with those days. I mean, back to 81, when was it Headingley or Old Trafford, when Botham, he went to his 100 with a 6, and Laker mistakenly said, "What a way to go to a 6." meaning, of course, what a way to go to a century with a six. You know, but I still remember that. I remember those very words.
Because my generation was much less TV and much more radio. So John Ireland is the voice for me that means cricket.
Yeah.
Still.
No, absolutely, and I've a huge fondness for John Ireland, but I can't say that I consumed him in the same way that I did, say, Jim Laker.
Yeah.
But you know, latterly I've sought him out, and what a great man. I've told this story many times on air, but years ago, and this would have been just before Ireland died. It must have been one of the last things he did before he died. It was a VHS of some of his favourite memories from down the years. So you had Viv Richards' 291. At the Oval in 1976, to use Arlott's phrase, all lordly command, and he introduced this video from his own wine cellar, you know, and it started, and he was not in the best of health, but he's standing there in his shirt, probably a cravat, you know, bloated face, but his introduction was so beautiful and magical. He said, cricket is a very emotional game. You know, and it just started like that. I thought, oh God, yeah, this is brilliant. And then the all lordly command comment. I thought, oh God, what a man. But no, I totally get that, and I'm sure if I'd been born 10 or 15 years or earlier before then, he certainly would have been the voice as well. But yeah, Jim Laker for me would have been the first one.
Once you've been to university, did you keep playing once you were off at work, or?
No, it's sort of. I've probably played a couple of games, sort of invitation games and fun games. Shortly afterwards, I remember a mate of mine who I knew at university. He had been to school in Bromsgrove, and both his parents had been teachers. And I think I was invited to go and play at the school there. Bit of a fun game, but literally one or two, and then it sort of dried up. And I never sort of went and sought it. I never sought out a club in London when I moved to London. And then, you know, lo and behold, 5-10 years gone by, and I was like, all right, play cricket for a while. So no is the short answer. But you know, your life moves to a different stage. You start doing other things.
No doubt you're ferrying your boys to the cricket clubs on Saturday each week. Or
we've joined, or they have joined. We have joined through them, Mitcham Cricket Club, which is just down the road from where we live, or a few miles down the road. And they play on what is probably the oldest continually used pitch in the world. When we joined, it was 334 years old, which I said in a rather nerdy way. Oh, the Bradman, because that was the Bradman school, wasn't it? That would have been 2 or 3 years ago. So it's 336 years it's been in the same place. On Mitcham Green, and it's kind of almost like an island, because you have to cross the road to get to the pavilion. And anyway, so it's a lovely club, Mitcham Cricket Club. Big shout out, and incredibly friendly and well run, and the people who run it are absolute heroes. So very very happy with that, and I hope the boys continue to enjoy it. Really.
Right. So how did you come into connection with guerrilla cricket, or was it the sofa when you first came involved?
No, I had been a sofa listener, and I just thought this was a wonderful, glorious indie kind of venture that had a certain reverence towards Test Match Special, which all of us would have listened to growing up, but that did it in that rather sort of punkish, do-it-yourself. We can do this now. We've got the technology. We've got these characters. You don't have to have been an ex-player to be involved. You don't have to be a professional journalist to be involved. We've all got stuff to say, and we can do it. So I started listening to it, and just quite quickly really getting into it and thinking this is a fantastic thing. Started tweeting in, and I think Mark Zipp put it really well once when he said, when you get your tweet read out on Guerrilla, you get this little endorphin rush.
Yes.
You do. You get this.
That is so true.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God, because it feels, although it's clearly not a professional venture, it is still being broadcast, ostensibly to the world. Oh my God, I've just been read out on this program, and so that was all tremendous. And some of the jingles were genius as well. I really remember the first time I heard the Carpenters wide jingle.
Yeah.
So it's slightly different these days. I don't know if they had to change it, but it was just like it felt like it was going to go straight into close to you, so wide, you know, and it just had me roaring with laughter. I thought, God, this is so clever and funny and entertaining, and it's given me a different way of listening to the cricket, and I can have the pictures on at the same time and all that sort of stuff that people do now. And so I had become a bit of a regular listener, and then I didn't listen for a while, and then I was writing an article for The Independent in 2016. I used to write the odd sort of sport feature article for them in a highly non-professional fashion, and by that I mean I wasn't getting paid, as opposed to the quality of the output, which of course was exemplary. And I did a piece for them which was about commentary. I love sports commentary just in general. My mate Deck and I are always chatting about commentary and the tremendous words that have accompanied certain events in sporting history, not just cricket. And so I did this piece, and what I wanted to do was kind of look back on some classic pieces of commentary, and then talk about some of the kind of the new kids on the block who are around now or at that point. And one of the new kids was, well, at that point, and in researching the article, I had assumed that Test Match Sofa had ceased to be. At this point I was unaware that it had been bought by the Cricketer magazine and that hadn't ended well, and I was certainly unaware that it had been reborn as this thing called Gorilla. But in my extensive research, some light Googling, I discovered that it was still going, and I was like, oh my goodness, brilliant. And so when the article was published, I was actually doing a bit of work in Barcelona at the time, just to make my life sound a bit more glamorous. And so I name checked Gorilla when I tweeted the article link out, and then the next thing I know, I had this DM from someone at Gorilla saying, "Oh, thanks for the mention in the article, very kind of you. You must come in and do some commentary one day." And I thought, best thing ever. Yeah, I'll do that. and so that resulted in my going into the first ever time, June of 2016. So, Christ, 5.5 years ago.
Shit.
And the first game I did was it was the day after the referendum. Referendum.
At the jet lag, were you?
No, it was in Sydenham. It was in Sydenham.
All right.
So all the fallout from that was happening. And I went on air with Hendo and the Bear, and they opened the show with "If You Leave Me Now." So it was all of that, and at the time, Michael Vaughan, who I know is slightly persona non grata on our show, but he a couple of years previously had made his sort of debut on Test Match Special, and he had opened with I still think it was quite a good line, because he replaced Geoffrey Boycott in the chair, and he said, I've always wanted to say this: Boycott out and in walks Vaughan. so as a pastiche of that, my first line on Gorilla was what was it, something like UK out and in walks Howarth or something like that. So the game was it was a one-day between England and Sri Lanka. Had a very nice time on air with Bear and Hendo. A good couple to be on with for your first little stint. And then later that day, after a few beers and everything, and Bear said, "Oh, do you want to go and do some ball by ball?" I said, "Yeah, come on, then bring it on." And literally, my first ball was an England wicket. England taking a wicket. I think it was Plunkett bowled Angelo Matthews or something. So the first ball I commentated on in Gorilla was a wicket, and there you go. So yeah, I mean, it's flown by 5.5 years. Yeah. I mean, it's just, and I remember meeting up with Hendo at the end of that year. By the end of 2016, I'd become a sort of regular participant, fortunately. And I just remember saying to Hendo, "It's like the best thing I've done this year. It's been absolutely brilliant," and loved it ever since. So yeah, that's how I got involved.
I got to say, just talking to people like yourself who've been involved, life-changing isn't too big a description for the way it's affected some people. And, basically cricket means guerrilla cricket when it's on. And it's such a totally different way of consuming it, even if they're not actually involved in the commentary. I had one person today said, "Am I a guerrilla?" And I said, "Well, as far as I'm concerned, you are." I said, "I think it's a matter of self-identification. If you think you're a gorilla." He said, "Oh, my heart beats that little bit faster." So
there you go. There's that endorphin rush again.
Yeah. So it is a community that's quite extraordinary in that regard.
I think it totally is, and a very interesting, weird, strange, diverse, type of community as well. And I've often said this to Hendo and anyone else who listen. And this will sound, on the surface, this will sound a little bit like I'm having a go or a pop, but it's not. It's meant affectionately. I've often considered Gorilla to be a home for the lost. It's like
absolutely. Yeah, I relate to that 100%. Yes,
and I totally include myself in that, of course. But it's people who are seeking some sort of meaning in their lives, and who have a huge range of interests as well. We know, don't we, that some people like, I don't know, Japanese manga, and some people like grindcore, mentioning no names, and some people like, I don't know, art house German films, and some people like, the most kind of esoteric alternative music or whatever it is. But the fact is, what we all have in common in that strange Venn diagram is this sort of love of cricket right at the centre of it. And watching it, talking about it, joking about it, arguing about it is all part of it.
Absolutely. I don't know if you saw that clip I put up of the interview with Kat, where she was talking about running out of people to go to the cricket with her because they'd all got other lives. And suddenly she discovered Twitter, and she watched the cricket by herself, but she was watching it with the people on Twitter. And Gorilla's just another step on from that, basically.
Yeah, I did see that, and I felt, I was like, oh, bless you, Kat, for running out of people to go to the cricket with. That sounds like the saddest thing in the world. I mean, it's great that you resolved it through Twitter and other means as well, but that I mean, the thought of that happening is kind of a horror, really. But then there are other times when you can go to the cricket on your own.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing, isn't it? It is something that can be consumed singularly, and I know that a number of our community are avowed kind of introverts, and
well,
sometimes
we were the ones who used to sit at the back and score every fucking over when we were 13. You remember that?
Yeah, and the world needs introverts, and so if people want to go and watch the cricket on their own, like I'm a big fan of going to the cinema on my own as well. Why would you want to go with anyone? You're trying to watch this thing on a big screen. Why do you want someone else there with you, spoiling it and asking questions and eating popcorn noisily? And cricket's very similar to that. So anyway, yes, the Gorilla community. God bless us all.
Yeah. So that brings me to your favourite jingle.
Oh, Hell's Teeth, yes. You did say you were going to ask me this. Now, there are a few that I like. One that springs immediately to mind is, and one we don't hear very often these days, I guess because he doesn't feature in many of the games that we cover, is Luke Wright.
I knew you were going to say that. He's come up half a dozen times.
Has he? Oh, so I'm not even sort of individual and interesting. Yeah. So just to remind people, then it's based on the Tears for Fears song that was done by Gary Jules, and I think it was a Christmas number one about 20 years ago. Beautiful song as well, Mad World. But there's a bit, a line that goes, "Look right through me, look right through me." But of course, that's turned into "Look right through me, look right through me," which is tremendous. I really like. Stuart Broad has got a number of jingles, many of which are quite amusing about how pretty he is or whatever else. But the one that always makes me chuckle the most is the "What would make Broad walk."
Yeah, me too.
Love that. And then when I joined Gorilla back in 2016, I thought, this is great. Now I'm part of this lovely community that we were talking about. Like, everyone's allowed to do anything. So I said, I'm going to try my hand at a couple of jingles here. We played Pakistan later that summer, and I did 2 or 3 jingles. I did, for Yasir Shah, I did, and I don't reckon anyone has ever done a jingle before to a Baccarat.
Yeah, Grubby, whatever you say. We're back.
Oh, that's mean. They're probably going to be a couple of minutes late because they started lunch a couple of minutes late.
They did indeed, but I thought I'd get in. I watched fucking Arsenal score a spawny goal.
Good-o.
Whilst I was on a break.
Brett and Nestlers will be happy anyhow.
Well, yeah, I guess so. Hattie will be joining us, just me and you and Hattie. We're quite short of staff today, I should say, Missy.
It's weekends. People actually go and play cricket, which is pretty selfish, I think.
Oh, I think it's
it means
very
they can't
selfish.
commentate.
I think they should be on radio. And Tony goes and
It's-
watches fucking football.
How dare he?
How dare he? But it's all right. I'm not in tomorrow. I have a day off. Although I'm not sure this is going to go on till tomorrow. What are England now? 380 runs ahead? 390 runs ahead?
Yeah. But, there's theoretically there's no reason Sri Lanka can't make a lot of runs while chasing it. But
No, there isn't. But you do tend to see signs. That's what I was saying earlier. I think you get a couple of hardy innings, and then at some point the dam breaks, doesn't it? And everyone goes, "Oh fuck it, we've got no chance." And then everyone kind of gives it away. It tends to be what happens. We certainly saw that with West Indies, didn't we, in that game?
Absolutely.
Where they had 4 sessions to survive, and they lasted 1. Well, not even 1.
Yeah. Well, it's warmed up a bit. It got to 21 degrees. It's back down to 20 now. But I would imagine the conditions for bowling aren't quite as favourable as they were earlier. But I think England are just going to go nuts over the next hour or so, aren't they?
Yeah, I reckon so. Well, that's what I mean. I think another 100 runs in the next hour or so. They'll be 490 runs ahead. There's no point going on to 600 or something stupid like that.
No.
I reckon.
Well, the ECB might not want a declaration until after tea.
Well, they might not do, but I don't think that's likely. I think 500 will be the limit, and I think they've got enough now. But I think the minimum they'll want is 450 for some stupid reason. But yeah, that feels about right.
It's still cloudy.
It's still very cloudy. Yeah, I think England are using the bowling conditions quite well. I'll be whacking in those unders when England have a bowl.
Is Hattie in the waiting room yet?
She is not in the waiting room yet. It's just me and you for the time being.
Okay, we'll manage.
We will manage. The England batsmen are.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
It's first ball. He just clicks up to mid-on. There's no run, and the bowler is.
Hello, Mr. Milan Ratnayaka, who teaches the world of cricket from Sri Lanka. Not a superpower, but maybe one day they will be.
The other batsman is.
Hey there, J.D. Smith. Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
No longer true. That one is defended out into the offside. And there's no run. That must have been made for the 100 or some ODI that he played in 2 years.
But why
ago.
would you have a jingle for somebody who wasn't picked?
Yeah, well, I think that was Mog thinking he wouldn't. He didn't. He played for the B side, didn't he? When the A side was not available.
Oh, right.
Before that series in COVID, I think it was.
Oh, wow, that's going back a bit.
Exactly. So that was probably when that jingle was made. And he didn't think he had a chance playing a test match, but he did. Ratnayaka comes in, third ball of the over. Root is down the leg side, gets nothing on it. Through the keeper and there's no run. If Root gets another 50 here, has he got less than 50 in this entire series? I don't think so.
Probably not. Hang on, let's have a
He
look.
got a ton in the last test and a 51 or 50. He got.
I got 42 and 62 not out of the
No.
last test. Didn't do too great in the 100.
What, Rooty?
Nah. Got 17, 32, 16, 2 and 12.
Anything in the 100, I'd take a massive pinch of salt. That one is wide and driven by Root out towards extra cover in front of square. The man has to come round. It'll therefore be a couple of runs. Moving on to 47. The lead is 392. England 161 for 4, having faced 34.4 overs.
Yeah, their run rate is back up to 4.64. So normal service has been resumed.
Yeah, exactly that. Ratnayaka is in, driven again by Root. Beautiful drive. There is a fielder out there. The square at this time, it'll just be the 1. Oh no, they're coming back for 2 anyway. Crikey, it's good running. Shows what you can do when you really want to, doesn't it? Normally that'd be a strolled single.
Not too often that Root's batting with a partner who's got a average 7 above him.
No. Well, of course, Harry Brooks got a higher average than him, although it's slowly dripping down.
Yeah.
He's averaging 57 before today's innings. Probably that's been dragged down by half a run, so he's still, above him. And he'll be looking to cash in. Pakistan is somewhere he likes. I was just watching actually the Pakistan game. I browsed through as well. It's on TNT. So that one is defended behind square, and there is no run. It did occur to me that TNT can be asked to show Pakistan versus Bangladesh, but they're not paid to pay for an England Test series. But then I realised
they're probably
paid peanuts. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But Pakistan have got themselves up to 270 odd for 9.
They're all up for 274.
Okay.
Bangladesh are 5 for no wicket. So Pakistan really crumbled. They were 107. Sorry, they were 211 for 5, and they lost their last 5 wickets for 63.
I wonder if they're playing on the same strip and it's finally breaking up after 6 days.
Mahedi got 5 for 61.
Wow, good bowling. Quite useful out there. Maybe it is a turning track today. Who knows? I didn't see any spinners. I was watching Taskin bowl. Smith is going to face up. Jayasuriya is going to come in at the bowl at the other end. He sounds like this.
He is Brabbath Jayasuriya. He don't bowl no crystal ball. He got a million edges.
First ball is tossed up outside the off stump, and Smith drives out to the deep. They got a single. And Root will face up on 49.
It's so routine for Root, isn't it? 49 off 64. Excellent scoring rate. Nothing flashy about it. Just Root being Root.
Yep. He's not offered a chance, has he? But he drove one when he was very early and went through where second slip was, but he didn't have a slip, and that was probably the only chance he's really offered to anything. When he gets his 50, rather ugly inside edge, and I think he's trying to push it out to the covers, but the inside half of the bat goes out towards mid-on. He gets a single, and once again he reaches 50.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Smith just defends the next ball out to the offside, and there's no run. So he's in 2/3 of his matches. He's got at least a 50. That's pretty good going when you played 145 games, really.
That's amazing.
At the highest level. That's defended back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Mog says, bear on the wine, how fucking dignified.
Well,
obviously corrupted by France.
Well, I didn't realise, that actually I'd left a bottle of wine in here last night, so it's probably the easiest thing to do is just grab a glass and put a bit in it. He was drawn into a defensive shot that he didn't really need to play unless he was going to drive it. He tried to push it, I suppose. It was well outside off stump, and he missed it.
Just turned a tad, just the right amount, really.
Smith down the track, clips that into the leg side. I presume there's a long on. Might try and come back for 2 in this new we're running really fast regime. No, they don't. They can just go for a single. That's the end of the over. 36 down, 166 for 4. Hattie still hasn't turned up. Maybe she doesn't realise she's on first thing after lunch.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that Brighton have equalised.
Have they? Who scored?
Pedro.
Excellent. He's in my fantasy team.
There you go. Mick Ty says, my father Graham is feeling stressed about packing up the house. Thought England miles ahead and Joe Root batting would soothe him. It's not working. Please say something soothing. We thought we were constantly soothing, Mick. It's not. We're not here to scare him. And Piyush Bothra just waves and says hello.
Yeah, it's nice. That's defended by Smith up towards mid-on. There is no run. He's on 25 of 29. England closing on that 400 lead, 397, 166 in 36 overs. So what are they on? Just under 5 and over.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
so it's going to be interesting to see whether Pakistan can offer any resistance to England when they go to Pakistan. I think New Zealand might be the biggest challenge England face before next summer.
Well, yeah, it looks that way. Oh, horrible shot from Smith. It was there, it was wide. I think he played his shot too early, got a big under edge. Bounced into the floor, going out just behind the stumps on the leg side, and there is no run. Ratnaik has been one of the most economical of the Sri Lankans. He's only gone for 15 and 6.2 overs in this second innings.
Mog, if you're listening, which you obviously are, do you want to hop on and do an impersonation of Paddy? You'd be very welcome.
You would be very welcome. Don't know what time it is. That one, a little bit of movement, straightens a bit, but just short of a length, and Smith defends it back down the track, and there is no run.
It's the thing that I'm really missing is that sense of jeopardy that makes a test match so more interesting, doesn't it?
Yeah, and we kind of got that, didn't we, in the first test, just by the dint that
Yes.
Sri Lanka only set us 200, but we kind of, it was quite nerve-wracking getting to 200 in a very un-Bazballian way. Down the track comes Smith, tries to drive it inside mid-on, can't. There'll be no run. So there was a bit of jeopardy. You always thought they'd get home, but there was a point where we were 5 down and still needed 100 runs roughly that you thought, ooh, this could go wrong. Whereas here, well, I mean, I suppose that'll change round if we set 450 in there. I don't know, 390 for 5 tomorrow at some point.
Yeah, I think the only people in jeopardy are the old buffers sitting in the
Well,
pavilion
yeah,
who don't keep their eye on the ball.
Can't keep an eye on the ball. Mog has turned up. He's answered the call. Well done, that man.
Excellent.
Milan Ratnaika is in, and it's defended square on the offside by Smith. It's the penultimate ball of the over. And there is no run. Just hop on, Mog.
Hop. I don't see Mog as a hopper.
No, I don't really either. More of a slasher.
I once pulled a muscle in my leg skipping down a street, so
I pulled a muscle in my calf last week sitting in my chair.
Okay, that wins.
No camera today,
I don't know where
Mog.
the camera is, sorry. It's
disappeared.
It's fallen down the back of my computer somewhere.
Ratnaika in, last ball of the over. Nice little cut dab by Root down towards backward point. He's too square, can't make it round. Boundary 4 to
2 plus 2 is a member.
I mean, your computer doesn't have a built-in camera, Mog.
No, I have one of those old-fashioned things that sits on a desk. It doesn't move around.
A desktop?
Oh.
A desktop.
My
Yes.
God.
Wow.
How old
Old
is it?
school.
Oh, it's very old school. Or is
Well, I only
it?
bought
Or is it
2 years ago?
oh, really high-powered for gaming? Are you a gamer?
No, not really.
No.
I need to put more memory in it, to be perfectly honest.
What?
Mac
no,
or
but
Windows?
It's really good.
It's a Windows one.
Yeah, pull your head out of your ass. Of course it's fucking Windows. Not using that shitty walled garden of death that Apple tries to foist on people.
Oh.
Fighting words.
Fighting words indeed. Jayasuriya is going to continue.
That'll get the messages going anyhow.
And the only reason to buy a desktop, as far as I can figure out, in any format, Mac or PC, after this, as Jayasuriya is down. Oh, that's got to be out, surely. Yeah, it is out. Smith's gone for a big sweep. He's missed it. Unless he's got a bit of bat on it. He thinks he's got a bit of bat on it. I don't think it's going down leg side. He's shaking his head. Oh, he's going to have a review. Why not? Fuck it. Have we used any yet? I don't know if we have, but I think that's
I don't think
out.
so.
Nah, he's going to give it one of these.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
I don't think he was in. He does bolt very wide of the crease. Does it do any turning? It doesn't really straighten, but I still think it's probably right on the angle to hit leg stump.
Yes, just at least clipping.
Yeah, and he's been given.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's history.
It doesn't really matter. England's lead is over 400 now. It's 402.
Jay says, Mog, you've done... Leave us alone. You've done enough damage. Oh, Jay. That's nice.
Damage? I'm not even on the camera yet.
No.
Muttley says, desktop here. PC Master Race Gamer here.
Well,
so you're not alone.
He didn't hit it by a long shot. It is cannon into the pads. The only thing to ask will be, well, did he get about it? No, he didn't get about it.
No.
It's close, but no cigar. So what we need is the old Hawkeye nonsense or bull tracking.
The one thing I did like about the 100 was that they seemed to be really quick on the DRS.
Yeah. Here we go. Hit in front and middle and off, going on a hit leg stump. Yep. And England lose the review. It's not even clipping, it's definitely hitting. And so another one bites the dust.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
None of it really matters. England have a lead of 402.
Oh, well, that'll bring his average down below 50, I suspect.
Yeah, probably.
What a hack. Get someone new. New blood in the team.
Yeah. Oh, we got a camera. Hello.
Ah, there we are. I can put you up on the old YouTube then. Now, what I was going to say about PCs, I mean, not even PCs, just desktops, unless you're using some very powerful application, and even then most laptops can do it. There seems to be a bit of a waste of time in the modern era.
Well, they're cheap.
What, desktops? Mac ones aren't?
Well,
fucking hell. I mean, this is the thing. If you get a Mac desktop, they're usually just really, really, really powerful. Massively overpowered for what you want at home.
Especially with the ones and twos of options in terms of software you have to play with.
Well, yeah, but you get used to that. If you're a Mac user, you find software that works, and the software is generally
syndrome, if you will.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. Okay, when it comes to radio broadcast software, what PCs offer, pretty shit.
Well, at the end of the day, most stuff's going online, so it doesn't matter what you're on if you're using Office. And 95% of what I do is on either Chrome or Zoom, so the computer becomes almost irrelevant in that.
Chrome, shouldn't use Chrome. God.
Look, I've surrendered. I am owned by Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, you name it.
They own you.
And
Well, that's fair enough. New batsman is in. First ball, he drives out to cover and there's no run. Of course it's this man.
He's on Instagram, and he's a Twitter fan. On the Ashes tour,
Defends the next ball, no run.
Do you think Chris Wokes is fighting for his number 7 spot now?
What, with Gus?
Yes.
Nah, let's keep it on there. Tossed up. Dropped out into the offside to cover, and there is no run.
Gus Atkinson, the world's greatest all-rounder and the next Flintoff.
No. Defended out to cover, and there is no run.
Have a proper think about that statement. No, that's fine.
One innings does not make the batter.
But he's on the Lord's honour board 28 times in only 2 matches or something.
Well,
come on.
Yeah.
Driven by Wokes, can't beat cover again. Is that the end of the over? Yep, that is the end of the 38th. England 171 for 5. Lead of 402. Roots 54 not out. Wokes is new at the crease. Jamie Smith was just out for 25. And Jai Surya has a couple. 2 for 64 in 12 overs. It's pretty expensive. But he has picked up 2 wickets. Maybe meaningless wickets, who knows. Over to you, Messi.
Well, it's very quiet on socials. It always is after lunch as people are digesting their massive lunches. because they didn't have a proper breakfast. But Dave Emrys, or Dave Wood, I don't know which is the real one, Dave, says the world has gone downhill since Windows 95. Well, the world has gone downhill, irrespective of what software you use. Mark Zip says, good man, Mog, just built myself a new desktop. The exact components I wanted to do exactly the jobs I want to do, and I'm not even a gamer.
Well, yeah, they are quite easy to build, although I couldn't build one.
Gotta have all the technology for all those quality jingles, boys.
Well, okay, you can get that on Macs too, you know. I didn't see what happened.
The only way I can achieve my level of quality is through so many bits of software that it hides my rank ineptitude.
Okay, fair enough.
I was going to replace that soon anyway. So.
I think that was a single off the first ball of the over, but I was looking down at a tablet, so I didn't see. Because Wokes on
and you had a desktop, it would have been better.
Wow. I'm watching it on TV, actually. Very old technology. Not even streamed through a satellite.
Broadcast.
God damn it.
My God.
Yeah. Wokes is facing up. He gets one into his thigh pad. Doesn't know where it's gone. There is no run. It's all a bit
How did
slow.
Pakistan end up? Did we?
Well, I just.
Farong has just updated us on that, actually. Pakistan all right for 274, Bangladesh none for 10.
Doing their Bangla ball, they're 10 off only 2 overs.
Yes, and that stumps for day 2.
Yeah, Pakistan's suffering at home, didn't they? They lost to us. They lost to someone else, didn't they? They lost to Australia. Did they lose to New Zealand as well? Yeah. Not doing very well at home, even. That's defended up towards mid-off. And Wokes is yet to get off the mark after 7 balls. It's not good. Usually teams win at home, lose away. Pakistan losing everywhere.
And they were pants in Australia last year.
Yeah, they were pretty poor in Australia.
Maybe they just need to play all their matches in
the
UAE.
sad thing was, it's Pakistan and they're quite a cricket mad nation, but I was watching it, there's fucking no one in the stadium. Literally, it was empty.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've got, some sort of security thing going on, but I wouldn't have thought so against Bangladesh. And I thought even against Bangladesh, if you're losing, you go along and support your team, hopefully they win. Well, that's patted by Wokes. Down towards third man. It was aerial for a while, but wide of gully. And he'll get himself off the mark.
I think it's sort of a Pakistan-Bangladesh is sort of a derby kind of game. East Pakistan versus old Pakistan.
Yeah, very much so. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. You thought there'd been a bit sort of needle maybe in the crowd. Maybe not. But.
Oh, is Shakib not playing? He'd rile up any crowd, wouldn't he?
Well, Shakib is playing, yeah.
I'm surprised, despite the murder charges.
Yeah, I don't really get these murder charges.
Interpol's most wanted man.
Yeah, worked into leg side sweetly by Root out through mid wicket. They're probably going to try and come back for 2, I think. No, they decided not to. Because I mean, how does it work? Is it just because he knows someone in the government and the government?
Yeah, from what I gather, they've just fired a bunch of names out that are even remotely connected with the main targets of whoever Hussein or whatever her name is.
Because there's something like 140 people named in that writ, weren't there?
Yeah, I'm surprised that one of you lot hasn't been put in there. That's how sort of wide they've fired their cannons.
Yeah. Wokesy facing up. Ratnayaka is in. Pulled, I think he's got top edge. Going to hit another pensioner in the old stand there.
Oh, did a pensioner get hit?
Yesterday? Yeah.
Bacon and egg tie.
Bacon and egg tie got hit on the bunts.
Oh, excellent. A few things more amusing than an old MCC member getting
well, exactly, that's what I thought. Too old, probably half asleep, didn't see it. And it was a missed pull by, I think it was Kamani. And it just went straight over the keeper and landed on someone's head. I think he got top edge into his helmet there, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
I think so.
No, maybe it missed his bat, but it's a avoidable action, so it will be one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Although they seem to have given it to Wokes. I think.
Yeah, I think he did get an edge.
It looks like it from one angle. From another angle, it looked like he didn't hit it.
Might have clipped his glove.
It's the end of the
That's
over
like
anyway.
my janky bit of the feed here.
Yeah. Muttley says, I normally get a new desktop every 5 years. I basically double my current specs each time. And Jay says, Mog's still in Czechoslovakia. Mint.
It's a lovely cathedral you're in. Very good acoustics for a cathedral, I think. Root is facing up. Jaya Surveyor around the wicket. And that's a horrible full toss that goes down towards Cow, bisects 2 fielders, and is going to make it to the boundary for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
This run rate's a bit more baseball-y in there.
Yeah, it is a little bit, but that was a shit ball. He's bowled a lot of full tosses today. I think maybe.
Oh, big news!
What?
We have a tweet from Mr. Ditch who says, think you'll be on air tomorrow? If so, I may be available for a cameo.
Woo! Don't know. Get in touch with Tone. If you want to come on, I'm not in tomorrow. That's my day off.
I shall
defending.
copy I'll copy the message and send it to Tony. Ditch.
The master rotovator.
Exactly. Around the wicket and pulled to the same area. Same result. Splits the 2 fielders again. 4 more. Do you think England just want to bat for an hour after lunch? Wouldn't surprise me.
I reckon 90 minutes.
I don't think that. I think they want 500 in an hour. A lead of. Yeah, maybe they go
now
over.
is more than sufficient.
Well, what they got now is more than sufficient. It's true. Reverse sweep, nice. Beats the man who's up inside the circle, but I don't think he's got enough of it. It's going to be a chase down to the boundary. He didn't make it. I think he dug his leg into the ground. That was Ratnayaka. It's 4 more.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Maybe they'll just play till Root gets another 100.
Well, they might do that. Taunting Alistair Cook in the commentary box. Jayasuriya is around the wicket. It's defended. There is no run. It's over 12 off it so far.
Sorry.
Jayasuriya is going over 5 and over, and that's swept again, slog swept, but this time he's going to hit the fielder out at deep mid wicket. That'll just be 1 run, and the end of the over. 191 for 5, England, lead of 422. Messi.
We have a tweet from the ghost of Zoom who just says, Ditch! Coughs.
Yeah, I haven't seen Ditch for years.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him since he was last on.
Well, exactly.
Jay says, I've never tried to build my own PC. I fear I'd end up huffing the glue and assaulting someone with a soldering gun.
Yeah.
Well, no, what? Yeah, if you think you're using a lot of glue making a computer, then yeah.
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 I think it's more screwing around than sniffing glue, isn't it?
It just screws and plug and play these days, isn't it?
It's still a vice of some sorts, but yeah.
Ashley Partridge says England have a massive lead, no declare, and they're chasing 450.
Hey, he's gone for the old switch ramp that's got him out in the first innings. He's bringing them all out. He misses it though, and it goes through to the keeper and there's no run. He's determined to get that. He's determined to get one of those in, isn't he? That goes correctly.
Just a 6 directly behind the wicketkeeper.
Yep.
I think he needs more pace on the ball, actually.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
he's better when it's really quick bowler.
Yeah.
No, he's devaluing the game with these kinds of circus tricks. Wouldn't have happened back in my day.
Wow. Was there ever a your day in a cricket field?
Oh, I couldn't play in the IPL or anything, but...
Well, that's no good then, is it? Nice pull by Root. It's in front of square, beats the man who is just behind square at deep square leg. 4 more. Motoring along.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Root's into the 70s.
I could probably get a game in the CPL back in my peak.
What were you, batsman? I presume you're a batsman. I'm saying you're a batsman.
I wasn't good at either discipline, so I did both.
Ratnaika in, clipped by Root, can't beat mid-wicket, and there is no run. We're going to have a switcheroo at the end of this over. I'm staying because I'm here all afternoon, I think. Oh no, yeah, I am actually. I'm on all 4 sessions this afternoon. Joy of joys. Fourth is going to take over your ball by ball though, and Will's going to join us. You two can have a little break. But if you're hanging around, Mog, and Hattie doesn't turn up for a second shift at 2:40, you're welcome back.
If I'm still awake, we'll see what I can do.
Okie dokie. What time is it in Melbourne?
11:10.
Yeah, it's early days, mate. That's cut well by Root, but there is a man out at deep point, and it'll be just the 1 run. England's lead stretches to 427.
Jay Grover points out it's not a cathedral bear, it's probably a tomb. What is it?
It's an ossuary.
An ossuary.
Make of that what you will.
What is
How
an
many
ossuary?
legs have ossuaries got? Can they fly?
Only once their wings have dried properly in the sun.
Right.
Otherwise, they're still vulnerable on the ground.
Okay, Ratnaika is up to the crease. Heaved out. Horrible shot from Wokes. Splayed his legs. Tried to smash it through the offside. Another cheap wicket for the Sri Lankans. I don't think it really matters. There's a smile on Wokes' face. Patton the tanker caught it. He just splayed his legs and smeared it at cover. He happened to be right in the right place as it went straight to him, and he just plucked it out of the air. In fact, I think he thought it was coming a bit quicker than it was. And the bat turned in Wokes' hands. He can.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Right, the proper number 7 can come in now.
Yeah.
On your bike, mate.
He'll get a duck now in this innings, won't he?
Yeah, probably.
Won't make another run for the next 6 tests that they bother to pick him in, and then he finally gets dropped.
Well, maybe.
He peaked too early.
Peaked way too early.
Mr. P says, not sure if this was mentioned earlier, but I think Rooty is now 3rd all-time Test half-centuries. That's amazing. And Muttley suggests a declaration after Root gets his ton. Maybe we should change now, because I think they're probably going to... Oh, well, they're certainly going to add, so I don't know if it's a drinking break.
Yeah, we can do that if you like. You two take a little rest, and Fourthie, you can take us through. See you later, Mog. See you later, Messi. Will is joining us too, I think. All right, Will.
Alright.
Yeah.
Hi, Bear.
All right, Fourthie.
Alright. Hi, Will. How you going?
Alright, stressed out watching Arsenal buck up for the first time this season.
Oh, yeah, it's 1-1, isn't it?
Yeah. Dodgy reffing, that's what that is.
I didn't see. I saw Arsenal's goal. That was a bit of a giveaway from Brighton, to be fair.
It was a bit of a dodgy second yellow for Declan Rice that's done this, I reckon.
Oh, he got a second yellow.
I tend to disagree, Will.
I mean, by the letter of the law, I understand it and everything, but
what did he do to get a second yellow? Because the first one was a definite yellow.
He kicked the ball away when they were about to take a free kick.
Ah, well,
yeah, about 2 inches away.
What was enough to stop the move? I mean, you know, it's just you can't.
Yeah, but there was. But the thing is, if you look at it, there isn't actually a move on. There's
doesn't
nobody
matter.
up there.
Can't do that. Loads of people have got.
Oh, I know. I'm just.
40.
Meanwhile, I mean, we'll come back to that. Meanwhile, Ratnaika back into the attack, and Atkinson flails at the first ball, and just goes to the left of the only slip's hand, if you see what I mean. He's sort of standing at 1.5 or second slip anyway. It bisected. Actually, that wasn't Atkinson. It must be the first ball of the new over. That was Root. Who's beginning to...
That was the last over. It was the last ball of the last over. It was an under. I think it was a toe of the bat, actually.
Oh, you're right. It went straight down into the ground. It gave the impression. Yes, there we are. Okay, went straight down off the toe into the ground. No problem at all. 4 runs. He's on 400 strike rate. Well done him.
England's 200 is up. Lovely. Lead of 431.
And that's the end of the 41st. Who are you on social?
Oh no, I'm on social.
Yeah, well, I'll just give yourself a chance. So, Will, you're giving strong spare bedroom vibes there. Come back to that in a second. There's Saria around the wicket for an authoritative forward offensive goes all the way down to long off for a single for Root. Sorry, Will. Yes.
I was just going to say, yeah. It's the only bit of quiet I get, so spare room it is.
Spare room it is. Right ho. Santa Monica t-shirt for Bear. Back to Jayasaria time. Second ball. He's now bowling to Atkinson, who I imagine won't hang around here. Although he plays that reasonably circumspectly. And Jayasaria and Root have a minor collision, but it's all in good. It's all in good humour.
Yeah.
Round again. Third ball of the over. Pushed a little wider, and Atkinson pushes it a little wider down to long off for a single.
The good thing for my fantasy league is Saka didn't get a yellow card and assisted the first goal, and João Pedro, it's very cheap in fantasy league at 5.5 mil, has scored a goal. So.
Oh, that is good. Yes, I've got Wisser and Haaland.
Very, very good.
Wisser and Haaland. That is Root, and this time, just a little variation, plays it down to long on.
You're a Haaland slut, are you?
Yeah, sure. It's very imaginative to splash 15 million on Haaland, but I had him as captain last week, and he got me
of course.
51.
Yeah, no, every fucker has him as captain.
51 points.
Yeah, I know.
It's played to mid-wicket by Atkinson. Ball.
Everyone who got big points last week has Haaland. I just think he's too much at 15 mil. You've got to get a side around that.
You can. If I've got Palmer, Madueke, Wisser, so it's not total mate weights.
Yeah, annoyingly, I picked Foden because he finished last season really well. He hasn't got off the fucking bench, or came off the bench for about 20 minutes in one game.
Jayasaria in the game for the last ball of the over, pushes it a little wide. Atkinson plays it out to the sweeper, who's about 10 yards in on the offside. They come through for a single. He'll keep the strike. He moves on to 6. 204 for 6 at the end of the 42nd over.
Annoyingly, I've also got Ivan Toney, who of course looks like he's going to be sold, so they haven't bloody played him in any game.
Have you always been an Arsenal fan, Will?
Yeah, Arsenal family.
Yeah.
So it was sort of, I was born into it, and yeah. To be honest with you, I've spent far more time following the women than the men, just because
they win stuff.
The tickets. No, because my first football memory was the '98 double, so I sort of there is that, but basically I could afford the women's tickets, so and like I was there for the 2007 quadruple, and I sort of got to know a few of the players a little bit because you kind of in those days.
Fernando round the wicket, digs it in short as expected. Atkinson swivels effortlessly. There's a man about 10 yards in, deep square leg, and they just get the single.
Let's give him a jingle.
Everybody's a seaman, and that includes a seatham. And everybody's in cricket, it doesn't matter who you are. There are stars in every city, in every house and on every street.
Fernando in again, a beautiful song. And that is the slower bouncer, not Andy Roberts' slower bouncer, but a real slow ball cutter, which Root just watches sail over his shoulder. He's only 24 runs away from being England's leading century maker in Test cricket.
Wow, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? He does it in one game, a couple centuries in those things. There's a bloke called Jeremy Henderson on YouTube. He says, stop talking about that stupid game in all caps. No! Isn't it quite answer to that? This game is kind of drifting towards England making a declaration, so everything's on the table.
Cannot talk him round to football. Pulled. We've seen that shot a few times in this innings from Joe Root, and they've just taken the single, and to that man who's just off the fence. He moves on to 77, not Route 66, Route 77.
Yeah, and he seems to like that stupid game that they fucking throw the ball around in Australia that no one seems to know the rules of except for Australians. Aussie rules football, which isn't even football.
Well, all it is really
It's
Aussie
a
rules. is
organised
if you-
fight.
Well, if you take an offside out of football, you end up with Aussie rules.
Well, no,
And
because you
also-
can catch the ball.
Well,
That's a big difference.
if you throw in everything, you can catch it, you can kick it. There's no offside. It's like a massive playground game. That's what
I
you
mean,
would.
It's
That's pulled again by Root, and yes, gets the single. Moves on to. Or does he?
Yeah, I think so. Or it might have been Gus Atkinson. I mean, I guess here England do let Root get 100. They've got plenty of time in the game.
Was it? There's 2 days. I keep reminding myself, there's 2 days to go, aren't there?
After this one, yeah.
Day 3, yeah.
I keep forgetting. I keep thinking it's sort of
Feels
halfway through. Day
Feels like
4.
an old-fashioned day 4, doesn't it?
I mean, we
Yes.
will be, at the end of our session, we'll be exactly halfway through the game.
That's ridiculous. Fernando in again for his 5th ball. And, well, it's been the same every single ball, I think. He's pinged it halfway down the pitch. It's a bit of leg theory, but it's not really going fast enough to trouble these two batsmen. One who's the best batsman in the world, and the other who's coming off his debut, his maiden Test 100, so he feels good too.
Are we allowed to say that now?
What?
That Root is the best batsman in the world.
Well, he
There's
is.
been I know he is, but it's like you couldn't say it for years, could you?
Well, yeah, we did. He was top of the rankings for a while, and then he lost a little bit of form.
It's gone from over the last few years from Kohli to Smith to Williamson, occasionally Root, but I think Root's actually pulled ahead of the other three at the moment.
He has.
Yeah,
by quite a way. I mean, Kohli's actually only got 2 centuries in the last few years, whereas Root's got umpteen. That's the end of the over, and England are 208 for 6, the end of the 43rd.
Let me see what's out here on social media. Nothing on the Blueies, apart from Ashley Partridge says England is just having fun out there. They are indeed. Jay says, oh no, Will's not still on his Raj? What's Raj? Don't know what that is. Also, why do you like a 70s housewife hosting a crippling gauche cocktail party? I don't know what you're on about, Jay. Where are you? Where's your head at?
Well, sometimes it's best not to go too deeply into Jay's psyche.
Yeah.
There's a big, thick outside edge all along the ground from Root. They think about a single for a minute. There's a man at 45 on the offside, if you see what I mean. So effectively, it's a dot ball.
Jay's probably been on the whatever it is today.
Probably.
Does he mean rage? Because I had a bit of a codeine. I was on a bit of a codeine rage yesterday. So.
That might be it. That's pulled by Root to the sweeper on the leg side, deep mid wicket.
Isn't codeine codeine's a bit of a downer, isn't it? Chills you out.
Oh no! Like I react really weirdly to codeine.
Yeah.
It's so bizarre. I don't know why. It just really messes with me more than anything.
Yeah.
Like morphine, fine, no problem.
Oh my word!
Codeine.
Listen to this
sends me
pharmacological
loopy.
conversation. Atkinson's throat sits down to long on. They come through for a single. I'm very fond of codeine, but they're an American slowcore band from the early 90s. I don't really.
Yeah,
Used to be.
I vaguely remember them.
They're very good. They were reformed recently. I saw them in the Croxton or Northcote Social Club. Joe Root essays a massive wahoo, completely misses it by a couple of yards. That's probably the worst shot he's played in the entire Test match.
Well, yeah, missed that one.
Joe Sarai in again. He gets to his overs quickly. Oh, it's gone up in the air. Joe Root has got the top edge on that one. Where's it going to land? You might have to help me out here. My feed is poor.
It landed short of deep square leg, who was actually behind square and actually ended up being quite safe, although it looked like he was going to be out.
Took 2 runs. Root moves on to 81.
Got away with it.
Got away with that one. So that's probably the 2 worst shots that Joe Root's played in his entire Test match there. There's no point. You don't need to really get on with it. We haven't got halfway through the Test match yet. Can if you want, I suppose. And that's the paddle around the corner from Joe Root. That's a much more elegant shot. And it's going down to long leg. Cut off by the man coming from deep square. They'll settle for 2 at the end of the over. Root moves on to 83, 214 for 6.
Atkinson on F9. If we're still in a mood where he puts a death curse on anyone who gives him out unjustly. Is Will still in a mood?
18 years ago as well.
Yeah.
He didn't give me out unjustly. It was more the verbals that I was getting from a 50-year-old man at 12.
Yeah, well,
That's
don't come
very
live in
unjust.
Australia. That's good. Don't come live in Australia. That's par for the course if you play 7th, 11th cricket down here.
Yeah.
Looks like, has Joe Root done something? Oh yeah, he's what it is he's 13 runs off being the leading run scorer in tests at Lords. Graham Gooch got 2015, Joe Root's on 2002. Gooch did it in one fewer test matches. And that would be impressive. He's going to chew up all the records, apart from maybe Tendulkar's by the time he's finished.
He's got a shot at Tendulkar.
He's got a shot at it. He's got a shot at it.
Definite shot at it. He's got, what, 5 or 6 years left?
He'll probably need all of those to get it, because he's another 3,000 or 4,000 runs off.
3,000.
Swats that one, and that's gone quite fine. And the man down at Deep Square, can he get round in time?
No, he cannot.
That's 4 of these.
4.
Well, actually, Root should get there. I mean, you look at it. Tendulkar got just over 15,000 test runs. Root's over 12,000. There's a difference of 3,000. At the moment, he scores about 1,000 runs a year, or close to. Certainly over 750. And he probably only needs 500 runs a year if he lasts for another 6 years. So,
agreed. And his technique is absolutely sound. He doesn't look like his eyes are going. He hasn't got any problems off the field. Doesn't need to be captain. It's all looking in one direction, isn't it?
Yeah.
Pulls out of a pull there. Atkinson decided against it.
I mean, he'll do it.
Will, what do you think of this relentless short ball round the wicket approach? You a fan?
I mean, I am in a weird sort of way. I mean, it's a bit. It's not as entertaining to watch, but I love doing it.
Fernando, who is executing the plan at the moment, is round the wicket again, halfway down the pitch again. Swivel, this time eludes square leg, but there's a deep square leg, so it'll just be, will I think about 2? No, just be the single. Atkinson moves on to 14 off 11. He's not hanging around.
The thing is, they're not very good at it, are they? I mean, you're supposed to dry up runs as well as only make them hit.
It's not really working.
And they keep
Neil Wagner.
Exactly, they keep missing the player and getting the runs. And so it's not drying up the runs or creating many chances, really.
It's just variation for variation's sake, really.
Yeah, Harold Larwood, they are not.
Well, few were, I suppose. Root really throws the kitchen sink at that one. He's determined to get it past the man at deep long leg, but can't because he actually dribbles not off the centre of the bat. And they just come through for a single. He moves on to 84.
Well, I'm gonna get some statty shit up here.
Oh, good. Ooh. Some statty shit. Root's been Root is already on about 900 runs this calendar year, and there's still a few test matches to go. I don't know what he was in with a shot a couple of years ago, but didn't quite make it.
Well, he's got 6 test matches left after this one.
And I think what is the record in it? As we speak, Atkinson has holed out in the most extraordinary manner. Someone describe that one. Sorry, I was just looking away.
It was.
Yeah,
I think it was a reverse attempted pull, and he got a massive top edge. And they do have a fly slipping, which is exactly where he was caught. Yeah, he's turned himself around the other way. He thinks he's a real batsman now, doesn't he? Jesus.
Show this dismissal to someone from 50 years ago, and they say,
go, "What the fuck are you on?"
Cricket.
Yeah, they will indeed. Well, he is out. Now the question is, can anyone last there long enough for Root to get a ton? That's the other obvious question.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah. There might be an instruction to say, just stick around for a bit for the next man. Who is the next man?
It will be. How many wickets have we lost?
We have lost 7, so it's the number 9 on the card. Will it be?
Potts, won't it?
I've heard from Potts that the kettle's a filthy black.
He'll come in before Stone.
You know he might do.
He did in the first innings.
Let's bring him into the attack.
Although Stone's actually got 3 first-class 50s this year, isn't he? You'd think he might be a little annoyed to be down at 10.
Yeah, but I think Potts has done even better than that. So Root is now on 12,357. Sangakkara is at 12,400, so he could also over. Well, I don't know if that includes today's innings actually. He must be closing in on Sangakkara, what he is.
Definitely closing in. I mean, I think the next 3 above him from memory are very gettable. He'll almost certainly.
Yes.
I mean, he'll almost certainly end up second. I don't think there's much doubt about that.
Well, he only needs, well, exactly that. I mean, Ponting's only 13,378, and then he's on 12,357, so he needs 1,000 more runs to get in front of Ponting. He will do it in less tests as well, because Ponting have played 168 tests.
It was a sort of double-handed backhand in tennis, which flew off the rim of the racket, is maybe the best description. And it flew over the head of the keeper. There's not usually a fly slip, but there was on this occasion. God. Potts is greeted by the inevitable ball, which sails over his shoulder. It sails so far over his shoulder, he ignores it.
Well, this is it. I mean, so by the end of this series, Root should be above Sangakkara and Cook.
What's the score in the Brighton Arsenal match, by the way?
It ended a draw.
1-1, right? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Ooh,
my son's a Brighton.
That'll be good for your.
Well, yes, I've got Saliba and Gabriel at the back.
I've got Saliba, so that won't work so well. Yeah, exactly.
And that's defended off the back foot by Potts. Says no. End of the 45th over. He remains yet to get off the mark. Root's on for 84. England 2-1 for 7.
Oh yeah, it's me. Sorry. Where are we at? Is Will still in a mood where? No, I did that one. We haven't really got much going on social.
That's all right. That's fine.
I mean, I can expand on that as well, if you wish.
Yeah, go ahead. Please expand.
So basically, the reason that I didn't really have a death wish. I just noticed that the guy had died and don't feel bad about it. Because basically he was like the head teacher of the other school, and he came up to our teacher and in a very loud voice, in a sort of stage whisper. Anyway,
just break off for a moment. Nice sweep from Joe Root, and doesn't quite elude the sweeper, so they will probably come through 4-2. He moves on to 86. Yes, Will?
He goes, "And the cripple play?"
Oh my God.
Yeah, so fuck him.
Oh, I think that's 4, you know.
No, I see. Yes, it's very touch and go.
No, it isn't touch and go. It's the ball's in his hands and his back foot touches the rope.
Is the ball completely in his hands?
Oh, yeah.
It'd be out of his hands.
Yeah.
And
right, yeah.
By his elbow, so you'd need another angle to be sure whether that's 4 or not. Can they be bothered? No, they're going to go with this angle again, which I don't think will reveal anything else.
No, I think it does. I think he does release it. It's a question of, well, then it's a question of does it actually rub his other arm whilst his foot goes back. I think he's got away with that, actually. I think he has got away with that.
I think that's all right.
He didn't take the ball within this. Just roll it on there, would you? Yes, no, that's fine. That's fine. Not a 4. A bit worried about Paul Rifle in this match. He looks very gloomy. Hope he's all right. Joe Wilson looks all right. Sprightly.
Yeah, sprightly and with a smile on his face.
Yes, he's actually umpired reasonably well, funnily enough, in this match. Jay Soraya pings one very wide of Root, who just says no, thank you.
Made a howler of an LBW decision in England's first innings, didn't he? I see.
Rifle. Yeah. He's not been. He looks out of sorts, and hasn't actually been. His decision making hasn't been up to his usual standard, I would say. Swept by Root to the sweeper, who fields it well. just moves on to 87. Australia's bogey number, but fine for an Englishman, not a problem. Oh, we've lost Bear. He's gone to sort out a cat or something, no doubt. I'm very sorry to hear about that. So this bloke died, did he?
Yeah, like 5 years ago, and I just heard about it, and it made me happy. Which is really petty, but quite funny.
That's a forward defensive. You can't really describe it as Schadenfreude when the guy's dead, I suppose. Big forward defensive dot ball. I mean, we should never celebrate premature death, but I think on that occasion, Will, you got more cause.
It also wasn't that premature. He was about 80.
Oh, fine. That's not premature.
No, it's fine.
Everyone's a hero, isn't they? You should see some of the obituaries I've heard from some people I know.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
Unrecognisable. Jay Saria in for the last ball of the over, and a nice forward defensive from Joe Root. Won't get any runs for it, so Potts will be on strike at the start of the next over. At the end of the 46th over, England 225 for 7, and they have a lead of 456, which one would imagine will be more than ample.
I would have thought so, but I think they probably had enough about, I don't know, 100 runs ago?
About a day ago, when just as they were starting back. Yeah. I'm afraid to say, and I'm not being patronising or dismissive of Sri Lanka, who have played well at times during this series, but they've had a couple of sessions here and there where the whole thing's unravelled, unfortunately. They can't afford to do that in Test match cricket.
No, it's often the way, isn't it? With the same with the West Indies, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
You got to be consistent across 2 innings. And
you can't win a session. You can't win a Test match in a session, but you can lose is the old maxim. In comes Fernando, and that's right up at Potts' elbow. He does quite well to keep it down, actually. Dot ball.
Who were you exiting, pursuing? Bear?
Huh?
Who were you exiting, pursuing?
What, just now? I was pursuing a lager.
All right. You look very healthy, Bear. As
Really?
if you've just been on holiday or something.
Well, I have.
Yes.
Not that long ago, but it was a very nice holiday. First time I'd left the country, bar the 2 days I went to France for.
Oh, it's lovely when you finally get away, isn't
Yeah,
it?
proper holiday. I was like, I left really.
Here comes
for any
Fernando
fun.
again, defended off the back foot. Root comes several paces down the wicket before pulling out. Have you been on holiday recently, Will?
Oh, God, no.
Oh, God, no. Holidays, what are they?
Yeah, I can't afford it.
Fair enough.
Also, I lost my passport for about 6 months, and it turned up yesterday.
Oh, where did you find it?
Down the back of the sofa.
Like, behind a wardrobe.
Wardrobe? What were you doing behind the wardrobe?
I don't. Well, that was the thing. It was like it sort of had fallen. It obviously had been in something, and there's like the back of the wardrobe came off.
Fernando
and it fell out.
Okay, Fernando into Potts, and he just flicks it. He sort of pulls it, but only gets a top edge of a bit of glove, but there's no leg slip or anything, so he gets a run for it. He's 2 of 7. So you've got these new passports now in the UK, haven't you? You've got a lot of nostalgia for the old ones.
Oh, it is one of the old ones. Hang on.
No, I've still got an old one, but I've got to get a new one next year.
Quite a recent invention, passports only came in around the time of the First World War. Root sets himself, he knows what's coming, and pulls it, and again there'll just be the single. Just excuse me one moment, I'm going to let Toby in through the door. He's scratching at it.
Wants to be let in. Yeah, lead is 458 now, more than enough, one would think. I think they're just going to let Root get 100, aren't they, and then they're going to declare.
You would.
Yeah, you'd think so.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much point hanging around here. They've got golf to get to on day 5.
Absolutely. I hope they can wrap it up today. They get an extra day of golf as well.
Maybe tomorrow afternoon they've got in mind, probably. Oh, that's right up. It gets a bit of pace up there. Well, not that fast, actually, only 82, but he gets it up to Potts' chest. He defends it quite well. Yeah, I think this is probably right. Potts has decided not to take the expansive approach. He's going to just back Root up, who's got 12 runs to go to the century, and you'd imagine sometime around there they'll declare.
Yeah, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Root gets
I mean,
well.
without taking any undue risks, Joe Root's got 88 off 94 balls. Remarkable.
He is special, isn't he?
He sure is.
I still think that Kane Williamson's my favourite batter in the game, though.
Yeah, fair enough. And Williamson is elegant in his own way. I just feel sort of some of the centuries I've seen Root scored in the last few years. I don't think I've seen an Englishman score more elegant centuries. That's a dot ball. Well, they're thinking about, did it get a little edge there as it went through?
Well, they're thinking maybe it grazed the glove.
The glove.
No, they have reviewed it. It was only the keeper who really went out. I'm not sure if Sita did.
And sometimes you think when there's an umpire who's not having a great test, you think, well, the fact he didn't give it is neither here nor there. And Paul Rifle isn't having a great test at the moment.
I don't think. Oh, actually, it could be. It could be a little graze.
It's hard to tell from that angle.
It is.
You think there's a deviation?
Underneath? Oh yeah, no, there's definitely.
There's a little glove. There's a little glove. He was hoping that no one spotted it, but there was a little glove. Just the faintest of nicks. And he'll have to go, I think.
Yeah.
Poor old Paul.
Well, what can we give him? No, we don't want that one. Let's have this one.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
I've just had a bid. Woohoo!
I think, just while you do that, Bear, I think it's time for us to switch around, isn't it?
Right, it is. Who's on now? Bear, Messrs. Hattie. Hattie's not back. Do you want to come back, Mog?
You want me to?
Well, Mog's here.
Mog's
Mog's impersonating Hattie at the moment. So
I'll let Mog do that.
Well, I have to tell you that, given your description of the circumstances, I think your death curse on that bloke was mild. I think the fucker was lucky to live as long as he did.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've been going through the cupboards at Gorilla Cricket because obviously selling the place, so there's loads of shit here. And I put on some boxed and in very good nick things like I've got a thing called a flying cow, which is like in the old days when you had sound cards and MIDI and shit to split things like SPDIF signals, which in the 1990s meant something. But it's in absolutely perfect condition. It's just been sitting in a cupboard for 20 years. And another one to split ADAT signals into analog. So I've just dragged them out of the cupboard and thought, well, they've got to be worth something. They're boxed and then and I've got a bid on one, which is quite interesting.
That's nice.
Fuck. I've got a whole wardrobe full of redundant technology.
I know.
Anybody.
So I thought I'd list some of it. Silly price. I mean, the thing was, I think, about 260 quid way back in 1990. I put it up to 30 quid. Someone's giving me a bid. That's all right.
Yeah.
Just quickly, just come in for a second. I was going to say, if Mog, I don't see Mog's attractive face, so I'm happy to sit in until either Mog or Hattie appear.
Okay.
Good on you.
Lovely.
But if Mog appears, let him loose.
I will do. Well, I'm sure he'll vocalise himself if he does.
I think we're on a drinks break at the moment. Anthony Henderson says, so very happy to see Joe Root making a lot of runs in this test match. England has a damn good score already to win this match. Hope Root makes another ton for sure. I think most people feel much the same. Jeff Rick says England staying in too long. Weather possibly makes this a draw. Better to set a challenge for the bowlers and get this done ASAP. Two things, Jeff. We are at exactly the halfway point of the time allocated for this test match, and there is no rain forecast for the next 2.5 days.
Exactly.
So, in the old days, England would have been batting it as long as they possibly could and set them whatever target they like over 2 days. So no, Jeff, I'm not with you on that one, I'm afraid.
I have to agree with Messi on that one. I think they got more than enough now. They could declare now, and I think they will declare shortly after Rooty gets a ton.
I think that Ollie Stone and Bashir just need to. I'm sure they've got very clear instructions. Just get Joe to 100. Don't play any extravagant shots.
I think Root will be trying to.
Famous last words.
Yeah.
Well, I think he'll be trying to get there as quick as possible. Yeah. Knocks that one round the corner, down towards very fine leg. Will be chased down. Alright, Naka chases it, and this time Rudy's going to push for 3. He wants to strike, moves into under 90. Just 10
And
runs
as we've
required.
mentioned, it will be a significant 100 because it'll mean not only will he overtake Graham Gooch as the person who scored the most test runs
Well, I
at
think
Lords.
he's done that now,
also-
hasn't he?
Oh, he's probably done it by now.
I know, he will do when he gets to a ton, yeah.
And
Driven out towards cover, he'll take the single.
And move to 3,400, which is the most by an Englishman, overtaking. Who's he overtaking? No, I mean, yes, that's right, overtaking Alistair Cook, I guess.
Yep.
Is that right?
That's right. They're both stuck on 33 at the moment. Root will overtake him in less than 100 runs as well in his total career. It goes back. Does Ollie Stone defends up to mid-on, and there is no run.
And there's a big gap as well.
Interesting.
Cook and Pete from Cook and Root down to Peterson, who's like 10 tons below.
That's thrown up horribly wide. Ollie Stone drives out to deep cover now. Interestingly, with a batter in, they'd have probably scooted 3 for 2. Oh, they still do scoot for 2 for 2. I thought Rooty might want to strike. There's only 2 balls left in the over, so you might think, well, he can survive 2 balls and I'll get the next over.
Interesting stat on Root. Prior to this match, his wait.
Defended back to the bowler, no run. Go on.
His average as captain was 46.44. Not as captain was 55.17.
Well, his average as captain wasn't too bad, considering most people consider an average
No,
over
not
40.
bad. Had 14 centuries as captain.
Yeah, defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. It's a big one in Sri Lanka, I seem to remember as well.
Yeah, works the other way with some. I think Gooch's average as captain was much higher from memory.
Yeah, it is interesting, isn't it?
End of the over. 2-3-2.
Okay. Sorry. So Mr. P says squeaky bum time for Root. I'm not sure.
I don't think he gets squeaky bum time anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. Although he did spend a long time on 99 in the first innings. Jeff Frick says that's good. Hope the weather holds. Thanks for putting me right. That's okay, Jeff. Good to have you here. And Nicholas Agar says waiting for Root to make yet another century. Indeed.
We are indeed. Asito is continuing. 3 for 48. He got a 5 for in the first innings as well, didn't he? That's short, down the arse, and very, very short. Would it be given as a wide? It is given as a wide. We haven't had one of those yet. There's been a few testing it, but it is wide.
Zippo's sent us a nice bluey. He says, I expect most of us would look sprightly and cheerful if, like umpire Wilson, we couldn't see the horror around us.
Wow. Yes.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Well,
so you can't keep a reputation, can you? He's actually umpired okay in this match.
Well, Pope doesn't seem to be getting dressed. They're all in black t-shirts. I don't know what that's all about. That's attempted pull by Root. It was a horrible shot, actually. Way down the leg side.
Maybe they're not going to declare. Don't know why they wouldn't.
Come on, get on with it. And 464. What's the highest ever test run chase? 450.
Well, it used to always be 404, then it went into 434, but I seem to remember that got broken, did it?
I think
But
it's
certainly
450 something, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever got 464.
No.
But, you know, records are there to be broken.
They
blah,
are
blah,
indeed,
blah.
but not by this fucking Sri Lankan side,
not
I
by
would
this.
say.
No.
That's pulled down to long leg, and Root will get a single. Well, did he take a single? He's decided not to take a single. What? He was taking a single.
Well, he's going to hang around for try and get some fours in the next 4 balls, I suppose. That's an extremely languid.
Baz. He's just chilling out, stretching back in his long chair, and having a chat with Popey. Popey looks like, what should I do, Baz? And
everyone looks like they're on holiday in Ibiza after a big night. Just
having
lounging by the.
Having said that, have you seen the pictures of Angela Rayner?
Yes.
Around the wicket, Fernando pulled by Rooty. Oh, has he got? No, he hasn't got between the two. There's a long leg, and he'll get himself a single this time. Please do. No, come on, Rooty, just take the fucking runs, will you? Ollie Stone's not that bad. You're still going to get 100, I presume.
Silly. This is silly. Just take the runs. Yeah.
Is he protecting Stone? That's nuts.
No, I think he's just making absolutely sure, because there's only 2 wickets left, that he doesn't run out of partners, I guess.
Well, you know, that's the name of the game, isn't it? You end up not out on 98. So be it. That's pulled in front of square this time. There's still a man there. They've got loads of people out in the deep. He takes a single.
Well, I'll take that one, because there's only one. There's 2 balls left after that.
He moves on to 92. 2 fours away from 100. I presume Jarcer is bowling next over. He might try in the next over. I think it's quite cool. I don't get it. There was that whole thing when was it the Finland Prime? Was it Finnish Prime Minister, a woman, or was it Swedish? No, she wasn't Swedish. It was either Finnish or what's the other nation out there?
I think it was Finland. Yeah,
it was Finnish, and she was partying with her mates. I mean, she's a 38, 40-year-old woman. Why, why are these people not entitled to? She's enjoying herself. She's on holiday in Ibiza.
Absolutely,
and she's only Angela Ray's only about 42. Why the fuck can't she be party? She's on holiday. And everyone's getting really uppity about it. Oh, they're all getting uppity about it in the mail, Is this right? Should we have a government of people like this? Well, of course it's the fucking mail.
I think it would have helped if Liz Truss had had a holiday in Ibiza.
Well, exactly. Take some fucking pills and maybe she'd have chilled out. Too short and over the head of Stone through to the keeper and there's no run.
Well, it was the mail carried on about Keir Starmer removing the picture of Margaret Thatcher. I wouldn't want to fucking work under a picture of Margaret Thatcher in any circumstance.
Fucking woman's evil.
There's certainly not one in Gorilla Towers I can reveal. I'm not one like.
Damn right. Although Fred might like one.
He would, yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the other day, we were having a big argument with Fred. Short into the pitch. There's a surprise. And it's defended by Stone. There's no run. He was defending the private economy, saying everything should be private. And it got to the point where I said, well, the fact is that, for an employer, we were talking about subsidies and all sorts. And I was like, Fred, look, it's all right, companies make money, but, monopolies, shouldn't be private companies because it's a monopoly, right? They just make no money. Not only that, they get subsidised by the government, another thing. Secondly, you complain about this, that and the other, but the fact is, for an employer to hire an employee, the government has paid for, education, health, transport system, all these things that you want this person to be able to have for you to be able to employ them, and then you don't want to pay tax. Fuck off. And he's getting all uppity about it all.
I don't. There was a point in one of those debates last time around when Trump said, "Who doesn't want to pay less tax? That makes me smart." And that was the single thing he can be a misogynist, he could be a racist, but the one thing you need the guy to do when he's in charge of the country is redistribute the tax that's coming in, not try and minimise it.
Well, exactly. But rich people don't see it like that, do they? They're going to go for 2 here. Roots just knocked it into the leg side and offside even, but there's no one inside the ring, it would seem, and he moves on to 94.
I don't really understand
super chat.
Why rich
a £10 super chat. I'm sorry to cut you off, but this is very important.
Okay.
Go for it.
So Muttley's paid £10 and I'm obliged to read it out. He says, I'm back. Heard Will's story just now. As a fellow disabled person, this is one of the few times we should be able to say cunt on air. I've been on one recently calling out the use of the R word. Thank you for that, Muttley, and it was worth the 10 quid.
Yeah, thank you. Well done. What's the R word, though?
Probably
retard, I presume.
Huh? Ah, right, okay. Yep. Someone's called you that. They are a cunt. I'm sorry, I said that now.
Wow, the gloves are off this afternoon. Loving it.
You're all right, by the way, and I love you for saying it.
Well, that's okay. Don't you worry.
Thanks, Will.
This is Gorilla Cricket. We say what we fucking well like. Yeah? I've had a glass of wine and I'm on my beer now. I'm here all afternoon, by the way, so,
I think also that, don't you think that swearing, like when I was young, you couldn't say bloody, you couldn't... People
do anything.
And I said, I think, honestly, the world's moved on.
Yeah.
It's misogyny and racism and homophobia, all those things people have quite rightly, and disabled is... What's the word? What's the word, Will, when people are disablist? Is that the word?
Ableism.
Anyway, ableism, that's the one. But it's swear away. It's fine.
There's a bit of chat about it I see on YouTube. When they've gone for a quick single and it's knocked down to mid-on, but they get through. And is single. That's 100 up for Jaya
Not for Syria.
in less than 20 overs, so he's going fair old pace today. 2 for 100 off 17.3. England 238 for 8. The lead is 469, more than enough. Root's on 95.
More than ample.
Yeah,
it'll actually be a slightly boring fourth innings, won't it? Because there'll probably be some sort of a rear guard. It'll probably be quite slow, and it'll draw to a slightly tame conclusion. One would imagine, but you never know.
Well, exactly. That's what I was saying earlier, wasn't it? Clipped down the leg side, and there's no one. That's it. There'll be one innings, won't there? There'll be an 80-run partnership that'll be really annoying, and it might be after they're 3 down quickly or something stupid like that, and then they'll go, and then it'll all collapse once that partnership's broken. You'd imagine. You never know. I think there's still. Look, honestly, I don't think this wicket is bad for bowling. It's not particularly quick, but I think, especially with a new ball, there's something in it for the bowlers. Driven by Stone, but can't beat mid-wicket. There's no run. 1 ball left in the over.
Root's got to 96 now, off 103 balls.
That's down the leg side, and there is no run.
What's happening, Missy?
Well, there has been a bit of chat about the language on YouTube, and I know some people aren't particularly happy with the use of it. I've got to say, generally speaking, I would use the word Bradman instead of that word. But when someone pays 10 quid for it to be said, and it's particularly apt in this circumstance, I'm okay with reading it out. Mog says, suddenly your ratings have shot up. More C-bombs, you Bradmans. Now, if you pay for it, I'll read it out. But until then, I'll still use the Bradman.
We know that Mog is always trying to get the sayers to C word. We do try to avoid it. And very occasionally it slips out. And in well-intentioned instances, it does get read out. But apparently in America, I don't think it's seen as badly as the F-bomb. But I don't know.
It's different culturally, isn't it?
Pulled by Rooty. Is he going to get 4? No, he's not going to get 4. But they should come back for 2. They're going to race back for 2. They are going to race back for 2. Is he going to get there? Yes, he is going to get there. Oh, thrown at the stumps by the keeper. But he does get back, and he moves on to 98 of 104 deliveries. Yeah, it wasn't bad bit of fielding. Alistair Cook.
Alistair Cook. Poor old Alistair. You remember that picture of Ian Botham giving a little sheepish thumbs up to Jimmy Anderson when he overtook his wickets haul? It's going to be very similar.
Yesterday's man.
Exactly. Should have stayed on. He only retired when he was about 33, didn't he? Or was he 35, Alistair Cook? You could have got another few years out of him if he wanted to.
Well, this could be it right now.
It could be indeed. Root is facing up. Sita Fernando is in short. He pulls it hard out to deep mid wicket. Should get a single. Just take the fucking single. Has he decided to? No. Doesn't look like he has.
It's the second ball of the over, so no.
Well, come on. You don't need to protect Stone. He's a reasonable batsman. He's averaging 30
I don't
odd.
think protecting him. I think he's making sure that Stone and Bashir don't fall in the last four balls of the over, which could happen.
And Joe Root is the highest ever run scorer at Lord's. Well, Englishmen. Are they all Englishmen? I presume they're all Englishmen.
All Englishmen, yes. It'd be very hard
not to be.
Well, I mean, the least of them has played 15 Test matches.
Well, Johnny Bairstow scored a ton yesterday, didn't he, apparently? Sita Fernando's around the wicket. That's down the arse. And it probably won't be given as a wide. It was slow, 79 miles an hour. Well down the leg side.
Definitely a one-day wide.
Yeah. No run.
Slightly pointless cricket.
Yep.
You would say. Well, there's a sense of tension descending on the ground.
So if they declared right now they'd have a 10-minute break and then 30 minutes till tea, I wonder how long they have to do it before they get tea brought forward.
Well, they have to get another wicket. Oh no, they've got 2. Yeah, so within 2 wickets, isn't it? They can go, I doubt Sri Lanka will be asked to call this for the extra time. They're so far behind, they don't care.
No. I'm not saying extra time. But if England declared, would they bring tea forward?
Ooh,
don't know.
Because I think they'd like a short burst at them before a break.
I don't think they would. No, there's no reason to. No reason to.
I think
the game flow.
The batsman a bit more.
Well,
it does. Leeds 472. It's neither here nor there, probably. To be honest.
Well, they want to play golf tomorrow if they can.
Well,
that's
exactly. But they get a session. Well, if they get 2.5 hours, they get 3 hours to bowl them out. About 50 overs if they were lucky. Well, no, not that many. Short. Root looks to pull. Can't pull. Decides to let it go. Has it been given as a wide? It hasn't. There is no run. 2-4-1 for 8. Root 98. Another stellar innings.
One slight question is: has he bowled more than 2 over the shoulder in this? In which case, he can't bowl a third without it being a no ball. I suspect he has. In which case,
well,
they might be to get the 2 because it'll be further pitched up.
Indeed. Who is Cookie on? He's not on Sky, is he? Is he on TalkSport or is it TMS?
On the radio?
Maybe. Down the leg side, and Root tries to work that down to a very fine leg, doesn't get hold of it, and there's no run. Should have taken that run 2 balls ago, Rooty. He didn't.
Well, as Mog says, Mog says he needs to go out for 99 as punishment for he's not taking the singles malarkey. Dara Azizi says the C word is much worse than the F bomb over here. That's in the US. Nicholas Agar says in France the F word is used all the time.
And he's the one complaining about the C word.
Martley says I have a band's logo name tattooed on the back of my hand, which features a big cartoon willy. There's far worse things going on in the world than a childish dick tattoo, and that's why I got it.
Yep, fair enough.
Alan Auxiliadoro Fernandez says it's fine by me. You guys are rendering us your services and no one should be offended. Just watch it on your television if you are.
We're in for you over.
Oh, sorry, what happened to the first ball? I was looking at the YouTube
Let's
feed.
play round the corner by Stone dot ball.
Oh, they got a leg slip and they've got a short leg. Oh, and he's gone for a big drive. Could have been stumped probably.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
What the hell is he thinking of? Anything that can get Root.
Exactly what he's told not to do, I suspect.
Just knock out a single and get Rooty on strike.
That's insane.
It was floated down the leg side. He missed it. And I don't think the keeper took it cleanly. Otherwise, there would have been a chance for stumping. I think he dragged his foot out. Jaya around the wicket. Tossed up. Driven out into the leg side. I think he's going to get 4 for that.
Oh, he's going to get 4 slightly pointless runs.
He is going to get 4 slightly pointless runs, and he does indeed. He's trying to give Rooty the strike, but he hit it too well. And it's 4 runs.
The 4 you don't want.
The sort of passage of play that's very difficult to explain to someone who's not very familiar with cricket. I always think, why is he trying to not score runs? Explain it again.
Well, we have one of these.
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
And I'll play the result after this.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
As that one is thrown up, it turns and Stone plays a drive and misses the keeper. Sorry, he misses it and it's taken by the keeper and there's no run. The beer is starting to take effect, along with a couple of glasses of wine. It's all good. It's all good.
All very good.
All good.
I'm here all day.
I think I'm here for the rest of the day as well. It'll be 3 o'clock by the time I'm off.
Ooh. Jartiri around a wicket, defended by Stone, and they clap that he's not out. Which leaves Root on strike for the 53rd over, requiring just 2 runs to get to 100.
I imagine that was Joe Root's brother, was it? They picked out in the crowd.
Was
sure.
it?
Billy.
Sure.
Billy Root.
Billy Root.
Jay says in response to Auxiliadoro mentioning rendering us your services, he says, rendering us your services, you've just given me the fear. Mog says there are no pointless runs, only pointless people making them. And Prashwal Dinri says your username sounds like a Breaking Bad reference. Who's that for?
A disinterested hand job? I don't know. but we all know it's Mog. Root facing up. Lahuru is into the attack. Ooh, and he bowls short and down the legs. They don't go for the run, even though it bounces off the keeper. Who's keeping again? I can't even remember. It's Badushka, isn't it?
Babushka.
Yeah, Badushka. The opener. He's opening and keeping. Alex Stewart.
Yeah, Alex Stewart, once someone pointed out, once got the worst LBW decision of all time to a Jayasuriya. Another Jayasuriya.
Presumably the Sri Lankan...
Padath Jayasuriya, yes.
Yeah, the man in charge of the Sri Lankan team over here. Down round the wicket now. He goes back and carves it into the offside in front of square. There isn't anyone there. Well done, Joe Root. He's got another ton. A ton in both innings. 146 in the first. He's on 102 not out in the second. He is a fantastic batsman. And it deserves everything he gets, to be honest. He's overtaken Alistair Cook, as becomes the highest the most centuries for England as a Test batsman. He moves on to 34, and he's closing in on Sangakkara and everyone else above him in the Test rankings. He has been phenomenal, and we shall give him a jingle for his efforts today.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Well, now everyone can go ballistic, can't they? He's pulled that. I think that's been palmed over the head of square leg. He hit it really hard. It was in the air. It was too fast for the man at square leg who palmed it over the bar, and it dropped short of the man behind him at deep
It's
square
funny,
leg.
isn't it? Because Cook and Root are both, I think everyone would agree, very decent human beings, except that both of them are very average captains. That's the only weakness in terms of character.
Well, I've heard from a certain Mr. Norcross that Cookie might be a bit right wing. But hey, there you go. He is a farmer out in Kent.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of pulled by Rooty. Can't beat square leg, and there's no run.
Another super chat.
Bit right wing.
Alan Turfmore sent us £2. He says, "Can I ask for a fuck off for Blackburn Rovers, please?"
Of course you can. If you ask, you shall receive. If it's paid for, it comes.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
Blackburn Rovers. There you go.
I draw the line at doing that for Coventry City there.
Well, if someone pays, they get it, I'm
Price
afraid.
is right.
Yeah, exactly. That's clipped into leg side by Root. Off a bit of pan, I think. Maybe inside edge of bat. He'll get himself a single. And now I don't think it'll matter. Oh, look! Popey has changed into a white top. Still got his tracky bottoms on. But he was on a black t-shirt 2 overs ago. I think they should just declare and get on with this, to be honest. Don't need any.
You want to go home.
Well, it's not, you don't really need any more runs, do you? I mean, you've got a lead of 478.
Can't quite see what they're doing out there at the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe they just want traditional tea and they'll just keep it simple and declare it tea.
I wouldn't bother. We've got to change in 2 minutes. I would just get on with it. Stone has hit that high in the air. It's going to be caught, I think. Oh, yes, it is caught. Stone is out. Well, maybe they just get out. 250 for 9. He's gone for the big heave-ho. And he's got licence now. Root has made it. No one gives a shit on the England boundary. No one really gives a shit in the crowd. Everyone is just waiting for England to either get out or declare. Whichever way it is, Sri Lanka have got... Well, if they win this, everyone will have to say massively hats off to Sri Lanka. Personally, I think it well could be over today.
Actually, that was a really good catch. He slightly missed it. Came in a couple of yards too far, and then took a couple of yards back. Took it at head height and fell backwards and held on to it. Not bad.
Ollie Stone goes for 7 off 16.
Nisanka took the catch.
Yep.
I think we're due a change, actually, aren't we? Fourthie on ball by ball, and Will coming back in.
Yes, I believe so. Who's our third? Who's the third?
Me. I'm here all day. I keep telling you this.
Best nail to the chair.
I'm here in the studio on my own today, which has actually been quite rare right recently. There used to be 1 or 2 people around, but today there was nobody. Jason was nominated to play cricket, which is fair enough.
Will, are you there?
I'm
Messi,
here.
who's there yet? Hello there, Will. How you going?
I'm good.
Would you have declared by now?
Yeah.
No,
I'd have declared about, I don't know, an hour ago.
Wow, you'd have let Rue get a ton, wouldn't you? Just for the hell of it. There's a lot of time to go.
He'll get loads of tons.
Yeah, but, you know, if
he'll
you're
get a ton of tons.
There was a lot of records kicking around this afternoon, so they weren't going to shortchange him. I am surprised they're still batting now, though.
Wow,
he's on 103 of 114. Bashir, he's beyond strike because that was Bashir came in the last ball of the last over. It comes down the wicket roots and smashes it, but there is a man.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Now that I cannot conscience. You're 481 ahead. England are 259. Who gives a flying fuck? You've got your ton. Just take the runs on offer.
Yes, he didn't take the run. Missed.
It's so frustrating.
Only thing that can really happen now is that Fernando breaks Bashir's arm, and then everyone will say, why, oh, why, oh, why. In comes Jayasuriya, and it's a pretty ugly shot, which is an attempted sweep by Root, which ends up dribbling all the way along the ground to gully dot ball.
I think Root's saying, why are we not declaring?
What's happening? I think that the so-called think tank on the balcony is AWOL. Don't seem to really care at the moment. That was smashed, but straight to the man in the covers. Dot ball by Root.
Yeah, it's all a bit daft, I reckon.
So it's all
very weird.
All drifting sort of nowhere in particular at the moment. Root sweeps that one. Paddle sweeps, I suppose, to the man at deep square. Is he going to take a run?
No.
Take a run. And there's 2 balls left. Why would you take a run there?
Exactly. I mean, Bashir's likely to be less scared by a spinner than he is a fast bowler.
This is It's a good thing it doesn't really matter because this is a pointless phase of play. And that's smashed by Root, straight to the man in the covers. Dot ball, 1 ball left.
He's chuntering away to himself.
Yeah, I mean, someone like Root's absolute perfection.
A Pope update. He's now got his white bottoms on as well, so he's fully whited up.
Talking of chuntering away, everyone's chuntering away quite happily on the English balcony.
And then he didn't get the opportunity. Fucking ridiculous.
And Root just can't get it off the square at the moment, having played immaculately to get his century. He's just played out a very ugly maiden. Pope is in consultation with Trescothick. No big hands are coming up. No. Still going to bat.
Mr. P says, old age comes to us all. I like that. It does indeed. Which Dara's easy replies, not if you die young, Mr. P. It's also true.
I was going to say, tell Jimi Hendrix that.
Mr. P says, good point, Dara. Fingers crossed for all you youngsters out there. Well, what's young, what's old these days?
There's a good little graphic that's come up. Century in each innings of a test match at Lord's. George Headley for West Indies back in 39. Gooch, of course, famously 333 and 123 in 1990. And Michael Vaughan against the West Indies 103 and 101. So just scraping over in 2004. It's Kumara time. He's bowling to Bashir. And, of course, he's dug in. Bashir doesn't really know how to deal with it. There's an appeal. Did it get a little flick of a glove or something?
Please. I hope he has. I hope they review it.
I mean,
all out of that misery.
You'd think they won't be around long because Bash, I love him very much.
Well, they reviewed it.
He's done great things, but he can't. The boy can't bat at all.
He's not totally clueless. The decision has been reviewed. An interesting one for the.
Might have clipped the glove.
Let's hope so, as you say.
Yeah, might have.
Very adjacent. We're having a look now. No, he unfortunately did not clip the glove.
Didn't hit anything.
No.
I don't know what they heard.
Wishful thinking. Very close.
He wasn't looking at it, was he? He was kind of turning his head away.
No. Paul Rifle rather angrily signals, no, not out. Stick with your original decision, Paul.
Interesting. Farong says, route on the verge of 100 in both innings, which of course has happened. We sent this 11 minutes ago. Easy quiz. Only batted to score 150 in both innings of a test. He's off to watch his beloved Cherries away to the Garretonians, which Everton, who've had a appalling start to the season. Quality.
Very nicely played. So Bashir moves right across his stumps, swings a bat at it. It goes to the left of the keeper. But there's a fly slip who comes round to the leg side. Some very odd cricket going on here. And that Bashir comes through for a single, route back on strike. 251 for 9 the score. Lead by 482.
I've had a super chat.
Everton.
Mr. J Grover says, I'm gaming the system by paying to swear. Poo, wee and bottom. That's very unlike you, Jay. I was expecting a little bit more, you know.
That man in Sheffield. Root launches that one now. Has it gone all the way? It's in the air. It's in the air. There's a man coming round at deep square leg. Has he caught it? I
believe so.
That is the end of that. Now he could have just had a lovely bit of red ink there, but now he's average. Okay, it doesn't really matter. England all out for 251. The lead is Sri Lanka will need 483, which would be the highest ever run chase in 4th innings of the Test match.
65, I think.
By a fair few. And Joe Root comes off to thunderous applause, having scored more Test centuries than any other Englishman. 34 now.
I'm telling you, about 15 minutes before tea they'll come out. 14 minutes or what? 3 overs before tea. That's time to get the betting on now. It's unders all the way.
Right, yeah.
And I'm going to go and get myself another beer and relieve myself.
You get yourself another beer. Me and Will will chat while we're doing that.
We'll natter on.
We will. Are you a
under a lid?
Are you a frequenter of Lords? Do you get down there? Where's your ground of choice, Will, or do you get around?
So, my favourite ground ever is definitely Edgbaston. I sort of I made my sort of quite large life choices around my love of Edgbaston. I went to Birmingham Uni purely because it's about 5 minutes away from the ground.
Cool.
So yeah, that's the sort of special place for me because of the Edgbaston 05 test, I reckon.
Yeah,
was the main thing. Obviously spent a lot of time at Taunton, Bristol as well. Played at Lords once, which was lovely. Cardiff's kind of special because I played there as well.
Who do you play for?
I've played for Somerset, Warwickshire and England.
You played for England? Incredible. Wow.
Only twice. Like, it's not
to play for England, mate. That's pretty good.
and it was before they put a load of money into disability cricket and stuff. Like, like the boys now have got they actually get a sort of honours board and stuff. And
how long has there been a Disability England 11? Forgive my ignorance.
Well, so that's the thing. So technically, when I was doing it, we were rogue. If that makes sense. Okay. So there wasn't really very much funding put into it. We had to buy our own kit and all that kind of thing. And so it's been properly serious for maybe about just under 10 years.
And does it come within the auspices of the ECB, or do you have your own organisation?
It does now. It didn't when I was doing it, but
yeah,
it does now. Which is what I mean. It's sort of a bit, we kind of went rogue because, they didn't want to fund us, basically.
And does it get the amount of funding it should now?
Well, I would say no because nobody's pro.
Yeah, okay.
So I would argue not, but it's a hell of a lot. It's a hell of a lot better than it was. I mean,
how does it compare to other countries?
In terms of the funding, there's loads more
in
here.
terms of structure and funding and profile and that kind of thing.
So I would say that in terms of structure, it's probably the best here. They've got the DPL, which is good. They're looking for new broadcasters actually at the moment. We should go in for it. That'd be fun. And the county system's pretty decent. And also just sort of sheer kind of ability to get around England, particularly because it's small, so that means that it's easier to get about. Whereas if you have somewhere like Australia, you know, if you're going interstate, if you're paying for that yourself and you have to kind of go from, I don't know, Melbourne to Sydney or whatever, I'm assuming that's quite pricey.
Well, there's no train, so you'd have to fly. So that
There you go.
Are we talking about disability league here?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, just
But
find out a bit.
do they have? I mean, do they have grades like have in the Olympics now? I mean, surely people in wheelchairs can they play in the same teams as people who are able-bodied but have a different disability? I don't know.
Yeah. So there's there's a CAT system that's kind of similar to the one that the IPC use for the Paralympics. The DPL, which is the Disability Premier League, do a kind of... It's a bit weird. I don't know how much it works. It kind of works, but there's like a mix of deaf, physical disability and learning disability as well, all in the same team. And
So
that's done on a point
able-bodied
system.
but with a sort of disability that
like
autism or a deafness, muteness presumably, or something where they can
Yeah,
see
yeah.
and move their limbs correctly, but have and then there's
so they're all in the same team, and you do it on a point system. It's kind of have you seen wheelchair rugby at all?
Yes, I've seen a bit of it on the
so
Olympic
it's a really
Paralympic.
similar system to that. So you're like, depending on your severity of disability, like you're given a point system, and and basically the more sort of movement you have, the fewer points you're worth, essentially.
Okay.
And then you kind of, so you have to sort of match that up.
Yeah.
What, in a whole team, and then
Yeah. So
so each team,
I can't
so
remember.
each team can have like 150 points worth of players or something like that.
yeah, something like that. Yeah. So basically, and each I can't remember what I was. I was quite low because I was fitter because I was younger and hadn't started drinking and smoking and all the things. And yeah, so I was like a 1.5. So it kind of went from like so you went from 1 to 5, and so you kind of went on that sort of
Scale.
thing, and you were allowed 20 points in a team.
Yeah, okay. Do you play international? Are there international matches ever played?
Oh yeah, all the time. So there was when England were out in India, the disabled teams were also out in India.
Who's the best team at the moment in international?
So
India,
well,
probably.
England hold the World Cup at the moment.
Yeah.
Australia are really good. New Zealand are going to be shit hot in about 5 years.
Right.
Because they've completely overhauled their their domestic system. which I know a little bit about, just because sort of, just know people that are in it, and they've got some really, really talented kids coming through who are kind of going to hit the big time in 4 or 5 years. And New Zealand's sort of easier to get around, and it just so happens that it's all kind of based in Auckland, and also they're lucky because all of the really good people are Auckland based, so they can all kind of, so it's basically that, much like the England team at the moment, they're working out of Edgbaston. So there are a lot of kind of Midlands-based players, but also because Birmingham's as central as you can get, it's kind of easier to have people from all over the place, and there's not that Surrey bias, which there is in the men's team.
Well,
which is nice, because Surrey are actually pretty terrible.
Is there a women's disability team as well?
There are, in that most like all the counties, you can be mixed gender, but officially I don't think there are any exclusively women's disabled teams.
Okay.
Which is kind of crap, because it's essentially it then comes into funding and kind of so yeah, it's that thing. If you kind of think about where the women's game was kind of in the sort of late 90s, early 2000s, that's where the disabled game is now.
Okay, yeah, that's really interesting, Will. Thanks for
pointing
filling
it out. Yeah. Can I just ask people? So Jay sent in his super chat going on. He can swear now. I'm paid to swear with the poo, wee, and bottom thing. Diana Patterson, who I love dearly and is a very educated woman, says, Bear, you are missing Jay's Flanders and Swan reference, but I don't know who Flanders and Swan are. What's that to do
They
with?
were an old music hall duo from the 40s or 50s. I don't know
about that.
And did they swear about poo, wee, and bottom?
I think that they were, from memory, weren't they big on double entendres? Was that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Diana. I am reasonably well educated, but I didn't know that.
No need to apologise. By the way, in case you're wondering why we're talking quite so long, it's not a 10-minute changeover. Have indeed taken the early.
Oh, have they taken tea? Oh, we should jump off then.
But we should, except that it's nearly time to start playing again soon.
Is it? What time do they take tea then?
We've probably talked for about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, we have
of tea.
actually, haven't we? I mean, they went
So
off at...
we might as well just...
I think they'll be back on in 5.
Okay, well, let's just carry on then.
Yeah, that's right.
Joe Root's broken about 6 records in this test match I saw. They just put them out in a graphic. First time he scored a ton in both innings? I can't believe that.
Doesn't actually happen.
That.
I know it doesn't happen that often, but I can't imagine Joe Root's not done that before.
There was a question someone raised that I actually don't know the answer to. Someone said there's only one player who scored 150 in both innings, which I don't know the answer to that one.
I presume...
Brian Lara?
Was it?
Well,
Might have been.
he said it was a bit easy quiz. That was for wrong.
Right.
Bradman?
I don't know the answer. Possible. Thing is, you've got to score just enough, but not too many. If you get a mammoth score, obviously there's no time. I mean, when Gucci scored his,
true.
He got 111, but there wasn't time to get 150 in the second innings, I guess. So, I mean, we can look it up, but what's funny in that?
Well, I was just about to do that.
Well, we can do. Yeah, let's look it up. Okay. You go
only batter to score
150 in both innings.
You getting there before me? Oh, I've got 15.90.
No, I'm not. I'm just dictating.
In both innings of a test.
Of a test match.
Go. Alan Border. That's not easy.
That's not easy at all.
He's not one to put up there as the man to get 150. He got a lot of test runs.
Well, do you know what? Yeah, it was somewhere time in the 80s, presumably, was it?
Yeah, and it was Twin Lahore in 1980.
Quite early on. Okay.
Makes sense that it's Lahore because it's a runs fest there.
Yeah. Well, I noticed that Pakistan are playing Bangladesh and Rawalpindi for a second test in a row, which I thought was a bit weird, but they didn't get many runs. I'm kind of hoping that they're playing on the same wicket they played the first test, and it'll be quite interesting, and it's wearing. And by the time it gets to the second innings of whoever bats second, Bangladesh, it's ragging left, right, and centre. We still don't know who's broadcasting that in the UK. If anyone is broadcasting it in the UK, I don't know.
Probably TNT will just swoop in and get it at the last minute, like they did last time, weren't they?
Well, they said they're not interested. Sky said they're not interested. Although they have presumably reduced the price, as they admitted that they pitched it too high.
I mean, should we go in for it?
Well, yeah. If someone wants,
I mean, we could.
We nearly bid for the. We nearly bid for the World Cup rights, you know, for the World T20, was it? We got the pack. We got the pack off the ICC, which is quite interesting. They're a bunch of assholes. Okay. Well, they are. They're evil. I mean, they basically say everything's your responsibility and nothing is ours, but you have to pay us loads of money. And if we change the rules, fuck you. It was quite an odd document, really. You couldn't use any of anything for your own benefit, and lots of things that were a bit off. Really.
Those people.
How much did Ireland cost?
The rights were £500.
Bloody hell! I'm guessing then.
Pakistan's first ever Test match was £500. The Airbnb cost us £1,800.
Did you make any money back?
No. We crowdfunded though. I mean, it was very good. We
it was fun, yeah.
Yeah. No, we went. What's the crowdfunding platform? Not
GoFundMe.
GoFundMe. Yeah, I think it was that. And we raised £5,000, which covered all our costs, which is good.
Well,
but you know, we were exclusive, and everyone loved us in the press, and we were a story for 5 days.
Yeah, story. No, that's good. You have to need to make the most of that, don't you?
Exactly.
You've probably got.
And everyone was sucking up to us for a small 5 days. It was like, oh, this is what it's like to be in the real thing. And then, of course, as soon as that was done, no one wants to know us. Horrible people out there.
People say it's not nice to be famous, and I don't think I would like it. Actually, it's true. But
well, you kind of are. You're on Gorilla Cricket. You're a star. What are you on about?
That's true. But it doesn't get me into Melbourne restaurants if it's.
No, that's probably true.
You can't do a Michael Vaughan and just sort of brag about getting those Oasis tickets. He was on that this morning.
Well, those Michael Vaughan and Oasis are very well matched, aren't they? They've both got similar appalling attitudes.
That word that we were coruscated for using earlier would apply to both, really.
Certainly would. All three of them.
Muttley played for Glamorgan Greencaps CFDP League? What's CFDP? Anybody? I think Muttley's in the disabled category of some description.
I'm going to guess D, disabled.
Yes.
So I don't know what the C stands for, but
it reminds me of what's the lung disease that people get? Is it CPD?
Emphysema?
Yeah, but there's emphysema. There's another one where
there is an initialism.
Yeah, with a C and a P in it.
Yes.
I don't know, because I know that D40 is the hardball league, and you've got the Super 9s, which is the kind of incredible. Sometimes it's inside if it pisses it down and you need to get a result, kind of thing. That was.
You remember this, Will? But when I was growing up, on Test match on the Lord's Test on the Saturday, it was always the primary club. And if you wore a primary club tie, and if you'd ever been out in any form of cricket first ball, which effectively everybody has who's played cricket at some point, that was to raise funds for blind cricket. So, question: is there still a separate form of cricket played by blind people exclusively?
I believe so.
Has it all been wrapped up into disability now?
No. So blind cricket is separate because it's a vastly different sport, really.
Yeah.
Because you
Just-
have to have a rattler in the ball, and the balls
of
are
that.
slightly bigger, and
I don't really see how you could get somebody who's blind to play your form of cricket. It just wouldn't work, would it?
no, not at all. I mean, I've played with blind people,
Yeah.
but in a kind of more casual, kind of just knocking about kind of way, which is really fun.
Yeah, I'll bet. We're back out. Chris Wokes is going to open the attack. I don't know whether you want to jingle him up, Ben.
Oh yeah, I shall do that. I need to get under. Hattie is. I'm trying to find out if Hattie has said she's not available today, but she's down for loads of sessions and hasn't turned up, and she's put nothing to say that she's not available. So Messers is supposed to be back. Sagir is supposed to be here. He's not here.
No.
I
joys.
I can just stay. I don't mind
just let us know whenever anyone turns up who's meant to be commentating.
Okay.
I think I'm down to be commentating right now. Am I?
No, Hattie's supposed to be commentating right now, but she's not here.
The times are all a bit fucked up because tea isn't supposed to finish till 4 o'clock.
Of course.
So who's meant to be on right now?
Hattie, Messers, and Sagir. Sagir's not here. Hattie's not here. Messers is here. Do you three want to do it? I'll have a little bit of a break.
Yeah, have a break.
Go and
have a Kit Kat
and stuff, you know.
Okay.
And we'll just have fun at your expense.
That's okay. You can do
We'll
that.
just- we'll
I
just
can hear you
carry
all. Don't worry. I'll be, slating you when I come back.
We'll carry on till otherwise. Wokes bowled that first ball and it has gone for one. So Madushka is off the mark. Karuna Ratna is now on strike. There was a big thick inside edge, so there was a muted appeal. So let's have a look. Karuna Ratna will now face up to his first ball against Chris Wokes, who I recently discovered is known as the Wizard universally. That's his epithet.
Yeah.
And they asked Stuart Broad why is he called the Wizard, and he couldn't remember.
Isn't it because he can? It's something to do with his ability to just put a ball on a penny every single time.
That's defended by Karuna Ratner to point. I think Stuart Broad's conclusion was that he's just really good, not only at bowling, but he's immaculately dressed. He's the best at football when they have a kick around before play. He looks the part. I think he gets modelling contracts, etc., etc.
What makes it really? What's the worst for me is that he's a lovely guy.
What makes it worse for me is I think he's a Villa supporter, which is a big blot on his copybook. That's clipped off his legs by Karuna Ratner for a single, so he's off the mark. They're both off the mark now.
Alas, I lived in Villa land for 5-6 years, and
The worst
so
offender, Ian Bell, who was born in Wellsgrave Hospital, Coventry, and is a Villa supporter, absolute turncoat.
but didn't he pretty much immediately move to
Born in
Northfield or
Coventry.
something?
Yeah, born in Coventry. In comes Wokes again, fifth ball of the over. No movement as yet. There's 4 slips. There's a man close in on the offside. England certainly don't need to worry too much about leaking a few early runs here. They can put as much pressure on as they want. The target is 483. That's defended by Madushka. 1 ball of Wokes' first over to go. And he's in again. Goes a little wider on the crease, looking for a bit of angle in, and that's closes the bat. Madushka plays it out to the man at deep square leg. That's Atkinson, who's taking his cap off now, revealing his Eminem style hair, and who will no doubt be starting the next over. Sri Lanka 3 for none at the end of the first over, Messi.
Jay Grover says, I do not begrudge any of the money I gave to Guerrilla Cricket for the Ireland trip because I got to see Fred happy. Also, COPD. I don't know what that means.
We were talking about lung diseases.
Oh, right. Jay Grover also knows everything. He says wizard because he was good at darts. There you go. That's an interesting one. And Dara Azizi It says, when do we start calling Gus a genuine all-rounder like Darren Stevens? I have to take you to task too, Forthy.
Oh God! What have I
for
done now?
not knowing that there is a train between Sydney and Melbourne, the XPT. It only takes 11 hours.
Is there?
Goes on a regular basis, and you've been in Melbourne for 11 years and haven't discovered it.
You never respond to Albert Wodonga. I know. Yeah. Okay. Right. I stand corrected. In comes Atkinson, and as ever, he's quite straight, and that's clipped off his legs, and that'll go all the way from Madushka. So imagine uno, due, tre, quattro, or whatever language you prefer. That's a 4, because Bear's away from the jingles at the moment.
Yeah, so we're doing jingles in your head. In fact, it's really good because everybody can have their own jingle without being told what it will be.
Yes. Yes, this is what anarchy looks like.
Ah! Well, not exactly.
Atkinson in again, second ball of his first over. He's got that intense look of a dedicated ferret, and he gets that's a Yorker effectively, and dug out by Madushka. So not a ball you see too often these days.
This is the most relaxed anarchy I've ever seen.
This is relaxed anarchy. I think that is a state devoutly to be wished for. Relaxed anarchy.
Yeah.
Relaxed Anarchy were a great group in the 60s, actually. They were well ahead of their time.
Relaxed Anarchy, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, about 68 they peaked. In comes Atkinson again. We finally got that's defended to the man at point dot, but we finally got a smile out of him when he got his test century. We don't get many smiles out of Gus Atkinson. He's a serious fellow.
So you're both Aussie based. You're the people to ask how I would go about getting to Australia without
By
flying.
plane. Oh, without flying? Holy fuck!
I can't do long haul flights.
Very slowly.
You can spend 6 weeks coming by boat. I suppose you could do that.
Are
you
there
can do
boats
it.
though?
Well, there are liners that, if you go with Cunard, they do round the world cruise. It'll cost you.
Yeah, I meant in a way that's not going to cost me the same as a mortgage.
Oh well,
the best way is
that's
most
problematic.
a lot of container ships have the capacity for 3 or 4 passengers on them. You really need to go through an agent.
Again, goes a little wider on the crease, a little bit of shape, possibly through the air, but no problem from a Dushko who defends.
So in theory, yes, you can. It's not easy, but and you won't get sort of silver service, but you could do it that way, or you could run.
Funny enough, I found out
into
what
that.
you got after 7 years in working for Australia. If you're a POM, you got 9 weeks long service leave, and I found out why it was 9 weeks. And that's clipped a half volley on leg stump to deep square leg. There's a man coming round. He was Bashir, and we were shooting to 2 because it was 3 weeks on the boat, 3 weeks to see your relatives in England, and then 3 weeks back again. That's why it was 9 weeks long service leave.
Well, it's normally 13 weeks over here.
Well, West Australia.
You've been ripped off.
Okay, over to you, Messi. That's the end of the over. At the end of
Okay, well, we do have a super chat from Sagir Parker, who gives us 10 Aussie dollars for Roots Twin Towns. Thank you, Sagir. Now, because we're back from tea early, you'd be very welcome to jump on the feed to take your session up early if you would like to, Sagir, because Forthy's been on for quite a while, and it's currently 1:45 in Melbourne. So if you're available,
if you want to,
we don't have anybody in the studio to let you in, but Bear might hear this and do so if you come on.
I'm quite happy to carry chuntering on ad nauseam. Just let me know. Just give me tell me when someone else is going to be quite happy to stand down as well. Either way, it's fine.
Sagir says sure, so he'll be coming in shortly if the Bear is listening to let him into the room, because at the moment we're all remote.
Okay, so at that point I would stand to one side. Yeah, that's fine. That was clipped for a dot. First ball of Wokes, second over. He's in again. Ooh, and that was an edge. Yeah, no, it's LBW actually. It's been given by Paul Rifle. It came back. That's the first one, a bit of movement through the air. Wasn't an edge off the bat. It hit him flush on the pads. And Karuna Ratner is saying, shall I review it? It will look pretty plumb to the naked eye. Of course he is going to review it because there are 3 reviews available, but not with any great conviction.
Yeah.
Looked out.
Plum.
Do you think so, Will?
I reckon so. But
look. Just straightened up. Could be, well... Now we look at it again. Things look a little bit different because...
It was quite high, doesn't it?
It didn't look as if it came back quite enough, and it looked as if it stayed quite high. And we do know Paul Rifle's not having a good game, so it could possibly just clip the very outside of the top of off, but this might well be overturned.
if it is, it'll be umpire's call.
Now, Sagir is with us, but the question is, Sagir, do you have good enough feed to do ball by ball?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll hop off.
All right, then.
And that's missing, so it's not out. Thanks, Forthy. We'll see you soon.
Bummer, that's my bet.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Obeys in the studio.
Yeah. Welcome,
good evening,
Sagir.
everyone.
Good evening. So,
Good to
Will,
see
you're
Will
outnumbered
again.
by Perth residents,
Hiya.
I'm afraid.
Yeah. But Perth is the place to be.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm kind of relieved that wasn't out because I don't want to see another procession.
I do. No.
The bear's gone under. Yes.
No, I think he just wants a couple of extra days off.
Yeah. Have you seen much of this so far, Sagir?
No, not much of the game. I've got family visiting at the moment. Well, anyway, in comes Vokes, and he trundles along. Oh, that feed cut out. Let me do one thing. Let me see if I can get KO Sports on.
The trouble with KO Sports is it's about a ball and a half behind.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Unless you've got satellite feed.
No, I've got a pretty good.
Works in and ooh, was that cool? No,
No, it
bump ball.
bounced just in front of fourth slip. What's your feed like, Will?
All right, not bad.
Because mine cut out exactly the same time as Sagir's then, as the delivery was coming through.
Yeah.
Why don't you do it, Will?
Yeah.
Summarising.
Yeah.
Cool. Works in again, and that's 3
Yeah.
keeper.
KO's
Lot of
is
movement
definitely a bit late.
Yeah.
So there's no point in that. All right.
So you can be our expert commenter.
And Will's going to do ball by ball?
Yeah.
Sure. Let's make it work. I was just going to mention a bit earlier with that LBW decisions. Bit ironical. Today I was at the annual umpires seminar, and one of the sessions was on LBW, and you just go through the rules over and over again. And the club level or the grade umpires, the consensus was that the LBW is not a tough decision to make. It's usually when you have those faint nicks and stuff, that's when you get it wrong. But in terms of the way that law is worded, it's really not that hard to interpret, and to see top tier international umpires make those mistakes is a little
Atkinson
bit funny
in.
at times.
And that's caught at in the covers. But my feet just cut out, and I'm as blind Joel.
Yeah, it was driven to cover point and fielded there. Of course, I would think if you're umpiring in a match where you got DRS, the pressure is much greater, isn't it?
Well, it is, but I think it
Atkinson
also
in
makes the
again.
umpires complacent.
And That's defended and picked up by who is that?
I think it's
bloody feet cut out.
It's not working for any of us, is it?
I think it's just a slight lag.
Yeah.
When Atkinson's back at the top of his mark, and in he comes. Oh. And there he goes, and Madushka just twists the ball just around his hips, and there it goes to sort of backward flying leg over there.
Got a good attacking field. Got 3 players in the slips, a leg slip and a forward short leg. So there's plenty of pressure on. Atkinson looks exhausted, actually.
Really does. That Phil Foden type Barnet is not doing him any favours, I don't think.
There's no reports of him carrying a niggle, are there, is there?
No.
Because sometimes with quick bowlers, well, we didn't even get to see this ball, but it's on its way towards backward square leg, and it's hit the boundary ropes.
Sorry, that's deep cover.
Was it?
Left-hander.
Oh, so it must be the other
Left-handed
angle
bat.
then.
Yeah. It was a beautiful drive through the covers for 4. With so many close fielders, there's not a lot of coverage, but, you know, when you're 473 runs ahead, you don't have to worry about that.
Oh, and there was a fumble by the fielder as well, which allowed the ball to go for a boundary.
So who is commentating?
All of
I
us.
think we're all sort of doing
Yeah,
bits
it's a
when
team
we
effort.
can
Depends
see
on
it.
who gets correct. That's right. Yeah, it depends on who gets to see it.
I just always get nervous about too much dead air, that's all.
Hey, there's Jimmy in the balcony.
Is that ball was defended into the offside by Karunaratne, and it's now the what's this? The last ball of the over.
Last ball of the over, through to the keeper, and everyone sort of wanders about resetting.
Okay, Steve Kellett's got an idea for you, Will. He points out you can get as far as Singapore by train, and after that you could ferry to Indonesia and maybe do a single short haul to get across to Australia. And I think there are quite a lot of cruises that go to Singapore from Australia, so you might be able to catch one of those. So it'd be an interesting train journey to Singapore.
Excellent.
You could go on the Trans-Siberian and then come down through China.
All right, if you and 40 bail me out when I get stuck somewhere.
Well, it depends if you're carrying anything.
Yeah, true. I reckon drugs would be okay, but things like raw meat, plant products, you get arrested on site.
So Wakes just delivered the first ball of the next over, which played out and missed and gone through to the keeper. It was a beautiful delivery, cut back off the seam just a little outside the off stump. And Madushka really was feeling for it. Next one, though, he goes back defensively and gets it to short cover and rushes through for a quick single. And Jay Graver just says, "Hooray, Sagia."
I wonder what got him excited.
Ashley Partridge is wondering whether Sri Lanka can bat the day out. They should be able to, but doesn't mean they will.
Yeah, you never know, isn't it? I mean, it's not as if the pit's got any gremlins, but the slope at Lord's sometimes can be very tricky for visiting teams, especially if you're not used to it.
So the next ball from Wakes is defended out the offside. They think about single dash back again. Score is 15 for no wicket. I think this is what, the fifth over we're in stage.
Yes.
Madushka's on 10 and Karunaratne's on 5. Who's doing this ball?
Wokes through to the keeper. Very close. But my feed's doing that. You know that thing that in like video games when people just
The
appear?
rubber banding. That's what you're talking
Yes.
about, isn't it?
Well, as
Usually
it happens, my feed's pretty good at the moment, so I'll continue on if you like, and
Yeah,
see
no,
how we
that's
go.
all right. Yeah, because I sometimes see the bowler at the top of his mark, and next thing I know is the ball's running through covers or something.
That does sometimes happen. So Wokes is in again, right arm over, bowls on a good line, little short of a length. Karunaratne defends comfortably to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So what's your prediction for where we're going to end up today, Sagir?
Ooh, but one session, I reckon they'll probably be able to get 35 overs in. Wouldn't surprise me if Sri Lanka were already like 3 or 4 down by the end of day's play.
Yeah. Next one is slightly short of a length outside off stump. Madushka just semi-cuts it down to short cover, and there's no run. And that's the end of the over. The score's 15 for no wicket. And there's not much going on social media, apart from Sagir, who's commenting on on YouTube as well. But you can actually say those things instead.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, that is listener or spectator engagement. They also feel as if they're part of the discussion that's going on, and there's nothing wrong with that.
So Atkinson's back on for the next over. Madushka's facing up on a good length just outside the off stump. He puts it out to short cover, who comes rushing in. They thought about a single, but then thought, that's not such a good idea, and went back again. I've got to say, if Bear's looking at a bet, I reckon the run-out's probably not a bad chance here. They don't seem particularly confident in themselves.
No, and it seems as if they're in a bit of a rush to just get off strike. I mean, there was no run over there, and in the previous over as well, the one that they tried, there was no run over there either.
Atkinson's in again. Whoa! He nearly got out the same way as in the first innings. He got a thick inside edge, just went down, just missed the stumps and stopped just next to the stumps. That's a shot he should have taken out of his playbook altogether. He frankly didn't need to play that at all. It was going well over the stumps. It wasn't so much an edge, it was a block that went backwards on him because he didn't get the angle of the bat quite right. I think maybe the pace of the ball just beat him a little. He was very lucky it didn't bounce onto the stumps. Atkinson in again, outside the off stump, beats him hollow as he goes for forward defensive, and it just misses the outside edge of the bat through to the keeper.
I think the previous ball, the inside edge, he tried to play an uppish delivery. It sort of more or less came up to his rib cage, and rather than playing it on the back foot, he was quite front, and I think that's probably why he sort of couldn't control that play.
I mean, Madushka looks all at sea at the moment against Atkinson. So Atkinson's coming in again. This one is on a good length. It hits him on the pad. He's coming well forward. It's probably hit him just outside the line of the off stump, and quite
Joel
possibly
Wilson
going over as well. Yeah, Joel's been all right this match, actually. He hasn't done too bad. They're thinking about a review, but Pope's
not
consulted and decided not to do anything. I think that's a good decision not to review that. I'm pretty sure
But may
we've been going
I point
over.
out that we do have a super chat by Jahan, and he's out celebrating something in Northbridge tonight, and he wants to say that he can predict the result of 99% of test series. Why do we even bother? The only one I got wrong was West Indies drawing with Australia, and home A is too predictable.
Well, sorry, as I was looking at that, the next ball is hit right out to deep mid-wicket by Madushka for 2 runs. He pulled it, a fairly short ball. Well, I mean, most of us can predict series, and sometimes they don't turn out the way we think. Sometimes they do, but either way, it's never over until it happens. I'd like your prediction for the India-Australia series coming up this summer too, while you're at it.
Have you got tickets for the game?
Yep.
Great.
Next ball goes through Madushka to the keeper, who takes it down by his ankles. That's the end of the over. The score is 15 for no wicket.
I'd also say that that's not the point of Test cricket. It's more like art than. Do you know what I mean? It's like, with Greek tragedy, when they basically tell you everything that's going to happen in the first speech.
Yep.
But then you stay and watch it because it's the how rather than the what. And
Indeed.
I think
Well,
that's
I mean, let's face it. You watch Hamlet over and over, and you still know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and just like art, it's in the eye of the beholder, isn't it? Some people
Absolutely.
like one form, the other may not.
Wokes is
a
in
little bit of
again
everything.
to Karunaratne, who tickles it around to the leg side. It goes to deep square leg, and they only take a single. I think with a bit of hard running, they would have got a couple there. It takes Karunaratne on to 6, Madushka's on 12, the score to 18. We're
You
in
really
the
want that
seventh
run out,
over.
don't you, Missy?
Yeah, definitely. I think if the Bears got any sense, he'll be on that now.
He's probably
Sagir,
already doing it.
if I could ask you, Sagir, to read out the YouTube comments.
Yeah, will do.
As we go. Wokes is in again, or he gets a thick outside edge, which bounces just in front of first slip, who knocks it down to the ground. That was beautifully bowled, not particularly well played. I can't see Madushka lasting all that long, to be honest.
No, he's looking.
I'm not
he's
seeing
not in control
any
at all.
swing to speak of, although my feed's not good enough to judge really, but he's getting a little bit of nip off for the wicket, and Wokes is really making the best of it. He does love bowling at Lords, doesn't he? He's got an average of about 10 at Lords.
Yeah.
So he's in again, pitched up a little shorter outside the off stump, and defended comfortably to short mid-wicket by Madushka.
Right, so just to mention a couple of messages that Jahan has posted on YouTube. The first one is he's talking about the WW podcast, and he says that anyone who are followers of the podcast, let's just say there's a special episode coming up, a discussion between him and Jack, and I'm assuming this may be Jack of the cricket podcast, I'm not too sure, and they're going to discuss the upcoming Australian season.
Next ball is just dropped out to the offside, and they scramble through for a quick single, which takes Madushka to 13 and brings Karunaratne on to strike.
I think this period in Lord's tests is really interesting because the slope gives you just that kind of weird bit of extra, and it sort of happens later in the day more than anywhere else I've seen.
Wokes is in again, a little short outside the off stump, left alone by Karunaratne, who's I'm glad he didn't try to hit that and pull it onto his stumps, which is pretty much the sort of ball he got out to in the first innings. It's weird, isn't it, that the home of cricket should have a pitch on such an angle?
Yeah, I've heard that the slope is about 14 degrees,
No, not 14. Try
7?
4. 14 degrees?
Yeah,
14
no,
degrees
that's
is
what.
fucking huge.
Isn't that about that?
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
No, it's certainly not 14 degrees, but it is. I think someone put it at 1.3 Tim Murters difference in height from one side to the other. It's the end of the seventh over. It's 19 for no wicket. Madushka on 13 and Karunaratne on 6. Have we got any more going on social media?
Yeah, so Jahan predicts a 5-0 series win in favour of the Australians. I'm assuming that this is in reference to the Australia-India series. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, he did add a LOL after that, so I'm assuming it's not all serious. Gary Powell adds to that. Well, he's talking about the current match. He says, in such a position, I would have preferred England to bat until they ground their opposition into the pitch, giving the fans another full day and their players more experience in the middle. And I'll probably agree with Gary on this one. But given the way England have been playing recently in the past 2 to 3 years, this is probably their MO. And I don't think they're going to change it anytime soon. Jahan agrees as well. He says, that's true, I get what you're saying, but I think 20 years ago teams were more competitive away from home. Jay Grover then asked Jahan for a link of the WW podcast, and Prajwal Dimri at the end says Root is just 1,000 runs behind Ponting, so he at least is going to be the second highest Test run scorer in Test history.
Dear God, I'll cut you off there. So Atkinson came in, bowled a relatively short ball outside the off stump, and the batsman just gave a bit of catching practice to first slip. That's Madushka out for 13, and entirely predictable. It was a ball he could have perfectly well left alone. He played a sort of cross-batted swipe at it, which didn't have any power in it, and it went straight to Root's right hand at first slip, who picked up a good catch. It was a shocking shot. Wouldn't be at all surprised if we see a different opener in the next test, because Madushka really...
The crowd says! The crowd says! The crowd says you're out!
Oh, the Bear's back in the jingle chair. Wonderful.
I am back in the jingle chair. I had under 19.5 for the fall of the first wicket. Genius.
Oh, get your next one in, Bear.
So close.
Don't worry, I am.
Alright, so now... going back to our Lord's Test slope. So, as per Wikipedia, the slope at Lord's is about 2.5 meters from one end to the other end. I'm not sure what that translates into degrees.
Well, 1.3 Tim Murders. Yeah, there you go.
There we go, so you're right.
Having stood at the end of it, it's insane. It doesn't, I'm quite short, and there was a point where I sort of thought, I don't think I can actually see over there. It's really weird. It's very disconcerting.
Well, Pirate Badsha says that the slope gives Lords its characters, which is something that all cricket grounds should strive for. And I do say that, I agree with that. It's just the way that the pitch at the Vaka, gives its character as well.
Well, sometimes. There were some shitty pitches at the Wacker as well. Worth bearing in mind.
Shitty character, still character.
On Quora, somebody said it's about 7 degrees, which is more than I would have thought, but might be right.
And this
so we have a new
drive very smoothly.
Who's just been jingled up? Thank you. Atkinson is into Nissanka, who just defends out to short cover, and there's no run. It must be said that the very top of the Sri Lankan order has been extremely disappointing thus far.
True.
Yes, yeah. So, Skier, if you've been at an umpiring
seminar,
did you say seminar?
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry. The next ball is off a thick inside edge out to deep square leg. They pick up a single, and Nissanka gets off the mark, bringing Karunaratne back onto strike, and he's on 6 from 18 deliveries. Score is 20 for 1. Sorry, go on.
Have they sort of brought it? Because they always sort of seem to slightly tweak things, like, I don't know, the amount of time that a run, sort of a timed out is, and I don't know, the difference in sort of hit wicket and.
Atkinson's in, and it's a little short of the length on the stumps. Karunaratne goes back and defends straight up the pitch.
Yeah, so the thing about the timed out is, it's fairly specific as far as the laws of the game are concerned. I think the problem that we have is not in the interpretation of the laws, but when you have ICC playing regulations that come in for international games, especially the limited overs ones, because that's where they have that additional layer.
Atkinson's in again. Short, just slightly outside of the off stump. Cut from very close to his body by Kuruna out to point, and there's no run.
That was an interesting shot choice, I reckon.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Not that wise, particularly if the bounce doesn't quite suit the shot you're playing. That's exactly how he got out in the first innings.
I mean, it's definitely...
Atkinson, and again, very similar delivery, slightly wider of the off stump. It's defended by Kuruna out to the short cover, who dives, throws it in, and just misses the wickets. That would have been very close as they took that single for a run out if it had hit the wickets. But it didn't, so there was no question. Whoa, I think he probably would have just made it, but it's irrelevant now. So one from that delivery at, I think, is the end of the over, and the score is now
21 for 1 after 8 overs. And let's check up on our socials. So Jahan's asking whether we watched the discussion about Tendulkar versus Lara between Jared Kimber and David Lloyd. It probably was on TalkSport, I assume. Jahan found it fascinating, and while he says that he was more of a Lara fan, Tendulkar was also very special. He also brings up Curtly Ambrose versus Greg Blewett at the Wacker.
Lovely defensive shot outside the off stump from Karunaratne to Work's first ball of the next over, fielded by cover. No run.
We're going to have a change.
Okay.
I mean, basically, I'm kind of going on the after tea rotor, but weirding the time. So 10 past is the new, what is that, 4:30.
Yeah. Okay. So you, Forthy, and Will.
Yep, exactly. I'm going to take over the ball by ball.
See you guys in half an hour.
Off the outside half of the bat edge, really, down towards third man. Missed by Gully. Chased down by Harry Brook, I think. Indeed. They should get back for 3. Yeah, we are back. All right, Forthy, had a bit of a rest.
Yes, I just checked up on some scores. Very disappointing. Coventry went down to Norwich at home. This is not the start to the season we wanted.
Well, yeah, I see Everton are in the lead. Ipswich Town are level with Fulham.
Yes.
And I just bought someone from Fulham because he was cheap and he was in the midfield. The kid that's gone from Arsenal. Can't remember his name.
Oh, yes, I've got him. Smith Rowe.
Yeah, that's the one.
Smith Rowe.
Yeah.
I'm so annoyed that we got rid of him. He's amazing.
Yeah, but he didn't want to get any game time, was he? Anyway, the Sanker is facing up.
No.
Wokes is in. He defends that out to the leg side, and there is no run. Still trying to get under for the second wicket. Just squeaked in the first one, which is great. And now they're offering me 44.5, so what, 20 runs for the second wicket. I'm taking it. 8.3 overs gone, 24 for 1 Sri Lanka. Target notional 483. Karunaratne's on 10 off 23, and Sanko's just come to the crease to play 3 balls. He's off the mark, he's on a single. Gets a bit turned around on that. It's 4 slips and a gully, I believe. Is that right, boys? Did I just see that? Or was it 3 slips and a gully?
4, I think.
Oh, that would have been a run out. And it hit the stumps. Just missed. Good effort by, was it Ollie Stone? I think so.
Yeah. Slips are not too far apart. I think they could probably do with being a little
spread a little bit further. Yeah, possibly. Patton the Sanker is facing up. Defends as Wokes comes in. Needs to get a little bit fuller. Defends out to the covers and there's no run. Try and drag him forward a little bit. Same sort of line. But just a fraction fuller, and Wokes might drag him into a forward defensive that managed to nibble the edge. It's tempting to go for the run out, but I'm not going to.
Do you have a sort of... Do either of you have a favourite mode of dismissal?
Yes, I do. Hit ball twice.
Yeah. That's fiddled out to point is the best way of putting that. By Nasanka. No run, ends the over, 9 done, 24 for 1. Who's doing 40? I believe you're on socials.
C'est moi. Oui, c'est moi. Pirate Badshaw. It's something that the stadium at Abbottstown won't be able to match. Malahide, the big tree, or Clontarf, vista of the Poolbeg chimneys. I feel I slightly come in halfway through that conversation. Jay Grover, I were having a doze, and then I heard, I agree with Gary. And my head snapped up, eyes ready for Raj. Turns out it was Powell, not Naylor. Carry on. Stephen Kelk, very clever man, escaped from the vicarage for now. The vicar strongly prefers TMS. Muiz Amir, is it true that the slope is probably the biggest factor in terms of trying to get the ball away from the right-hander at that end? Well, we might have some learned debate on that from our two other gentlemen.
Oh, for fuck's sake, the light meter's out.
Oh, no.
God.
Oh, no. Jay Grover, you can check out anytime you want. ... Little Eagles reference there. Stephen Kelk, so true, Jay, so true. Leah, when I first got into cricket, I was a Tendulkar fan because he was amazing. Took a little while until I began to appreciate Dravid and people like that. That's the journey we sometimes go on, isn't it? It's like when you're 14, you like Shiwaddy Waddy. When you're 16, you like the Eagles, and by the time you're 18, you're liking Joy Division.
I'm going to say this flat out. I never liked fucking Shiwaddy Waddy. Are you joking, man?
Well, I never liked Shorty Waddy, that's for sure. But I do know some friends of mine who did. Like when you're 8, they seem quite fun.
Yeah, okay. Well, it looks like the light's so bad that England have had to turn to spinners. And Bashir is going to come on in the 10th over. Because I think they're afraid that if they bowl some pace, they'll be taken off the field. It's a bit of a stupid situation. It's not going to do my betting any good either.
It's a sad, sad situation.
Indeed.
It's getting more and more absurd.
Fucking well is. This man's bowling.
She likes to attack. Now in an England cap.
Well, he's going to come around the wicket. Well, at least he's got a lefty in there. There was a bit of turn in the pitch. I didn't think Jai Sarir actually bowled. He's bowled pretty well in the 3 innings he bowled previous to the last innings, but I thought he bowled pretty poorly actually in that last innings. Got hit for over 5 and over, but a lot of full tosses in there. Let's see what Bashir can do. Plenty of runs on the board to play with. That is one way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Set pretty attacking field, and England have. They've got a leg slip, short leg, slip, and that one first ball does turn a little bit. It's defended by Karen Aratney. Comes off the outside half of the bat, but all on the ground to cover. There's no run.
Looks confident, doesn't he, Bashir? Just something in his eyes. Monty always looked like a bit of a startled.
Yeah, he did. That's short and wide though. Gets cut. There is a man out. There's cover on the cover boundary, funnily enough. It'll just be a single to Karen Aratney. No, yeah.
Monty always looked like he was sort of surprised to be there.
Yes, exactly.
Well, yeah. I mean, they had that great series in India, but Monty was very one-dimensional as a spinner. He was very orthodox. Didn't have any real variation, apart from a little bit of fun. I mean, I faced him, and it was pretty ordinary. I'm a left-arm spinner.
When did you face him?
Oh, now that's been pulled around the corner but came off the pad and was caught by the leg slip. At a charity game. I mentioned this a couple of tests ago. I was really quite pissed. Me and Hendo were commentating. And the Weasley brothers were playing, and they were fucking awful. And we were quite pissed, and I kept calling them out. And apparently they were quite upset about it.
They were...
that's it.
Played them at a charity game.
Outside the off stump, turns into the pads. On the leg side, and there's no run. They couldn't get it off the square, and I was saying they were, come on, boys,
They didn't like it,
and they didn't like it. And then one of their players came up to us at half time and said, "Can you not do that sort of thing?" I was like, "Oh, really? I thought that's what it's all about."
Was it Percy and George?
They are absolute.
Defended.
Absolute dog shit.
They are terrible. They were really shit cricketers. And it was a charity game, and you just take the piss a bit.
And also they're kind of really kind of like
up their own
precious
asses
about it.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, no, we can be honest. This is guerrilla cricket. That's clipped into the leg side by Nasanka. He should get one. Are they going to come back for two? No, they are not. And that's the end of the 10th over. 26 for 1. Yeah, they were poor, and they had who was the guy? Was it Redmond? Derek Redmond, sprinter.
Oh yeah.
400 meters runner. And he was really fun. He'd only ever he got his highest score, which was like 4, and we were taking a piss out of him when we were commentating, but he loved it. That's the difference, you know. It's like he got to 5, and it's like, yes, that's it. You know, giving him all that. But yeah, the singer, I think her name's I want to say Claire Wright, but I'm not sure that's right. She's an opera singer, really quite young. She's only like, well, she was then. It's probably like 5 or 6 years ago, but she was only about 20, 21, and she used to sing the national anthem at the rugby at Twickenham and stuff like that. And she was playing nominally, but she had to run off and sing for the rugby. There was a rugby game in the afternoon, so she fielded, and then basically she was going in at number 11, and they didn't have a number 11, so I said, I'll go out. They said, anyone want to go? I said, I'll go out. So I went out in my jeans, that one on the back foot. Nasanka defends out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. We're going to have a look if he touched anything on his bat. Oh my word, there was a little bit of bat at that one caught down the leg side. No one thought there was, and no one appealed. Tiniest little flick. Tossed up Roots in the game. Clearly they cannot bowl any pace, which is really bloody annoying.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Tossed up, defended by Nasanka. There's no run. Yeah, so I had quite a few beers, and I think I might have had some nose candy, but you never know. And we're giving it all that, and I decided to go out there, and I borrowed Chris Rogers' bat, and Monty was bowling. I went out and defended 4 balls from him, which are pretty easy to defend. That's a shite ball from Rooty. Fortunately, he gets away with it, and Nasanka slams it straight to Bashir, who's on the 45. Yeah.
I kind of love the charity game circuit because it's full of
That's given a big
stories.
heave-ho. Is there anyone out there? Nah, there probably isn't, because they've got plenty of runs to play with, and Nasanka gets himself 4 runs as he hoists that out into the deep on the leg side.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, it was on Earl Spencer's estate, and we were, yeah, and because Katie Walker used to know Crookie, who used to play, he's an Aussie, he used to play for Northamptonshire. He used to occasionally come into Gorilla in the early days. We did it a couple of years in a row. It was quite fun.
It's kind of fun. Earl Spencer gave a speech at Diana's funeral from memory, didn't he? Which was actually quite controversial. It's slightly forgotten about now.
Yeah. He still blames the media. Fair enough. Right. 10.5 overs bowled. Are they really? What's going on? It must be
going in
11. No, it must be 11 overs gone, because they're just changing ends. And it's just the scoreboard is slow to catch up.
Well, there's a bit happening out here. Sagir just had on, says, not sure I'd have much to agree with Gary Neville. Hi Leah, glad to hear you're a Dravid fan too. Frank Rockefeller goes Sri Lanka a little challenge match evenly poised. Okay. Joe Root making hay while the sun shines. And Gary Powell again. I love the Bazball attitude, however, in nothing to game of batting like lemmings. Few things give lower order batsmen more confidence going forward than runs and time at the wicket.
Nah, I don't think they really care in this instance. That's defended up to mid-on. Maybe that was the end of the over. There was 1 ball to come. I don't know what everyone was running around for then. Maybe they just got it all wrong and then went back again. That's the end of the 11th. Sri Lanka are 30 for 1. Nasanka's on 6. Karanratne's on 11. Are we all done with the socials then, I guess? Villa have just gone 2 up, if you want to know, against Leicester.
Who have?
Villa.
Villa. Blech to Villa.
Yeah.
Frank Rockefeller says, bring out the drones and the 100-watt bulb. Anthony Henderson, where is Archer for England? Is he injured again? He's always injured.
He's not injured. They're
What's
just
he doing?
wrapped him massively up in cotton wool, I think. That's just played off the pads by Karen Aratney down towards deep. Fine leg. It's chased by leg slip, or leg. Sorry, was it leg slip? I think it was leg slip. Who was Harry Brook. And they get back for a couple.
Yeah, I think he is injured again in response to Jano 71. I was just assuming he was, and he isn't.
No, I just don't think they want to play him in tests yet. I think they're hoping on the back foot goes Karen Aratney, plays it beautifully out on the leg side. This really isn't helping England. If they don't want to bowl spin, just stick on a fucking fast bowler and get off the pitch, because I mean, I know there's loads of time to go in the game and it doesn't really matter, but you're giving the batsman confidence, and actually if you want to win, you don't want to be you don't want to be held back by the fact that you can't bowl what you want to bowl. It's a ridiculous situation.
Yeah.
Bashir is in and it's defended back to him. There's no run. I'm sure Shoaib Bashir wants to bowl. I mean, Rooty maybe less so.
Everyone in the crowd wants to see some cricket as well.
Yes, and I get that, but you know, you either say we've got floodlights and you can play the game as normal, or you take them off the field. For me, that's defended and there is no run.
Stone on, and then you can bounce one at somebody's head, and then they'll take them off.
Well, that's what I mean. And but everyone's kind of afraid to do that, aren't they? Because they go, well, the crowd's got to have some cricket, and we can play, so we'll play. But it's not right, is it? Because it's not an even playing field. You cannot play the game that you want to play. That's defended back to the bowl, and there's no one. I mean, it probably won't make any difference to this game. With the scores as they are, and what Sri Lanka need to chase, and where they are as a team. But that's not the point. It's a sport. And if you can't play,
they wouldn't do it against Australia. They'd stick Stone on and
exactly, and get off the field. Defended by Karen Aratney, and there's no run. He'll go and get a wicket now, but still, the ball's new. They don't want to be bowling a spinner after 12 overs or 10 overs. 12 overs done, 34 for 1. Anything out there?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Jay Grover. Please, for the love of all that is Sealy and unsealy, stop talking about fantasy football. Obviously, I can't make you, but it's doing my head in.
I'm sorry.
Well, I can't guarantee that we won't do that. Sorry, Jay Grover. Sagia says
we like our football as well. We're not just cricket. I like sport.
We're multifaceted human beings. And by the way, if anyone wants to put down a super chat, I'm very happy to read out something from any of the books behind me, as long as you lodge a super chat, and then you can try and guess what the book is.
Well, they've put the light meter on top of the stumps again. It's just ridiculous. I mean, I've got to say, if you do have floodlights and you use floodlights, I don't see there's any reason why you shouldn't be able to bowl whatever you want to bowl, really.
I know. I mean, Gary always says, there's the double shadows. Oh, come on.
Yeah, exactly. At that pace, you don't see anything. You're not looking at double shadows. You're still seeing a ball out of that. Look, we've all played in maybe not 90 miles an hour, 85 miles an hour, but we've all played cricket in very dark conditions with no sight screens in parks.
Yes.
You still see the ball, funnily enough. It's not,
You do.
Especially when you're in your 20s.
Yeah.
Your eyesight, and you're a professional sportsman, your eyesight is good enough to pick out a ball. Hey, it's a stupid rule.
I can do it with my glasses on.
Yeah, exactly. What are they going to do here?
It's just ridiculous. All of this.
Right, they're having a discussion. There's a lot of shit going on. The light meter is out. They're checking it at both ends.
Oh, God, come on. Well, make a decision one way or the other. They're going to see Ollie Pope now, explaining the situation.
It's fucking a joke. It's a massive
I can
joke.
read you some poetry if you want.
You might have to. You Wisser scored. You'll be happy, won't you? You got him in your...
I'm happy with that.
Yeah, you are happy with that, I thought.
I've got Smith... sorry, Jay. Got Smith Rowe, Wisser, Palmer, Madwaka... And
did you put Madwaka on the fact that Backer he got a hat trick last week?
Yeah, well, I thought Banduaker and Palmer looked so good together in the first match. I thought they're gonna form a good combination this season.
Well, hold on a minute. It looks like England has said something. The light has got slightly better, and Potts is coming on to bowl. I don't know what's going. I don't think anyone really knows what's going on here. It's a bit of a fucking joke, this.
Blue skies, nothing but blue skies.
But Potts does seem to be at the end of his mark, which is fair enough. I think there's a lot of pressure on the umpires. The rules need to be clearer. I think they need to get rid of the bad light rule. They either take them off or you can play cricket. One or the other. I don't think there should be this in-between spot where you can't bowl certain bowlers, because it changes the dynamic of the game. It's just it's a nonsense. As Hendo was saying in the last game, it's basically been taken out of the hands of the batsman and put in the hands of the bowling team. But I don't even think it's that. It's been put in the hands of the umpires, and the bowling teams are often put in a situation where they're actually strong-armed into playing for the sake of the crowd at the ground, which is kind of fair enough. But again, it's a sport. It's not about the crowd. When you're in the side, it's about winning, isn't it?
Wasn't it used to be about 25 years ago? You used to didn't the batsman appeal?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's defended out to the onside, and there's no one. The light was always offered to the batsman, and the batsman, obviously, if it was dark and they were in a shitty situation, they go, "Yeah, thanks, I'm off." Right. So, and then everyone complained about that. It's like, why are they going off? The whole point is, why are they going off? It's still light. You can see, the crowd can see the ball, and now you've got lights on. So the whole point was the batsman always had the decision to go off. So then they took it out of their hands and essentially said they were going to take a light reading and put it in hand of the umpires. But the umpires don't take them off and don't say what is what, as that's defended out to cover and there's no run. They then they bring in this kind of halfway house where the umpires go, well, it's too dark to have fast bowlers, but you can bowl spinners. And that is wrong. You either say it's too dark or it's not too dark.
You're either on or you're off.
Yeah.
That's it.
Got the super chat, which is... I'll do the super chat at the end of the over, don't worry.
Is it from Jay telling us to shut up?
Nope.
Oh, okay, that's good. about fantasy. That's Potts, and he's in. The second ball is just defended by Nasanka out to mid-wicket, and there's no one. I'm sure the batsmen think completely differently at this point in time, but it's about actually having a standard. It's not about bowlers or batsmen. It's about saying, at this point in the game, if the light is like this, you're either on or you're off.
But the whole reason that they've done this is so that they can continue to make money. Because
yes, and
because it's that thing of they're not going to have to give people refunds if they keep people on, and you get the amount of overs, however many it is.
That's outside half of the bat, but it scoots past the fourth slip down to the vacant third man boundary, and it'll be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
It is about money. But that's what I mean. But at the end of the day, it's a sport, and therefore they should just fucking play on. If they got lights, the whole point of bringing lights into play was that you could carry on playing cricket. And now you're saying, even though we've got lights, it's too dark to play. I just think it's rubbish. And anyone says to me, 82 miles an hour, it's dangerous. Well, there were some pretty fast bowlers in league cricket who could bowl in the high 70s, and you play without sight spins and shit. But 10 miles an hour is a little bit quicker. But these are professional people. I just think it's bollocks. It's defended out to the covers and there's no run.
Did you hear the thing about it was the Final Word pod did a interview with Mark Nicholas, and he was kind of basically going on about how the 100 is definitely gonna, he basically admitted that it's gonna go to 20 overs, and it's just kind of like all of that's just money and pointless, and all of it.
Well, that was that was blindingly obvious. That's driven by Nasanka out through the covers, and it's going to make itself to the boundary 4 runs. Ollie Stone chased it down valiantly, but can't make it.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give. The
only point at 100 was to be able to, for the ECB to get control of a 10 team franchise outfit in a T20 competition. They just went around it in a really, well, it wasn't even it's not underhanded, it was just really obvious. It was,
everyone knew that's what was going to happen.
I said that in the first season,
really,
it's going to end up as a 20 over competition. Of course it is.
What really gets me with that is that they haven't done the stuff that could actually, you could get some good out of it, like I mean,
well, they have, to be fair. The women's version of it has absolutely lifted the women
but that's
monstrously. That's great. That's a really good thing. But it's not done men's cricket any good whatsoever.
Alan Turf Moore has given us a quid, and it says the pound super chat was for poetry. And I was just looking up, trying to find a poem for him, and I found a very short one by Hilaire Belloc. On a Puritan, he served his God so faithfully and well that now he sees him face to face in hell. Oh, so there's your.
He wasn't really a lover of God, that man. I like that. I'm with him on that.
With some poetry.
Ollie Stone is on at the other end. We'll give him a jingle shortly. And he's in. It's defended by Kaunaratne into the leg side. There is no run. I need to go and relieve myself. Can you...
Yes, no problem. So, Ollie Stone is into the attack. Actually, I'm following him on my TV. Hang on a minute. Here he comes. And that's smashed through the offside, I think. That's what I'm watching. What am I watching? No, we've had one ball. Sorry, bit of confusion. And second ball of the over. Let's assume that nothing much happened off the first ball. Didn't go for any runs. Dot ball. Neither did the second ball. Played to square leg. Fielded by Ollie Pope. Dot ball. Nisanka's on 14. Karuna Ratner on 15. If a nice steady partnership developing. Yes, so we've lost a bear and we've gained something. We haven't really gained anything else, actually. I was trying to be
gained anything. I mean, I can continue to rant about the 100 if you want.
Yeah, sure. If that's, I think our views on the 100 at the Guerrilla Cricket are well established. Have we got any defenders of the 100? I mean, we've got the odd right-wing commentators, but we haven't got any defenders of the 100 that I'm aware.
I've got the thing that winds me up is that they could have brought disabled teams in and done exactly the same thing that they've done for the women, which has been really good, but they haven't, because you could then have like a full day of cricket. You could have like a
bear played out into the covers for a single. Ollie Stone has gone for his first run, and Sri Lanka move on to 43 for 1 in the 14th over.
It's not a very August looking picture at Lords. It looks like something more from November from where I'm looking at it.
No, you'd rather it rained and there was a definitive decision to go off than this nonsense that's going on here. It just makes me angry, really.
Yes, clearly. Everyone's got something that's
furious.
Them over the edge.
Yeah.
I think mine are getting less and less as time goes on, you know.
Well, I know, but and the Sanka on the back foot defends as Ollie Stone bowls 85 miles an hour.
I used to get
having a problem defending.
Apostrophes, people who use.
Oh, you're a pedant on that front. Yeah.
Well, I am, but I'm not. Actually, my son said something interesting. He said, "Well, language is fluid," and I thought, "What do you know?" And then after over a long period of time, I thought, well, he's probably right. Language is fluid. Just as long as the sense is clear, does it really matter?
Well,
no,
exactly.
really.
If you don't put apostrophe in a letter, you still know what it means, don't you? So, in a written word.
49 times out of 50.
Oh, edge gone. We have another wicket. Unfortunately, you know what? I went under 44. I went under 9. I think I went under 20, and I got out 19 and a half. And I got out at 19. I went under 44, and there's a wicket at 43. So the bookies are quite good, but not quite good enough. And the Sanka has gone. They'll be unhappy, and I guess Sri Lanka will be chuntering about the light and whatever. We were out there, we're playing, and thankfully we are playing proper cricket. It was on that line, on around off stump. He went on the back foot, prodded at it. I mean, he went away from his body, bat to ball. Got an
I think
edge.
he had to play at it. I wouldn't put a great deal of blame placed on the batsman.
No, it was a good ball.
It was
exactly that. It was in that avenue, and you feel like you have to play, and that's the whole point of bowling there. Anyway, he's gone. Another wicket is down. We say bye-bye to Batsman Sank 14.
Good to see Ollie Stone back amongst the wickets after all this time.
Yeah, it's only his 4th Test match. It's like
against 4 different opponents.
Is that
Crazy,
true?
isn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh wow. I mean, he's been unlucky. He's had four operations as well, one for each Test match.
No, he's a terrible time of it, and you know your career's not that long in the first place. It's sad.
But he's only 30, so if he does keep himself fit, and I presume, I mean, that's what he said he had screws put in his back. He was told he could avoid it.
It's possible. I mean, I think Dennis Lilly, everyone sort of wrote him off when he was a very young man because he had operation on his back, which is usually, well, I won't say fatal, but usually you can't bowl near his same degree again. But he got 355 Test wickets.
Yeah. Indeed. So who will the next be out for Sri Lanka? That'll be Angelo, won't it?
Yes, it's
Angelo with
also.
old eyes and it's dark. He'll be moaning, I'm sure.
Runs a bowl or he comes into bat. Angelo Matthews.
For what it's worth, I think we're due a change as well.
Are we? Yeah, that'll be about right. So we were going on 10 past, weren't we? So this is 20 minutes. Sub that.
Is that right?
Yeah, so you're taking over.
Yes.
Messers is back, and Sagir should be on with you. You're doing the old ball by ball, 40.
I believe I am.
It's me and you. It's me and you for this whole session.
Is it?
We got a super chat again from Brian in Brisbane. Thank you so much, Brian. Another $5. Says daughter managed to get to the Oasis ticket payment page. Cheapest standing only area was £358 a ticket.
Yeah, I heard there's been some very sharp practice there. That when you first get through, it says £155, and then as you go to pay, it says due to excessive demand, this ticket is now £355.
Yeah,
wankers.
Watch a cricket match at that New York Stadium for far less than that.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Is that a wicket?
No, that's
a replay of the wicket.
Oh, okay.
That's just happened.
We're on a drinks break.
We might well be. Right, so 40 doing commentary, Messers doing your socials, Sagir is doing your summarising. Me and Will are off. We'll be back in half an hour.
Yay! I can go and have a pee.
Yeah, you can do that. See, I couldn't manage to wait. That's the problem with age. And we'll see you in half an hour.
Speaking of which, Dana Patterson says, whenever you disappear, I always think you couldn't possibly have washed your hands. You may get COVID yet again. You're being watched.
I think we discovered after a while that there were limited ways you could get COVID. And you remember when we were first in lockdown, if you saw someone coming along a country lane, you gave them, a 20-yard berth. Yeah. But I don't think anyone caught COVID off anyone outdoors. In the end, they worked out.
It's mostly like in those indoor crowded spaces, shopping centers, offices, places like that. Most of my friends who were working in healthcare were the first ones amongst my social circle to get COVID because they were just exposed to a lot of it at work.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Do you remember all those parcels that were delivered that we washed before we opened them?
Oh, I remember all of it, yes.
No, I never did that.
Over is beginning, and Joe Root is bowling to Karuna Ratner. J.S. Surya has come to the crease at the other end. He's yet to face a ball. Joe Root is bowling in his quite baggy sleeveless sweater. Doesn't look what is like a brilliant fit for him. Makes him look a little bit fat, which he definitely isn't. And that's stroked nicely, but straight to the man on the offside by Karuna Ratner. So, hello, Sagir. Hello, how are you going?
Hello, not too bad. Good to see Root score 2 twin tons in this test match. He has just cemented his credentials as an absolutely, top tier of those Fab Four that we have been talking about for so many years now.
Yeah, that's a dot ball. I think that I don't think anyone would deny he's probably the best of the four at the moment, but it can swing back round again, I guess.
Well, Kane Williamson is past his prime, and I think Virat's star is on the wane as well. So, and Joe Root's probably going to hang around for at least another 2 to 3 years. He's only 33.
That's right. That's crashed out through the offside inner ring for a single by Karunaratne. He moves on to 17. Jay Sarai will face his first ball. Yes, Virat Kohli's only scored a couple of tons in the last few years, whereas Joe Root scored... he scored 9 or 10, I think.
10, something like that, yeah. And he's also had 200 catches, so he's fast closing in on Dravid's tally of 210.
All sorts of records have tumbled today. If you weren't with us earlier, Joe Root moved on to the most number of Test centuries by any Englishman, moving ahead of Alistair Cook, and he also moved ahead of Graham Gooch as the most number of Test runs at Lord's. Yes. Big prod defensively out by J.S. Saria, out to a man who's quite deep at mid-off, and they decide against the single. Interesting.
There's a question Andy Chave asked on Twitter an hour ago, which I think we might have missed. He says, how many times has a player had more Test centuries than their age?
In comes Root again, and that's defending. I don't know the answer off the top of my head to that one. And at the end of 15th, is a good question. The end of the 15th over, Sri Lanka 44 for 2. Messi.
Parrot Badger says, I would think the bacteria is a more pressing concern than COVID from a splash and dash. Hattie the Batty says, I guess as the Test matches are not going to the 4th and 5th day, they are worried about the income. Saying that, just get on with the bloody game. I would have thought the ECB would be quite happy to come off for light at the moment, because it would mean that there's a decent amount of play left for tomorrow for people to buy tickets.
You think so? You think so? They usually go quite cheap on the 4th day. They usually go cheap on the 5th day with the 4th day these days. Look at all those champagne corks that have accumulated. Saturday at Lord's, traditionally the time for the home counties folk to come and pop champagne corks over the edge of the Lord's fencing. Oh, there's a gentleman, there's a member who's not sat down. Disgraceful.
Is Lord's the only ground where people can actually sit below the sight screen? It's weird.
Probably, yes, yeah. And that side screen is a bit weird as well. It's not,
Bashir round the wickets to Jayasuriya, who just Karunaratne, who just dabs down on it, comes through for a single. That'll suit Bashir well, because he's had 5 balls at the new batsman Jayasuriya.
Is Bashir now behind Jack Leach, England's go-to spinner?
It's looking that way, isn't it?
I thought so.
Yeah, he looks confident. He looks a little ahead of perhaps where they thought he was going to be.
He may have a rival. His brother, who's only 16, took 7 wickets against Surrey yesterday, having bowled 50.4 overs, which isn't bad.
Wow.
That's
a lot of workload.
He's a Nepo sibling.
I guess by default all siblings are Nepo babies.
I suppose so,
yes.
There we go. Fiddling with that side screen again. I'm appalled that there is duct tape on that side screen rather than replacing the entire unit with a fancy new one.
It really is appalling. I shall write to my MP about it. In comes Bashir. And this is an interesting field. He's got 3 hovering in on the leg side and 1 slip. So he's got a short leg, he's got a silly mid on, and he's got a leg slip as well. You don't often see that. Still, they're thinking about it. This is good. And Jayasuriya is... he's overdone it there. He's pitched it on the middle and leg, and it's gone way wide and taken by leg slip.
It's turned a long way, but I think it might have been pitching in some rough there, man.
Yes, they'd rather look that way. He's in again. Throws it up outside off stump, despite the field placements. And it's squeezed out to the man at deep point. They could have taken the single. What's the thinking here, Sagir? Why aren't they taking these singles, you know?
I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact as to why Prabhat Jayasuriya has got a promotion in the batting order when there are Chandimal and Angelo Matthews above him. I mean,
Is
are
it-
they already thinking of a night watchman sort of role?
Is it because they feel that the light will close in and they don't want to throw away a batsman in the bad light? I assume that's what it is.
Yeah, quite possible. And maybe that is probably why they're not taking those singles, because they don't want Jayasuriya probably at the other end when the quick bowler comes on, or whether Joe Root comes on. Because Joe Root's a very crafty bowler. You know, he might not bowl as regularly.
Yeah, but he probably gets more turn than the more conventional spinner, and turned a lot.
Absolutely.
And he managed to defend it just about, but
Yeah, and let's not forget Joe Root's short ball as well, which he uses
Yes, that's
sometimes as a
right.
good surprise weapon.
End of the 16th over, Sri Lanka 45 for 2, Messi.
Very quiet on the socials at the moment, although Mr. Ditch says, I love the 100. This year's finals day was excellent. Were there more than one final on finals day? I don't know. The Blast finals day is always quite fun, which is in September the 12th, I think, coming up. But that's about it on the socials at the moment.
Okie doke. Oh God, we're doing more standing around and looking at light meters. This is very tedious. This isn't sport or entertainment.
I mean, while they're checking the light, may I ask you, gents, a question? So,
yes.
You know, with James Anderson's retirement, a lot of the news revolved around the fact that how can England replace James Anderson? And would it be fair to say, in your opinion, that Gus Atkinson, who has, you know, sort of figuratively replaced James Anderson in the lineup, has probably done a lot better than what James Anderson himself has done in the last couple of years?
Yes, I think he's had a very good start, and of course batsmen are less used to dealing with him. There's always some advantage to be had when you first appear on the scene. I believe his speeds are a little bit down, and you know, big thing about Jimmy is he was year in, year out for best part of 20 years, whereas it'd be a long way to go for Gus, but it's a very good start from him.
Because occasionally you do need that fresh injection of young blood as well, isn't it?
Joe Root in again. And that's one just doesn't turn, left well alone by Karunaratne. What would you say, Messi, in answer to that question? We'll get back to it.
I'm yet to be convinced one way or another, to be honest, because he's only played 5 Test matches. It's a long way to go, but his batting is definitely better than Jimmy's.
And he's, you know, you need to play in different places around the world, particularly to get where you get full judgment. That's another double. What's after this ball? We'll ask Sagir what's his opinion about that. Oh, I'm still adjusting the field. That sleeveless sweater looks 2 sizes too big for him, and that's squeezed out wide of slip. Wasn't really a chance. Went more or less 2 bounces past the left hand of the slip fielder, and it's got away for 4 runs. We should have a little jingle. What do you think, Sagir? Happy with Gus Atkinson?
Yeah, I think so. Not just Gus Atkinson, but last year we also saw Josh Tong, and he brought with him a little bit of zip and verve with the bowling. The thing about Anderson is, you know, his accuracy, his consistency were his greatest strength. So even when he had off days and nothing really went in the bowler's favour, he was still very good.
Yeah, exactly.
But we generally tend to forget that as we age, you know, we definitely face a decline in the way we perform, especially in the case of sports people. And I think sometimes we wear these nostalgia-tinted glasses, or, you know, we kind of hang on to what we know is great. And we've seen this a lot of times with batters, especially the subcontinental batters, who tend to hang around a couple of years past their prime.
Their eyes tend to go, don't they? There's a dot ball, but that next ball is flicked to the man at mid. What am I saying? Mid on dot ball. Karunaratne remains on 22.
And then when it comes to, you know, players of that reputation, you know, your Tendulkars, your Andersons, your Kapil Devs, you know, they tend to just go on and on. Partly
Last
because
ball of, the over, and that's a dot ball. So at the end of the 17th, Sri Lanka 49 for 2. Yeah, if you want to finish that points again.
yeah, no, and partly because they love the sport that much that they really want to carry on as long as they can, and because they are very good, even their average as such or like below average performances are still better than most. So that way, what happens is we generally are very reluctant to sort of let them go, and we let them choose when they want to retire. Of course, in Anderson's case, he wasn't allowed to choose; he was kind of told when to retire.
Yes, and I think
which I thought was a bit cruel because with this series against West Indies and Sri Lanka coming up, he could have easily have taken over Vaughan, Stalley, and become the second most prolific Test bowler of all time.
it was a bit brutal, wasn't it? Not
Yeah.
to allow. But I guess they're trying to shape it around the Ashes next year. It always seems to revolve around that, even though England have not really been competitive in it for many years. New ball from Bashir, down under that is. New over from Bashir, first ball, dot ball, defended by Jayasuriya. We've still got this. Yep, sorry.
I bring great news for lovers of Hendo. AFC Wimbledon won 1-0 against Fleetwood.
Very good news. If you're a Wimbledon fan, that's defended.
Is that
by
League 2?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, Division 2, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's the fourth tier, isn't it? League 2, yes.
Yeah.
Pope just adjusting his field. He's got the lid on. He's both England's best short leg, but also, as captain, probably not the best place to captain a team from, but that's where he is now.
Correct.
There's a fairly gloomy looking Sri Lankan balcony. No one's talking to each other, staring into the August mists. That's played nicely by Jayasuriya. Actually just waits for the ball to come on to him and plays it round the corner. He's doing a good job for his team, I guess.
I think the fact that with that fine leg trap over there, he's doing it really well to keep that ball down as well, even though that ball's turning into him.
Just playing an absolute dead bat to it, isn't it? Just letting the hit the bat. Very soft hands there again. They actually will take the single, which is part of their plan. I think they're getting Jayasuriya to take as much strike as possible here to defend the better batsman. He's playing the sort of genuine night watchman role, even though it's not a night watchman time of day. He's off the mark. Adjustment to the sight screen.
We've still got about 24 overs remaining in today's play, unless Light does something drastic.
Yes, Light must have just eased up a touch because got a fast bowler on from the other end. Bashir. And that got a little bit of turn. Bashir throws his arms up, but stoutly defended by Karunaratne. And that's the end of the 18th over. Sri Lanka 50 for 2. Their 50s up.
Of course, in response to Annie's question about players having more Test centuries than their age, she points out that Sachin Tendulkar's age has just caught up with his 51 Test centuries.
Okay. Is there anyone else?
That's a really interesting
I wonder if Ponting retired with more hundreds than his age.
He might have done. What's he on? He's around about 34, 35, is he? Test century.
He was 41 Test hundreds for Ponting.
I got 41, right, okay.
Yeah,
He definitely have been under. He was mid to late 30s when he retired. Are they coming off?
Yeah, and Jack Kellis had 45 too.
Yeah, so he definitely was in that list.
Sangakkara 38 probably was less
than maybe on par.
Yeah, around about. Of course, the other question is there anybody on the list now who's got more than their age? Because all of those players are gone and older now.
Definitely not. The only current player who's got more than 16 Test centuries who's still playing is Joe Root.
There we are.
Oh, no, that's not true. Sorry. Kane Williamson has.
Kane Williamson, Steve Smith, surely.
Yeah, sorry. I was looking. I misread the list. Yeah. Completely.
Joe Root again. He's got 2 slips, a leg slip and a short leg.
I want to retract that statement entirely.
We'll strike it out of Hansard. Strike it out of Hansard,
you.
don't worry. Played down to mid-off dot ball. Root in again. That's outside leg. Causes no problem for Jessria. Where are you joining us from, Sagir? Whereabouts in the world are you?
Same place as Messi. Both of us are in Perth.
No, both in Perth, right. Okay.
Yeah, both in Perth.
So we've got an all-Australian lineup. In comes Joe Root. Pitches leg. Just turns, stays, keeps his line on the leg. Played round the corner. They decide against the single.
I wonder with two slips in place whether Joe Root might just slip in an arm ball, like a seam-up delivery that he bowls every now and then, just to get that outside edge.
Good thinking. And that one is wider of the off stump, but played off the back foot very competently by Jayasuriya. He's looked organised since he got in. He knows exactly what his job is to protect the better batsman during this gloomy period.
Well, he's batted for 16 deliveries, and he's not looking at any scores. He's batted sedately as well, kept his head screwed on right.
Yeah, he's batting to a plan, and he hits that one to mid-wicket. Not even a suggestion of a run. It looks like he's quite enjoying himself out there. He's got a good beard. Very full.
Beards are in now.
Yeah, they are very much so. They have been for the last few years, haven't they?
Yeah.
And
I think the biggest uptick has been in the Indian team.
Yes, very much so. That's played round the corner, square leg. They decide against the run as we go into a trailer for one of the worst films of all time, Madam Web, which has now gone straight to Sky Cinemas.
I assume you haven't watched that film there.
Not watched it. I've heard. I mean, maybe it's brilliant. I've heard it's terrible.
Do any of you guys listen to the Critical Drinker on YouTube? The Scottish guy who does film reviews?
Don't listen to him. I'm sure he's good.
He's good. And I think the Scottish accent makes it even better.
I'm too busy listening to Forthy's podcast.
Oh, over to you, Messi.
Ron McCormack, I think most of us will agree with him. He says this bad light situation is bullshit. Agree with the bear. They should either take them off or let them bowl who they like. Yeah, it's very unsatisfactory.
Bashir back in round the wicket, and that one holds its line. It's played by Karunaratne to a non-existent mid-wicket. So they come through for the single, and as you were, Jayasuriya will presumably farm the strike for the next 5 balls.
Yeah.
I want to know what Bear went. Sorry, I want to know what Bear went under for the next wicket, because we can anticipate that it'll fall just before the score reaches that.
Not in his seat at the moment. He's taking a well break.
Probably making a cheese toasty.
Probably. Jayasuriya just locks down on that one. I remember doing this a couple of times at school when there was no hope. I quite enjoyed a real stonewall action and just dead batting every single ball. I really quite enjoyed that because I didn't have too many strokes in the first place, so it quite suited me. That's cuts for the man. Well, they've decided there's 2 in it, and indeed there is. I think that's probably Atkinson, was it, doing the fielding out there?
Yeah, Jayasuriya boosting up his average over here now.
Yeah, he's moved on to 3 off 20.
What's his career average?
Joe Wilson and Chris Wokes in quite a heated discussion. Well, not
animated.
Animated rather than heated. Yes, correct. They're 2 very equitable fellows and unlikely to fall out, you'd say. In comes Bashir again. His shirt untucked, flapping around his midriff in an unseemly manner, but it's a good ball. Defended by Jayasuriya.
Do you guys get the feeling there isn't much bounce in this pitch, especially for the spinners?
Agreed. It's a pretty low, flat pitch.
Yeah.
Because where that ball's pitching, I had expected it to bounce a little bit higher than that.
Yeah, there's been some chop-ons, haven't there? Ball not coming on quite as fast as batsmen have expected. It's not a very entertaining pitch.
Yes. Not Fred was suggesting yesterday, instead of putting all the money into new grandstands, they should put some money into actually making the pitch world standard.
Well,
I agree.
Once we can all agree with Fred. That's paddle round the corner and goes to Pope, who's at short leg, who manages to block it. Dot ball, end of the 20th over. Sri Lanka 53 for 2, chasing 483.
I think our listeners are somewhat lulled by this because we're not getting any new messages through at the moment.
Probably busy with something. It's Saturday after all.
Oh, sorry, David Barrett, who says, this is boring. What are the irrational bowling changes? Where are the bonkers declarations? I want Bazball back. Go harder!
Yeah, that's our man.
It is pretty dull, it has to be said. Sort of sense of nothing going anywhere at the moment.
I think we know what the result's going to be as well, so I'm afraid this is one of the duller periods of Test match cricket. It is true. You're not going to pretend otherwise. Now, what's happening? More
light shenanigans again.
Looks like they're going off.
Ah, goodness gracious.
Or are they?
Poor Rifle is just furious, staring into the middle distance. He's happy to carry on. Everyone else seems to be going off. Joe Wilson. I think we've stopped.
Yep. Joel's still wearing his dark glasses, though. Maybe why he thinks the light's so bad.
I think Joe Wilson's just said to everyone, I'm not quite sure what's happening, because they have to take the light meter readings to get something that's fair for the rest of the match. That's probably what they're doing now, but it's all a bit of an anticlimax, is how I describe it.
Yes, it is.
I think these are the areas where cricket management needs to sort of improve their game, because they're paying punters out on the ground. There are people who have bought subscriptions for Sky Sports and other streaming websites and everything. And, it's only fair that people get a game on. So going back to the point about the light meters earlier as to, you either play and bowl whoever you can bowl, or, you just come off entirely. From an umpire's perspective, the reason slow bowlers are allowed to continue in sort of slightly low light conditions is because they don't pose as much danger or risk to the batters and other fielders around as opposed to the quick bowlers. So in the interest of continuing the game, the umpires are expected to do everything they can so that the game continues, but then they also have to bear in mind that they're not placing any players at risk of getting injured, so, which is probably why the quicks don't usually get to bowl.
Absolutely.
But when modern
Barry
grounds
Badger
have
asks a good question. He says, what would be a world standard pitch? Flat as a pancake or moving around corners?
Moving around corners.
I mean, well, I just like to see a pitch have a little bit of pace in it. And that's what this just doesn't have. And it sort of kills initiative on the part of the batsman. To see a batsman not afraid to go on the front foot and drive because it's not stopping in the wicket makes a hell of a difference to the spectacle for me.
Having umpired in the Essex County League and Cheshire County Leagues, both the leagues have got pitch markings that come down from the ECP guidelines, and according to those guidelines, to have the maximum score, there shouldn't be any deviation off the seam or spin off the pitch.
What?
And that, I think, makes for a poor pitch. Yes. So
That's
if you are to
outrageous.
score full 5 points on seam movement, then there has to be absolutely zero seam movement, which is what will get your pitch 5 points for that particular category.
So
The same
basically,
thing
they
for
want
spin.
batting paradises.
Yes, yeah.
Ah,
So if you
fuck
want
off.
those 25 points, that is what it is. Basically a concrete block.
Nah, nonsense.
But how many actually achieve that? Because I have a suspicion that there are a lot of pitches that have a lot of movements.
That's true.
And
yeah.
and maybe it's just intended to bring them closer to a pitch that is actually a good cricket pitch, rather than saying that that's the idea.
I think we are lucky that the groundskeepers that we have are sensible people who know exactly what a good cricket pitch should be like, and they do leave a smattering of grass so that you either get seam movement or you get a little bit of assistance for spin bowlers depending on which county ground or club ground you're at. But I think the point system is a little bit what shall we say, unfavorable, because if you have a groundskeeper or a club or somebody who just wants to curry favor with the administrative bodies, there's no reason why they can't prepare a pitch that is absolutely flat and does nothing. And we have seen that lately. The Trent Bridge has had a couple of matches where the pitch has done absolutely jack all. And we saw that Rawalpindi game from 2 years ago, which was basically, I don't know, it's just a concrete block. And there have been criticisms from the ICC. There was a similar match, India-Australia, I think in Ahmedabad as well, where the pitch was just flat as anything. And the ICC rightly has criticized it, but they really need to incentivize a pitch that provides a contest between bat and ball. And I think lately the sport has just become too batter friendly or very batter heavy, and the bowlers don't get a lot of say. And I can understand that when it comes to T20s and one-day matches, but when it comes to test matches, we still need to have that balance between bat and ball.
Absolutely.
I don't disagree at all.
I think we all think that. Listen, they've gone off a bad light. I've been on all day.
Yep.
40's been on a lot. So has Messi. I think we all could take a little bit of time off whilst they are off the pitch.
Yep.
If they come back, they come back. Yeah, so hang about, boys. They should come back. I don't know, actually. I mean, it doesn't look like the light's going to change much. It'll be interesting to see what happens.
Okay, Bear, it's time to play the interview with you then.
Oh, you really want that? Okay, all right. I can do that. I've got to find it first. But yeah, so we're going to go back, play some other stuff, and we shall come back if and when something happens. Meanwhile,
okay, then.
There will be an interview with me by Messi. I've just got to find it.
We've got a comment on YouTube from Yano71 saying Headingley in the 80s was the most entertaining cricket pitch of them all. Never a dull moment.
Oh, very good. Okay, well, enjoy the interview.
Okie dokie. We shall see you all later.
Cheers.
So, tonight we are in the presence of royalty. Along with Gorilla Hendo, this man is responsible for the establishment of Gorilla Cricket, and indeed we have a t-shirt, a tea towel, a sticker, you name it. We've got everything that says we get on air because of the Bear, and indeed we do. Welcome to Nigel Walker, better known as the Bear.
Good evening, afternoon. Ooh.
Good to have you on board, Bear. I'd like to take you back to the days of the young Bear, before indeed Bear was probably a name for you. So the young Nigel Walker, how did you get involved with sport and cricket in particular all those years ago?
Well, I mean, I guess as a kid, Cubs and all that sort of stuff, played footy as a kid. And my first experience of cricket actually was my brother coming. I remember this vividly. My brother, when I was probably about 9, my brother came through. I was at a friend's house. He came through the door, and there was blood spewing out of his mouth. And he said he got hit by a cricket ball. And he'd been at school, during the holidays. He used to have play groups and all that kind of stuff. And at my junior, so he must have been at my junior school. So he must have been 11. So I must have been 8. And he came back, and he just blood everywhere. And he's like, I got hit in the mouth by a cricket ball. Someone threw a cricket ball at me. I was like, that's a bit weird. But then, I guess my first experience. I mean, I remember vaguely bits of the 1976 West Indies series, but the first time I really got into cricket was 81 Ashes, both of them's Ashes.
How old were you then?
I was 10, turning 11. No, I'd have been 11. No, I'd have been 10. It's 81, wasn't it? And of course, in England in those days, there's 3 channels, and cricket was on all day during the summer, and there's bugger all during the summer.
Yep.
And I remember sitting there watching that, and I remember the Headingley Test, and I remember watching us bowl out the Australians for whatever it was, 120 or whatever it was. And it was just really, really, really exciting. Yeah. And then I started getting into it, and I joined local club under 11s, and then I played at school when I started senior school, went to grammar school, and cricket was the summer sport. And I was originally picked out as a bowler. You know how it goes. So when you start senior school, basically they pick out people who can play,
Yeah.
and then they decide what you're going to be. So I was going to be a bowler.
Yeah.
And then in typically school fashion, you play the first 2 games, and actually, if you don't do the thing you're picked for, then you never get to do it again, right?
Yep.
So I was picked as a bowler, and then no one put me on to bowl for the first 2 games, and then I was the kind of that utility player who stood on the boundary, batted at 10 or 11, and never got to bowl, and it was getting quite annoying. And then I remember and then when I was about 13, 14, my club went on a tour down to Somerset, and finally I got to bowl in a game, and I took about 4 wickets in this game, and then suddenly I was a bowler again, which is what I was originally picked for. When I was about so I'd have been 14 under 15s.
What sort of bowling were you doing at the time?
I was doing left arm spin, but in those days I was I had quite a long run up, and I toyed with it for a while. I figured that if you bowled in, sort of tried to bowl medium pace with a bit of cut on it, you could kind of get away with it, but it didn't really work. And then the club sort of worked on me, and I became a proper left arm spinner. And then over the next 4 years from then until I left school, I was kind of stalwart's first go-to spinner to God knows how many 5-foot club and school and stuff, and that's how I really got into it. And at that point I was playing, I think, probably 6 days a week. If I wasn't training, I was playing a game. We usually had 2 club games in the week, 2 school games in a week, and then if I was so I was playing adult cricket at the weekend, Saturday, Sunday. If I wasn't playing school on a Saturday, if I was playing school on Saturday, I'd play school on Saturday, club on a Sunday. We'd have midweek games with school as well on a Wednesday, and then we'd have 1 or 2 games for the age group as well. So we were under 15s, under 13s, under 15s, under 17s at club. And the club I played for, weirdly, my school team, we had 5 or 6 players who were playing county age cricket as well. So we had a really good couple of fast bowlers. We had the wicket keeper I had, who I always talk about on the show. He ended up being South of England wicket keeper. He was an amazing keeper to spin, and such quick hands. I got so many stumpings in those days. It was great. And so we were really good. And so our club, every year, we either won Hertfordshire and Middlesex titles, or we won Hertfordshire and didn't. And sometimes when you were under 15s, you play as 14-year-olds, and sometimes we'd miss out on one that year, but the next year we'd win both. So I was used to winning loads, and we had a really successful team. And I played a couple of years. I got into the Hertfordshire age group squad as well. Played a couple of games for there. And then when I went to university, I kind of got hammered. Everyone knows my story. I got cane. I went to Manchester in the 1990s. Used to go to Hacienda. I can't remember a lot of it. Got absolutely spammed for about 3 years. Kind of gave up. I did play university cricket, but I went to UMIS, and they were really crap. I even opened a batting 1 game for them for some reason.
Off your face.
And I had back spasms because I was taking so many drugs basically that in one game I turned up and I bent over, and I was out there for about 12 overs and scored about 4 runs, and then spoon one up the mid-off, and had to go home and rub a load of deep heat on my back because I was basically bent over double. And then when I kind of basically clubbing and that usual early 20 stuff kind of took over. And I didn't play until I went back and I joined Dan Norcross. I met at a game of poker that a friend of mine, wife, knew Dan, and I went over to his place and we were playing poker, and he was saying he played cricket and he played for a club. I tried playing for a club up in North London, but it took me 2 hours to get to a game of Barnet, and I was living in South London at the time, and had a shit game. I think Clive Radley was playing in that game as well, and he spanked me all over the place. And I was like, I'm not doing that every week, that's just too far to travel for a game of cricket. But then I met Dan, and literally on a cricket club and all that is literally around the corner on the South Circuit. There's 10 minutes from my house, and so it was kind of like, okay, I'm going to go. And Dan really wanted to spin, and I didn't have any spinners. And then the next thing I did, I was back taking down. I got the club record in the first year I played. I got 42 wickets at about 12 in the first season I played for them, and I became a stalwart there, and I really enjoyed it. And at the time I was single, didn't have kids. Good social scene after the games and all that kind of stuff. So I played there, and I only retired again when I was 46, I think. So I played for another 20 years.
That's not.
And really enjoyed it.
I've got to say, I've spoken to about a dozen people so far, and you're really the first one who's had what could be called anything close to a career in club cricket. Everybody else has played cricket and done it for the social side of things, but not been necessarily great performers, although I may do them injustice because they may not have spoken about it. But the social side of it, the connection, the being with people to talk about cricket, to just have a drink afterwards, whatever it is almost as important as the cricket itself for most people.
Nah, for me it was the competitive. I mean, this is it. When I was young and all that stuff I was talking about, because we used to win a lot, it was quite serious.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, there were two things I wanted to do in life. One was either be a rock star or be a professional cricketer. When I left doing the cricket, I did have obviously I trained as a sound engineer, so I had a studio in my house and I was trying to do music, but that never turned out. I didn't like club. Basically, when I started doing it, everything was club music, and I used to play guitar and stuff. So that wasn't really my thing. But then everyone was doing program music, and I just couldn't get into it. So I did that for about 7 years, and then I ended up working in telly because I was a sound recorder. Yeah. And so that's when I went back to cricket. And you know, for me, it was all about the competition. I couldn't play Sunday games, for example. I couldn't play social cricket. It didn't interest me at all. It had to be competitive. That's why I liked league cricket, because there was something on it on a Saturday, you know. Yeah. And it's in the end, that's why I gave up. I was playing in a team. I was probably when I quit at 46. I was probably one of the youngest members in the side that I was playing. And again, this is something I mentioned on air at all. You know, you live in London. The kids don't really want to play cricket. Yep. They got too many things to do on a Saturday. I mean, it takes up the whole Saturday. I mean, sometimes you leave home at 10 in the morning and you don't get back till 9 at night.
Yep.
And they got better things to do. Whereas when you go out of town and there's nothing to do, some of the sides you played would be full of, you know, when we were playing a couple of years before I ended, I remember going to Cranley one year and we played a side and we lost. And we were playing a side who were basically made up of 20 somethings. Yep. And we were a side of 40 somethings. And you know, and you losing 40, 50, 60 runs in the field because everyone's so bloody slow and can't see the goddamn ball. And you know, and actually at that point it becomes a bit of a chore and everyone starts having a go at each other. And I just thought, you know what, you need younger people to play cricket, and I just can't be doing this anymore. Plus Gorilla took over.
Yeah. Well, yeah, talking of Gorilla, let's go back a step. Where did you first come into connection with the sofa?
Through Dan basically wanted to set up Test Match Sofa. He just left his job, and he had this idea that he wanted to do. His brother lived in the States, and he couldn't get hold of the BBC, and this is where the whole idea started from. And he said, "I want to do an online commentary for the Ashes." And you know, his idea was that everyone would pay. I think I wanted to charge £10 for the series, or £10 a Test match. Remember, there wasn't a lot of online radio in those days. Yeah. And finding servers. I mean, this is it. I mean, just in the 11 years since. Well, no, we started Test Match Sofa in 2009. So in the 12 years since, I mean, the amount of things you can do online is just incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
The amount of it's changed. But I mean, I remember we had to find a server where we could, you know, connect to send it out. TuneIn Radio didn't exist until we found it, and we couldn't get on Apple Radio, and we got in touch with TuneIn, and it was like, oh, we're going to get on, and literally within 24 hours they're like, yes, you can come on. And we were one of the biggest stations on TuneIn to start with. They used to love us. Now everyone's on it, and we're not as high up the list as we were. But so we started it in his room, in his lounge, and there was about 6 of us for the first summer. And basically I had a load of studio kit knocking around the house.
Yep.
And old TV gear and stuff like that, so I could donate some of it. And we used to have the big old mixing desk we had sitting on his table in the lounge. We all had sort of radio mics in those days. We used to have to hold. The problem with this has always been that you're dealing with a bunch of amateurs trying to do professional sound. And I remember when Test Match Sofa moved into the TV studios, when we couldn't do it at Dan's place, and he couldn't afford to rent the flat anymore that we had. That was another old flat I had, funny enough. And then we got bought by the cricketer. They moved into the TV studios, and I remember the TV guy there, who sadly died now, died of cancer. But he was like, "Can't you just put them on radio mics?" And I was like, "Well, you can try it, but all you're going to get is a bunch of rustle, because people just forget that they're wearing mics, and sure enough, we did it for a morning. And I remember Manny sitting there just slouched back, constantly banging his mic and forgetting that it was there, and doing all that. And I was just like, you just can't do this. Just go back to having mics on sticks or something, because you're just going to get loads of interference, and it's really annoying for the listener. So yeah,
It sounded an awful lot of fun.
Oh yeah, it was. And Nestle Boy was obviously our first emailer.
Yeah, he's talked about that, which we'll be going to air for Patreon shortly, about how he was the very first one, and even before Twitter was in existence, effectively.
Yeah, well, this is it. People had to get in touch via email, and he was quite a regular emailer, and not many other people did. And then we discovered Twitter, I think, after about a year.
Yeah.
Okay, we get a Twitter account, da-da-da-da-da. It's amazing, isn't it? The things that have, come up in the actual time that we've been on air, and how things have changed. It's just
Well, I mean, I was, everything from the number of jingles that we have, which, the archive is massive and doesn't include everything by any means.
No.
Through to the number of people who've actually been through guerrilla cricket over the years. It's
exactly.
a hell of a lot of people when you think about it.
And you think of the people who've gone on to be professional broadcasters as well, they should bloody pay us, mate. The BBC and all these other people should be paying us to be a school for people, really.
Well, in a way, that's true. But then again, when they go to the BBC, they lose something, don't they? The freedom to actually say what you want to say, to swear, to have the fun that we have is something you're never going to get on a broadcaster like that, are you?
No, and that's why it's important to me. And I remember having this conversation with Dan when he basically wanted to be on Test Match Special. That was kind of, I guess, his driving goal right from the beginning. He wanted to be a professional sports broadcaster, and I get that, because he wanted to get paid and all this kind of stuff. And for me, it wasn't so important.
Yeah.
I had a job working in TV, and I do property and stuff, and I've always been quite self-sufficient anyway. But for me, we were on a crossing paths going in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
I was actually at the end of my tether with TV. I was a sound recordist, and you spent your life trying to brown nose people to keep getting jobs and all that kind of shit. And it's just a pain in the arse. You have to be really nice to producers and all this kind of shit. And I'm a short, fat guy who, everyone knows, crack the bear. My arse is always hanging out my trousers and stuff. And to start with, when I started, you could get away with that because you're just doing a job, and you're there to do a job, and you're head of your department and all this kind of stuff, because you're an individual just doing the sound, and so you can kind of get away with it. And I had a steady job and homes on the hammer and stuff. But as TV changed, it became less and less. You became less and less required. So many more jobs. Lots of jobs didn't really have set sound recorders. So everyone was self-producing. Cameramen didn't get hired anymore. Sound recorders weren't so important. You just get someone to clip a mic on and put it straight in the camera. So it became harder and harder to get a job. I mean, I was on with diary service and all that, and you get hired for a couple of jobs, but you never got hired back. And what I realised was, if you got hired through your diary service, for example, you were always the stopgap, because their normal guy, who they always use, couldn't work on that job that day. So you were just a stopgap. So you never got called back on that again. And you know what? After a few years, I did it from. I started working in TV in '99, and the last job I did for Homes Under the Hammer was 2013. And I had 14 years, and by the end of it, I kind of lost my tether. So I didn't want to work in media anymore. I'd seen how it worked, and Dan was on the opposite path. And that's what I enjoyed about Guerrilla, is the fact that you can say what you want, and you can be who you want.
Yeah.
And you don't have to abide by anyone else's bloody rules, I hate rules. I'm an anarchist. Well, I'm not an anarchist, but
I know what you mean. And if you don't have to worry if you've got somebody's average wrong by 2 decimal points, because that's not what people are listening to Guerrilla for. They can go to TMS if they want to hear that sort of stuff.
My motto is never prepare, Tony. Jared, there you go. Merci. I never prepare. I don't take notes. As the series goes on, you remember things from the series anyway. The TV puts up those are the stats as it is anyway. And, Twitter, if we get something wrong, Twitter will always tell us we're wrong. Let's know the truth.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Twitter really does set Guerrilla apart. Along with the jingles, the interaction with Twitter is something that you don't get anywhere else, do you?
No. And it was always thus. And that, yeah, you're right. That is what makes a difference, and it's what makes it fun. You know.
Yeah, yeah. So I just want to go back to a couple of your personal experiences. First time you can recall going to a senior match, a test match, or a big county game or something.
God, you know what? I do remember the first time I ever went to a game. I went with a mate called David Miles. His dad took us to a Middlesex game. I must have been 14. I remember Wayne Daniel was bowling. We were stood at square leg and I couldn't see the ball because he was so damn quick. I can't even remember who won, but I do remember I enjoyed myself.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know, this is something else. I almost prefer watching sport on. I've done so much of this on the telly.
Yeah.
But when I go to the grounds, I remember going. We got tickets through the club scheme here to go and see a Surrey T20 a couple of years ago before the pandemic, and I was trying to get Nate into cricket, my son. And we went there, and I found it all a bit discombobulating. A, there was a crowd, and I'm not really a crowds person anyway. And B, there's no replays, and I don't get to see any of that. And I just find I can't. It's like I'm lost. I'm totally lost.
We get so spoiled by the TV, don't we?
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
And I like watching it with other people, which of course we do on Gorilla. It's nice to watch sport with other people. I mean, I did enjoy doing the World Cup. I mean, I've mentioned it a few times on there, but I really enjoyed the World Cup. And there, you see, because we were in the comm box, we had all the replays as well. So you got to watch the live thing, and you could nip out into the crowd. Yeah. You had space because you had your comms box with no one in it. So if you just want to chill out, you could chill out in the comms box. You could go out and get the atmosphere. And then when you were watching it, they had all the stats on the screen and the TV thing, the TV feed as well. So you got all the replays. It's the best of both worlds, really.
So and I think I know what the answer to this is going to be, but what's your most memorable experience watching a match?
That'd be the World Cup final, funny enough.
I thought it might, yeah. Were you on air at the time, or?
No, the thing was, if Barry ever listens to this, the thing was, I did say I could commentate, but and obviously I can, but the first day we set up for the World Cup, we were in Cardiff, and I turned up, and those guys were so fucking disorganised, man. I mean, they were a really nice bunch of guys, but I mean, we turned up at the first game, and I said to the guy who was in charge, he wasn't Barry, it was John Morris. And I said to him, so where are we sending this feed? And he says, I don't know. And I said, what do you mean you don't know? I said, well, this has got to go somewhere so that the radio stations can pick it up. So, well, we haven't organised that. I was like, you're the World Cup broadcasters and you don't know where you're sending it. At which point, the World Cup broadcast, they basically became guerrilla cricket. I literally said, okay, well, I can do this. They didn't even have it, they'd asked for hardwire internet to go into the computer. That wasn't there. There was only the wireless from the ground, which didn't work because obviously loads of people are there.
Yeah.
And go away. You might have to cut that bit. My son's just walked in the room.
Oh, no, it's all part of the colour.
Okay. And then, so we didn't have any internet. And they didn't have anywhere to set it. So basically, I had to go and get a station like we had for guerrilla cricket. So I went to the Boscast, the place that we use, lined up, got us a channel ID, and then I had to go into town and buy, portable internet on one of those, 4G roaming things. So I went out and bought one of them, came back, plugged it all up, and on the way back I was so fucking stressed out. I was like skinning up a reefer and driving around Cardiff and smoking. I got back to the ground. I was pretty bombed after this, and I was like, oh god. I think Barry told me to go on air, and I was on air with Fred, who I kept calling Fred, even though he was Alan for the world public, but to me he was still Fred, and he kept correcting me. And we were doing Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh. I think it was Sri Lanka versus Bangladesh in the gloaming in Cardiff. We were supposed to have the TV feed, but the guy was such a tight ass, even though he's worth 300 million quid, that he hadn't bought us what they call the fruit machine. The fruit machine is basically the TV feed and the stat screen that comes up with the broadcast. So we didn't have that either. and it was virtually dark. I mean, you know, you
It
could
sounds
hardly
like
see us.
it was all being done with this sort of duct tape and lucky bands. And,
It was. It was bloody. It was more unprofessional than guerrilla cricket. It really was. You know, it was like, and so we were doing, and I was just stoned, and Fred was trying to get comments out. I mean, I was just bloody exhausted, and my head was going on in all sorts of places. And I think Barry after that thought he just can't commentate, and it wasn't. I couldn't commentate. I was just stoned, and I was just exhausted from doing shit. So I didn't really get another chance to do anything. Which is all right, actually, because when you're concentrating on being that sort. And the other thing is, of course, I was, for that whole World Cup, I had to have TeamViewer up, and to get us on air, if Knackle wasn't in the studio. So every morning, because we used to go on 20 minutes early for the World Cup, and then for Guerrilla, we obviously used to go on 10 minutes early. So I get everything up for the World Cup, make sure that was all working, and then I get on my computer, fucking log into the desktops in Guerrilla Towers, and I'd be setting them up and getting us to go on air in the Guerrilla Towers. It's a fucking nightmare, mate.
Oh,
and we also had the bet of the day, which I had to be organising, because we had that.
Oh,
thing
that's
with
right. Yeah.
So I had to be doing that as well, making the graphics for that whilst I was doing the one. And you know, it was a crazy time. Really crazy time. It was fun, but yeah, it was quite a crazy time, man.
By the time you got to the final, presumably you had it down to a fairly fine art and wasn't so demanding.
No, and obviously Knackle was into the final, so didn't have to do anything. And although weirdly, I do remember turning up to the final, and the thing about Lords is they have some firewall thing, and I do remember that from when we did that West Indies Hurricane game. And one of the ports is locked off, so you can't get onto normal internet or sort of streaming the way we do it was often blocked. So I knew that, so I had to sort that out. And then I use this thing called an SQM, which is like a location mixer for location recording, was what I was using for the World Cup broadcast. And strangely, having it plugged into the mains, there was this massive buzz coming off it. And I was like, this is a bit weird. It hadn't happened all tournament. And I'm not sure if it was the electrics at Lords or that the charger had gone down, but I mean, that was going on for about half an hour, and I was getting the BBC guy going in and going, what's this buzz, you know, because we were getting a feed from them, and no one knew what it was, and eventually I just had to get battery power, and it was fine. But it was generally after I got after I got everything sorted, it was all cool wherever we went. You know, there was the you know, the whole thing about that. You know, the Pakistan-India game. We turned up the Pakistan-India game, and again, this is because the guy was running was a complete tight ass. He hadn't actually paid for his rights, even though he'd bought the rights from the ICC. He hadn't actually given them any money, right? So they wanted money off him. So we're turning up to Old Trafford to do the India-Pakistan game. Adam Collins was on our crew for this game.
Yeah,
and he's a really nice guy, but he gets very stressed, right?
Yeah.
And we turn up there, we go out to the gate, and we're told we're not allowed in. We're not allowed in, right? And it turns out we haven't paid our bill. So then we get in touch, and I'm with Barry and this other assistant producer type person we have. And so we phone up Sean, the guy's in charge, and he goes, "Don't worry, I've got a check for the ICC. When I get to the ground, it'll all be okay." So he gets it. Literally, the game started. I can't remember if it started at 10:30 or 11, whatever. But we got permission to get into the ground about 25 minutes before the game started.
Jeez.
So then we have to lug all the shit up to the commentary box. Collins is going mental, going, "Where have you been? You know, we ought to be on air," and you know, da 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 da. And I'm just running around plugging shit in everywhere, whilst everyone's schmoozing around. You know, and we managed to get on air in time. It's you know, it can be quite crazy.
Well, for all of that, you came out of that with enough anecdotes to fill any number of rain delays during guerrilla broadcasts.
True.
So, yeah.
I think everyone's heard them a lot, though, haven't they? Yeah, but you know.
So one other thing then, your favourite test match, and I also think I know the answer to this one.
Ooh, favourite test match? That's a tricky one. I've seen so many.
That you've been
I'd say that
you've been at.
That I've been at. I haven't been to that many test matches.
There's one particular one you were at. In company, across the Irish Sea.
Oh, of course. What am I on about? Yeah, the Irish test match. That was again. That was quite a stressful time for me. I really enjoyed it. I mean, that was such a steal as well, wasn't it? I mean, the fact that we could get those rights. I've got to thank Dave Brooke for that. We wouldn't have had a chance with that. And we got really lucky. I mean, to be able to get the rights to a test match for 500 quid, It's astonishing. It really is astonishing. And I mean, the whole experience is brilliant. Driving across there with the car, taking all the kit. But then there was technical shit there again. You know, it's like the internet went down. I remember it might have been you who was sort of tweeting us or Facebooking us from across the seas, going, you realise you've gone down, and then it turned out that the ground. The ground
got struck by
internet
lightning or something, didn't you?
Well, that was on the first day. Yeah, they told us to clear out the commentary box because lightning was coming, and everyone cleared off, and I was still doing stuff in the commentary box. It's a Faraday cage, man. It was a square. It was a box. I wasn't going to get electrocuted on the inside, so I had to do stuff in there. But it turned out that the internet there was done sort of microwave internet by these bloody big stanchions, and they'd gone down, and they were down for about 2 hours. And so that, again, you have to. This is the problem when you're running a show live. It's a lot harder.
Yeah.
I don't think I commentated on that much at all because you basically got to run all the technical shit. You're doing it live. It's a lot easier when we're doing it in the studio back home. But I got into my professional audio engineer mode when we're doing it live, and so it's a lot easier to just do that and not worry about having to talk about the game at the same time.
Yeah. Well, if I recall correctly, the youth wing of Guerrilla Cricket got into professional drinking mode at one stage and made a mess of it.
Yeah, there was a lot of that going on. I remember Taz came back and threw up in the sink at about 6 in the morning. Knackle got himself in a state one night. And Rog, of course, was just, alcohol central, as you can imagine. There was a lot of that going on, there's a lot of hangovers. And there was one night that was really enjoyable. We were all, I think after the first night of play, we were all sat back and everyone was really buzzing and excited, and we were all in the kitchen. And drinking went on to about 2 or 3 in the morning. But you can get away with it. I mean, so many people came out of woodwork to come across and pay for their way to go to Ireland because it was just a big thing. But this brings me on to what's going on in India now. I mean, you think, bloody Guerrilla Cricket South Africa got given, and I say given, the rights to the bloody to the South Africa-India Test series. It's fucking insane.
Absolutely. But hey, take what you can get.
Well, exactly. Christ, I wish the ECB would give us some rights. Just a big series.
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
No, I'm not.
So, just a couple of things before we wrap up. Your favourite jingles?
Favourite jingles. I've always liked Warner.
Yeah.
I like some of the old ones.
I'll do a clip of that because if it's done out of context, Bear saying I've always liked Warner is something that would make most people fall over.
Won't understand. Yeah, exactly. For some of the old ones are the best. Summit is an absolute classic, even if it's too long. I love Ben Stokes one. That's a great. I mean, there was some. I remember when Perko started doing jingles for us.
Yeah.
I mean, it reminded me of Voges, for example, when we were doing the Ashes. I mean, that's some of them are actually genius. And when Perko first started, he did that whole Sergeant Pepper, thing, and some of the Sri Lankan players from them.
Perko explained to me yesterday that when he first started doing them, he didn't realise they were supposed to be short. So he was into writing full songs for the
I know. Well, he did. He always used to send us short and long. And long was the entire song, and short was about 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Which is fine. You can get away with it in a test match.
Yeah.
And this is what I it's got to be said, the Zoom thing kind of takes away the energy for jingles sometimes, because you guys often don't hear them.
That's right.
Also, we've had so many people in now who've never been in the studio and don't kind of get the jingle thing.
Yeah.
But I find myself not playing as many now, or I just play them underneath because people can't hear them. Unless someone actually asks me for a jingle. Boundaries is a lot easier, but when people are actually don't sort of introduce a jingle, it becomes hard to try and hoodwink it. And you can stick your hand up and go like this as much as you like. No one's paying fucking attention. So, you kind of do it how it is.
Yeah.
But that's the way it goes.
And finally, your favourite cricketers all time?
Favourite cricketers of all time. There are some strange ones I like. I mean, I Joe Root would have to be a favourite at the moment. People like Alistair Cook. I know he scored a whole lot of runs, but people, you know, I like professional cricketers who do professional shit. You know, Jimmy Anderson's another one.
Yeah, Jimmy's a legend.
I like characters as well, and I like the Australian side at the moment. I really like Pat Cummins. I know I'm not supposed to like Australians, and I've got a lot of respect for Piggy Smith, even though I slate him a lot. People like that.
And Williamson.
Kane Williamson, I love Kane Williamson. You know, and I like Trent Bolt. I love. I mean, I've got to say, New Zealand are one of my favourite teams, just because of how they produce. I wonder if they're getting beaten by Bangladesh. I noticed. I like Jason Holder is someone I really respect in the cricket world. He kind of, his stature in West Indies cricket and the way he holds that lot together, or when he was captain anyway. You know, I don't understand why they don't pick him for more T20s. He's a really good T20 player.
And the Indians?
Not only South Africans. Indians, I kind of like Rishabh Pant. I kind of, I mean, I'm glad to see that KL Rahul has seemed to have cemented his place as an opener. I always thought he had a great technique, and he always looked like he should succeed at Test cricket, and then kept getting it in and out the side. Seems to have done that. Jasprit Bumrah is a classy player, and I like the way they interview on the TV as well. I think you can't dislike them when they interview. I mean, they got a smile, and they're smiling assassin type thing. You know, when he got questioned about bouncing Jimmy Anderson with the no balls last year, it was quite funny. I was like, oh, well, you know, I didn't mean to, but
right.
And it's like people like that. I mean, Curtly Ambrose, Courtney Walsh, favourites of mine going back. And obviously, you go way back. People like Viv Richards, Clive Lloyd, and the Great West Indian team. Can't knock any of those. And I'd have said Ian Botham, but I can't stand the man after, you know.
It's a shame, isn't it, that people can be great cricketers but just really shit in their own nest afterwards.
Yes,
with their
exactly.
behaviour. You know, you look at someone like Shane Warne, who's just an amazing bowler, or Michael Vaughan. You know, the way they behave since then has just made it really hard to keep liking them anyway.
I know. Yeah, I do think that. I mean, Shane Warne, I like it when he talks. I like listening to him when he talks about spin bowling, but anything else, you know,
absolutely.
You know.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you, Ben, not just for your time tonight, but for the work that you've put in to make Gorilla what it is, and to bring us all together, because that's really what it is. It's a family of people enjoying the company of one another while watching the cricket. It's actually as much about the company as it is about the cricket. And if it hadn't been for what you've done, none of that would have ever happened. So I just want to say thank you so much for all of that there. And long may you continue to be doing it with us.
That was always the original intention and the original ethos of the show, and it's my pleasure to do it.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
All right, mate. Thanks a lot.
So tonight,
okay.
So I'm really delighted to be able to say that today we have with us the man who actually made Gorilla happen. In partnership with the Bear, I bring you the one, the only, Gorilla Hendo. How are you, Nigel?
Well, I'm all right. I suppose what I should say is good evening, good morning, good dawn, and good dusk to everybody. Really, shouldn't I? Haven't said that for a while,
and we've missed it. We've missed it.
Me too. Although that said, staying up through the night to watch that rabble I think would have finished me off for good. I would be a whimpering mess in the corner if I'd been forced to put. No wonder the bear fell asleep. I mean, I'm sure he must have injected himself with something first. It's just too horrible to contemplate, isn't it?
Well, he's been
not
very
for
good.
you, of course. Not for you, of course.
Well, I've tried not to gloat, and the bear has been extraordinarily good-humoured through it all. So, and the truth is that, as ever, cricket is just an excuse for guerrilla cricket people to come together. So we sort of make the best of the company rather than the cricket sometimes. So, and we're giving people an opportunity to find out a bit more about their gorillas. So, what I'd ask for you to do, Hendo, is just give us a bit of background of the young Nigel Henderson and how he grew into sport and cricket in particular all those years ago.
Well, I think it was down to my dad, who would just take me to local. During the winter, he would take me to local rugby clubs, or a particular local rugby club, and then in the summer, he'd take me to a sort of recreation ground for cricket. And I never really got into rugby at all. I didn't like it at all. But cricket sort of just grabbed me, I suppose. I remember being, I think I may have mentioned this before, going to a game in the afternoon at the local park. What was it? Joseph Hood Recreation Ground. And there was this guy in a maroon cap, fat guy, quite fat, and he'd scored 87. And I could not conceive of anyone scoring 87 runs in a game of cricket. And so this man, who probably been dead for 20 years now, was actually is actually probably my first cricket hero, really. So I used to do that, and I used to go in the early days. I mean, times were tough in the Henderson household, so we didn't have a telly, and so I used to have to cycle round the corner to the local Rediffusion shop and just sit outside watching the Test match on the black and white TVs in the window.
Were you alone?
I wasn't alone, and the people working there would look at me as if I was some sort of lunatic. Maybe they thought I was stalking them, but that was kind of pre-stalker era, really. But I just sort of sat there and watched it, and then I'd go home at 1 o'clock, and then I'd come back for the afternoon session. And they must have just thought I was a neglected child, I suppose.
How old were you at this stage?
I reckon I was probably about 7, because we got a TV when I was 8 in 1971. So I reckon I was about 7. I was on my little bike with the stabilisers had just been taken off, and I'd go around there and sit outside for, as I say, most of the day if I could. But you couldn't do that these days, could you? I mean, you wouldn't let a kid go and do that at that age.
No. I mean, I remember watching in the shops. We didn't have a TV at home at all growing up, so I always had to go somewhere else. But I mean, that is very early onset fanaticism for you. I mean, there really was very little hope for you after that, was there?
Probably not. I mean, the other memory that I have is that we used to go on holiday to Sussex, to Selsey, every summer, where my aunt and uncle lived, and we would hire or rent the house next to them for a couple of weeks, and we'd either be playing cricket in their back garden or in the garden of the house that we were renting. And I suppose I sort of my cricketing personality came out there, because I was so desperate not to get out. I became, you don't hear this phrase anymore these days, but they all kept saying to me, all the other members of the family, that I was a stone waller. And it was just, I didn't want to get out, and I wanted to have the bat. And I think that sort of stayed with me for the rest of my cricketing career, really, because I was probably a bit of a boring bastard, if truth be told.
I find that hard to believe. And so when did you actually get involved in any organised cricket?
I suppose at school would have been the first time, and then once I was at a particular school, and because the cricket wasn't that great, we only had an artificial pitch, which was in between two football pitches for the winter, so the outfields were quite poor. And I suppose my mum and dad, saw me sort of beginning to take it seriously and found me a club which was nearby, which was Epsom, which I went to when I was probably about 11, something like that, 12, and stayed there mostly until I moved away to go to college and things like that.
So there wasn't any cricket at school?
Yes, there was. No, there definitely was cricket at school, but it wasn't particularly good. What used to really irritate me is there was outside the school, or as part of the school in the grounds, there's a fantastic croquet lawn, which would have made fantastic cricket nets. but we had these awful cricket nets that were sort of falling down with sort of terrible rubber surfaces. And while you were playing in that, and in fact, one day, one of the poles holding up the net fell on my nose and broke my nose, dear enough. So if I was to turn sideways on, you could probably see I got a little bit of a kink in the nose, and that was done by a cricket net. But then all these masters they just swan around playing their games of croquet on this gorgeous expanse. Complete and utter waste. What a waste of facilities.
Were you any good?
Shocking. Yeah, I mean, well, I suppose I was. Yeah, I must have been. I studied it hard, and I read my Ladybird book of cricket to get to understand all the field placings. The more interested you are in something, the quicker it comes to you, and the more easy you adapt to it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Really. I mean, obviously as time went on, I wasn't great, but I was, a reasonably good level, I suppose. And I had a lot of training. I used to go to Alf Gover's school in the winter, Saturday mornings at 9 o'clock. Freezing it was, absolutely bloody freezing. We used to stand there with this enormous long stick trying to light the lamps. It was like cricket out of Dixon of Dock Green. It was crazy.
Light the lamps with
a huge lamp to get some heat into this place because it was so cold.
It does. You must be a lot older than I thought, actually. And
well, possibly. I mean, it's not there anymore, which is very sad, actually. I mean, I do occasionally drive down Wandsworth Hill, and it isn't there, and it feels like there's a loss. But I mean, every now and again, I'd get Alf Gover as my coach on that particular day, and as he got older, I mean, he was still coaching when he was about 85. And his arm would sort of come from sort of where Kedar Yadav's basically comes from. Yeah. And if you were lucky, he probably actually managed to propel about 12 balls down to you in half an hour, because he was so old. And you couldn't complain. I mean, you were being coached by the great Alf Gover. But,
well, what was your forte?
Batting, but also I started off as quite a good leg spinner, actually.
Another one.
And when I got picked for, funnily enough, I then changed to off spin because everyone told me that no one could be a leg spinner these days, which is typical of the real insular thinking of English cricket at that time, which one might say there's a certain amount of insular thinking in English cricket these days. But it was like you can't be a leg spinner, and you can't be both because you'd have to change the fields, Yep. But you see now we've got someone like Liam Livingstone quite happily does that. Even Joe Root on occasion will bowl leg breaks as well.
Yeah. You were ahead of your time, Endo.
Well, I was, but I think looking back on it, you just feel how stuck in a rut English cricket always seems to have been.
Yeah. But you can say English cricket. I think a lot of sporting teams in all sorts of disciplines all over the world tend to go with what they know rather than what might be. But that's a discussion for another day. So you went to college and you played cricket there as well?
Yeah, I didn't play. I mean, I did play a couple of games for the college team, a few games. We got to the British Colleges final in 1980. What year was that? 88. Because I had this incredible weekend where I came down from college to watch Wimbledon beat Liverpool in the cup final. Drove back in the morning to play. We played British Colleges semi-final at Horsforth, which was just down the road from where the college was. In Leeds, and I scored 85 and won us the game. Wow. So seeing the team beat Liverpool in the FA Cup and then going up and scoring a quick 85, match-winning 85, was pretty much as good as it got. And that's probably when I peaked in life. Yeah. All downhill since then.
Oh well, it's good to have those memories. I think the prospects of Wimbledon beating Liverpool in another cup final are fairly remote at the moment.
Well, yes, but you would have said that. You'd have said that at the time. I mean, my dad, who took me to Wimbledon, and I mean, he always enjoyed the fact that Dave Bassett would get sent off the whole time for Wimbledon. He always enjoyed it when there was a bit of a Barney, and players would get into fisticuffs. And I mean, he died in '85, and it was just before Wimbledon got to the top flight, and I just have this image of him laughing his head off that Wimbledon could get to the first division or that Wimbledon could win the FA Cup, because he would have just found it unbelievably amusing. And he would have loved Vinnie Jones.
Oh dear. So Wimbledon is the other great love of your life, is it not?
Yeah, pretty much, I suppose. I think it's this whole thing of I have a tendency to want to side with the underdog.
I'm afraid, peeps, I bet you'll love listening to me and Hendo rap on about our lives, but I'm afraid, peeps, the show is over. It has turned out the bad light has stopped play for the rest of the day. And so we are out. For those 27 of you still listening on YouTube and anyone that's still listening on the radio, glad to have you with us today. It's my day off tomorrow, so I won't be here for what I assume will be the end of this test match. But Tony will be in the helm, which should be entertaining. I'm sure he'll be on the phone to me at about 11:15 in the morning going, what side's not working for? But hey ho, that's life in the fast lane. Glad to have you all along today, and I hope you enjoy probably the denouement of the show tomorrow. So until then, it's goodbye from me. Goodbye.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal,